humans, humane. Hi. Jesus Christ, do you know how high is the price for not listening to our own advice? We used to want to kiss Him. Now, we can't see the skies in certain areas of the globe, while others grace the cover of Vogue saying, we'll be fine. Let's just wine and dine and have a good old effing time. Yeah, we used to want to kiss Him, as the song goes. Now, we can't see the skies. We used to recognize the truth. Now we spin it. We disguise. We call them takes or angles. They are no longer lies. But he who tries might get it done. The one that does nothing hides behind fun. Nothing's too serious. Everything is chill. Till it all starts really rolling downhill. See, this planet is not yours or mine. Truth be told, this planet probably will be fine, but we won't, because we don't take care of it to keep on giving us what we need to survive. If it changes too much, we're the ones that won't be alive. And I strive to understand myself and others, our mothers, our fathers, the excuses, the lack of knowledge, the covers, and everything in between. What we've done with the place kind of makes you want to scream. And for what it's worth, we don't live on planet Earth. We live with it since birth, until the day we have to leave it. We're dust in the wind. You better believe it. The question is, what kind of dust? That's the important decision. It's a must. Are we the right kind of dust? Particles shining in the light kind of dust, settling on a flower or a tree, or carried around by a bee kind of dust? Or are we a desert storm that chokes and smothers, kills and bothers, with total disregard for others? Yeah. We used to want to kiss Him. Now, we can't see the skies. That's why I'm grateful for people that open their eyes and understand what climate change really implies. It's our world. This is our home. We have to communicate better with it and really watch our tone. There's no way around that. You can't pull another world out of a hat. And that is just that. Yeah. We used to want to kiss Him. Now we cannot see the skies. But I do want to see them again. Do the simple things, you know. I want to sit under a tree, feel the wind, see the sea, touch some grass, grasp some sand, and not get a bottle cap in my hand. Or smell fumes, see oil spills, you know, all the bad stuff we ignore because it's paying the bills. So just for thrills, choose to do better. Look around, check out the weather, see what's happening. Scorching heat waves, melting ice caps. Look at these days. In 2024, parts of Croatia, Serbia, Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania saw up to 35 more tropical nights. So these are facts, not how it might go. It's not about doing the impossible. It's accountability. Better business leads to sustainability. It's not the other way around. It's easy like water. It doesn't fall up from the ground. It's not rocket science, but it is soul geometry. Not just math, also spirituality, thinking ahead, quality over quantity, balance, thoughtfulness. It's harmony. There are solutions, but the pace is fast. We need to slow this train down and make the ride last. And then we all need to do our part. We need to play our card and play it smart. Government officials, researchers, leaders, business representatives, youth, leaders, civil society, the entire human race. Look in the mirror to see our Savior's face. It's that simple. That's it. It's all of us. Yes, sir. Humans, humane. Yeah. Welcome to the Climate Change Summit.
Good morning, everyone.
Bună dimineața!
Good morning. Welcome to the fourth edition of the Climate Change Summit. My name is Ciprian Sănescu. I'm President of Social Innovation Solutions. And together with Flavia Popa, Secretary General of the Group Société Générale, our founding partner, we are thrilled to welcome you to the fourth edition here in the lovely Palace of the Parliament. As Cosmin Dominte was saying earlier, we do not on this planet, we live with it. Grateful to him and the kind words that he mastered for this ceremony.
On behalf of my colleagues from VRD Group Société Générale, I'm really honored and happy to welcome you on our first edition of Climate Change Summit, our flagship event in sustainability. And really, we are happy to be again together in this, I would say, powerful journey we are sharing. We are a bank that is proud to contribute with financing, with connection, and with ideas to grow for what it means, the greatest challenge of all our times. In fact, speaking of challenges, I would just say that lately, we have performed a study among 150 entrepreneurs, Romanian entrepreneurs, and we asked about their fears and what are the sustainability challenges they are facing. And it was an honest and pragmatic discussion, I would say. At least 3 of their challenges are related to time. They are not having time, they are not having resources, experts, solutions, or ideas, in fact. And they are fearing also that they don't have customers prepared yet to pay for their green products and solutions. This is why we know that it's difficult, we have to face it, but we have to find together solutions at least as pragmatic and honest as their answers. And this is the reason we are continuing to support this kind of events, because we can share together here ideas, solutions, we can go to actions, and more than this, I think we can empower each other and find I'd say stories that give us hope.
Yeah. You mentioned time. We're a bit ahead or below time, so apologies for starting a bit late. Thank you to all of those that are watching us. There's already several thousands of people watching this together with our We Don't Have Time partners. The first 3 editions brought together thousands of people like yourselves, and I'm very happy to see in the room people that have been part of the 3 editions already. This has transformed into a powerful event across Central and Eastern Europe, and we couldn't be prouder about this. Now, this year, we'll try to find the best ways to grow solutions for the future and do that together.
Speaking of together, I'm really, really happy, and I'm sure you are like me, to be part of this event and to have you part of this event, because you are now part of a great community that is bigger and bigger each and every year. It's a community of experts in sustainability, academics. It's a community of business leaders. It's a community of NGOs and authorities. It's really a big community with national and international people, human beings, eager to contribute and to change. It's a community that is looking for, I would say, equilibrium, because change is difficult, but change can be done if we are sharing it.
Yeah. And speaking of community, this is a great opportunity to interact with many people. If you don't have a space or a place to sit at this point, there's also live. This stage is live in the room behind you, and so on. Now, moving to the first introductory remark, I'm very happy and honored to invite on stage Ms. Maria Ruseva, CEO of BRD Group Société Générale, for her first introductory remarks. Thank you.
Good morning, for a 4th time actually. We are so glad to have the 4th edition of our Climate Change Summit. I will start with a short introduction to the event, pointing out why we are doing it. The climate change is one of the biggest tests of resilience in our history. It forces us to rethink how we live, how we produce, how we move and invest. It challenges our habits, it challenges our assumptions. And it demands courage, patience, and vision. Traditionally, energy has been not just an economic resource. Today, it is a central stake in sustainability. But also historically, it has been a source of security and independence, a tool of influence and power, and sometimes even a path to freedom. When talking about sustainability, at BRD we know what is at stake. We support the growth and the transformation of the Romanian economy. We are not a passive observer, but we see financing as a driver. In this case, it means capital that creates change. As a part of Société Générale Group, the sustainability is in our DNA. We feel the responsibility to support companies move to the next level, to become more competitive, more resilient, and more innovative. When we talk to our clients, one of their most important concerns is time. The green transition feels very long and complex, and somehow it is. On the other hand, if we look at what we have achieved in the past 3 years, we can be optimistic. We granted 1.65 billion euros in sustainable financing. We made it simpler and faster for companies to act through accessible financial solutions. There is another challenge. Sustainability feels expensive. But it can be exactly the opposite. It saves resources, reduces risks, and builds resilience. Sustainable investments make companies stronger in the long run. And we are very proud at BRD. We as a bank were the first ones in Romania to launch a sustainability-linked loan, and we are continuing working on creating new products for our clients. The climate transition is a shared mission. No company, no institution, no government can do it alone. We must mobilize not only money, but also trust, creativity, and courage. And we must build new skills and competences. Somehow, the green transition can be seen as a skills revolution, lifelong learning, and cross-sectorial collaboration. This is not a lesson we teach, but an opportunity to learn together, to discover new perspectives, to build a path to more resilience in the future. For the fourth time this year, the Climate Change Summit is the good place to share this learning and work on solutions. And I wish you an excellent summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria, for your words and to the BRD team for their support. Now, this event, as all the work that we do, that you do, would not be possible without the many partners that we have. And I'm very honored and happy to thank my thanks to our partners, starting with BRD, Groupe Société Générale, but also with Auchan, our strategic partner for the fourth year in a row, MasterCard, our climate partner, and other partners supporting the summit like Plaxi, PPC, Heidelberg Materials, Avens, and Volvo, and especially our health partner, because I have a sore throat, from Regina Maria. Grateful also to Danone, Leroy Merlin, European Climate Foundation, Carbon Tool, Ursus Breweries, PPC Renewables, PPC Blue, Rețele Electrice, Returo, and IKEA for hosting our speakers, to Radisson Blue, and for helping us stay hydrated, which I would very much like these days, and energetic, Zacap, Domeniile Sâmburești, Aqua Carpatica, and Frenvi. Now, there's a variety and there's a lot of partners that are helping us do this across Central and Eastern Europe, and we're very honored and humbled to work with some of the largest business organizations, environmental organizations, and civic organizations from across Central and Eastern Europe. Now, why do we do this? And sometimes, even when there's a lot of stuff that feels that it's not working, and maybe you've seen that, maybe you've had that in your life, I think this question is, why do we do this? It's very important. And for us, why do we do this and the many projects that we do, is that we believe in the power of dialogue, we believe in the power of communities, and we believe in the power of education. And we've seen that in practice across the 5 countries in Central and Eastern Europe where we work, like Bulgaria, Slovenia, Serbia, Croatia, and Montenegro, and the almost 20,000 SMEs, so small and medium enterprises that we work with across the region. Now, while we live in a world of uncertainty, science and data are here to help us do that. In the next minutes, in the green stage, for those of you that speak Romanian, we have a special moment that focuses on science, on climate science, and what does it mean for all of us. Now, 2 news that I have to give you, and some of you should know this or might know this. The bad one and then the good one. Which one do you want me to start with? The good or the bad? The bad. Why? It says here the bad anyway. Now, the bad, a new report from the Planetary Boundaries Science Lab at the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact reveals that 7 of the 9 critical Earth system boundaries have now been breached. The ocean acidification boundary has been breaching starting with 2025. But there's a lot of good news as well. We have achieved a historic first in the past weeks. Renewables produce more electricity than coal. It shows us that whilst demand is high, we can also bring solutions to the table. Now, what happens in the summit? We have almost 600 people that have already registered on the app. If you want to understand what's going on today, but also in the next days, it's really useful if you download the app. I'm just going to go like this so you can see the QR code. If you haven't done that already, please register with the email that you've done. If it doesn't work, just go to the info office. Have you? Not really. Okay. Now, the space is quite large. We are indeed in the 2nd biggest building in the world and the biggest building in Europe, Latin America, Africa, and Asia. So it's quite big. But you can see on the map, and my colleagues are here to help you go around the space. You can set up meetings. You can go to the BRD corner. You can go to the V7 co-working. You can have your meetings here across the day. We don't mind. We actually encourage it. Second of all, have you seen the elephant? Who has seen the elephant? It's 3 meters, so you could see it. But the elephant is a metaphor of the elephant in the room, of the questions that we need to ask and the questions that are difficult to ask when it comes to climate. So do that throughout the day with our speakers and among yourselves. When it comes to what happens in the summit, we have a full day with 2 stages that you can check. This is the blue stage, where you have a variety of events and speakers from across Europe. But also in the green stage, you can have the opportunity later on, after lunch, to actually interact with many of the speakers that we have in the summit. Please be back in this room at 14:45, because at 14:55 we have one of the most special moments of the summit. 2 children from the Board of Children from UNICEF will share with us their vision about the future. At the end of the day, please bring your lanyards and badges back to our colleagues. The special event of the evening is pink. And I think my colleagues picked this color on purpose, because it shows positivity and it reflects really good with green. So be sure to be here at 6 p.m. when we have the second edition of the Climate Change Summit Awards. We have 9 pitches from Ukraine, Romania, and some other countries like Bulgaria and Greece, 15,000 euro that we put on the table to support these ideas at the beginning. The summit doesn't end today. It continues in Bucharest and many other cities across Central and Eastern Europe. You can see some of the events on the screen behind me, but if you download the app, you can see what events are open to the public, check them out, and register to any of them tomorrow, on Thursday, on Friday, or on Saturday. We now move to the first institutional commencement addresses. I'm very honored to invite on stage Ms. Stefania Georgiana Simion, State Advisor on Climate and Sustainability, to present the message of His Excellency, the President of Romania, Mr. Nicușor Dan. For those of you that are already watching us online, this will be also translated into English. Thank you. Vă rog.
Mulțumesc. Stimate gaste,
Dear hosts, dear guests, it's a pleasure for me to convey this message in the opening of the 4th edition of Climate Change Summit, an event which in a few years became one of the most relevant platforms in Central and Eastern Europe, dedicated to dialogue, innovation, and action for climate. Romania has today the opportunity, but also the responsibility, of being a point of convergence for the climate solutions in the region, bringing together political leaders, specialists of the academia, representatives of the civil society and the business environment. This summit confirms our vocation of promoters of the regional cooperation in essential fields, from the energy transition and circular economy to the protection of biodiversity and development of sustainable and resilient cities. In the edition of 2023, as Mayor General of Bucharest, I signed the Pact for the Green Belt of the capital city, a symbolic commitment, but also a concrete one for protecting the environment and urban biodiversity. Today, as a president of Romania, I reaffirm firmly the conviction that the climate action is a strategic investment in the security, safety, and prosperity of us as a whole. Romania and Europe have to manage a difficult but still possible balance. We are talking about our responsibility towards the future generations that deserve to live in a clean environment, but also towards the current citizens for whom we have to ensure security and economic prosperity. The climate changes don't have boundaries, and we see how destructive can be the floods that destroy communities, the heat waves that put the urban infrastructures under stress, or the droughts that reduce the agricultural crops. This can be seen with the naked eye. An aspect that gives a special significance to this edition is the role of the young people. The courage, creativity, and their involvement are essential for the change we would like to have. Romania will continue to support these initiatives and to offer the young generations the necessary framework to make their voice heard. I congratulate the organizers, Social Innovation Solutions, and the partners for their vision, consistency, and the impact of this climate change summit event. This contributes every year to the increase of visibility and competitiveness of Romania and consolidation of our active role in the EU and the region. I wish you all inspiration, courage, and concrete results in the debates of these days. I'm convinced that the Climate Change Summit works of 2025 will generate ideas and partnerships that will bring a greener, safer, and more balanced future for us all. Thank you very much.
Mulțumim doamnei consilier de stat și președintelui Nicușor Dan pentru cuvintele călduroase.
For these words and
the message from the Prime Minister of Romania, Mr. Elie Bolojan, who will be read to us by Mr. Raul Gutin, State Councillor at the Prime Minister's Chancellery. Raul, you have the floor. And as I was saying, on the live, you have translation in English for these 2 moments. Thank you.
Dear organizers, dear guests, thank you for the invitation and the effort of bringing the central and local administration, the business environment, the academia and the research environment, the social partners, the civil society, the financiers and international partners. Romania approaches the climate transition by 3 simple criteria: utility, discipline, transparency. We are interested in concrete result projects that are financed correctly and delivered in time. Energy and security. Transition is also a security policy. We are working on projects with complete documentation, approvals and confirmed financing, strengthening of the networks, digital operation for the stability of the system. The regional integration is done with projects which are checked and not by slogans. Competitiveness before bureaucracy. Transition makes sense when it reduces costs, it increases productivity and supports sustainable trades. We need energy efficiency in buildings and industry, circular economy, public mobility that is cleaner. Clear rules, short procedures, quality control from the beginning. Local resilience through public reliable services. The climate effects can be found and perceived at the level of the communities. The answer is reliable drinking water, buildings with low consumption, green areas, public transport which is predictable, and projects with maintenance plans. Agriculture and nature as resilient infrastructure. We perform irrigation in time, forests and biodiversities. We treat this as a critical infrastructure, better quality life. The reconstruction of Ukraine, Romania is prepared. Romania reaffirms its availability to support the reconstruction, being ready to put to use the internal resources from energy, transport, efficiency, logistics to buildings, digital infrastructure and cybersecurity, equipment and maintenance, agriculture and food, consultancy, all this in projects with clear financing, credible partners and deadlines. Partnerships, we offer three conditions: a short list of a clear schedule observed by all parties, transparency regarding the costs and the deliverables. If the conditions are fulfilled, Romania will deliver. If they are missing, we adjust and come back without illusions. Measuring of the success by simple and verifiable indicators. Public buildings which are rehabilitated, reforested hectares, a shorter time response time in case of failure. The figures, not the rhetoric, confirm the progress. In administration, in the economic, and in the academia and civil society, there are people who push things forward. The proposal of Romania is clear. Everyone has to do its job, and we maintain the direction with clear projects, money spent wisely. Thank you for the invitation and for the honest dialogue. Thank you.
Mulțumim domnului consilier și mulțumim domnului prim-ministru
advisor and the Prime Minister Ilie Bolojan for the message.
It's from a recurrent speaker of the summit. You might have seen her in action, and she is one of the pillars of the European Union. I'm very happy to introduce the welcoming message from the President of the European Commission, Ms. Ursula von der Leyen.
Ladies and gentlemen, next month leaders will gather in Brazil for COP30, 10 years after the Paris Agreement. In that decade, we have made real progress. Worldwide, investment in clean energy has more than doubled. And this year, for the first time, renewables have overtaken coal as the world's largest source of electricity. Europe continues to lead with our emissions down nearly 40% since 1990. Yet, we still see the threat of climate change and floods and forest fires, and that is why today's summit matters. It brings together the people turning ambition into action. NGOs helping farmers restore their soil, making farms more profitable and sustainable. Entrepreneurs transforming cities like Cluj into hubs of clean tech innovation. And researchers, companies and governments working side by side. Because only together can we protect our nature. So let me focus on how Europe is supporting you. First, we are delivering on our climate goals. Europe is staying the course. We are on track to meet our 2030 targets, and we will make this the first climate-neutral continent by 2050. But we only succeed if every part of our union succeeds. That is the purpose of our Modernization Fund, to help countries upgrade their energy systems and infrastructure. Through the fund, we are supporting Romania, for example, with over 16 billion euros. From building wind farms on the Black Sea coast to modernizing Bucharest's metro, these investments tackle climate change and bring benefits to citizens so that they can see and experience these benefits every single day. Second, we are upgrading our grids and strengthening connections across Europe. We are adapting our networks to the needs of a clean energy future by modernizing infrastructure and speeding up permitting with our new grids package. And to tackle 8 critical bottlenecks across Europe, we have launched the Energy Highways initiative. From connecting Lithuania and Poland's grids to completing the Trans-Balkan corridor, these projects will strengthen our energy security, and they will ensure that every European can benefit from affordable, clean energy. And my third point is on innovation. 1 in every 5 clean technologies is born here in Europe. Here in Romania, companies are developing next-generation batteries to store and power our clean energy future. But the clean tech race is accelerating, and we must stay ahead. And this is why we are putting forward the most ambitious long-term EU budget ever, with competitiveness at its core. More than 35% of this budget will support projects for climate and nature, because the clean technologies of the future must not only be used in Europe, they must be made in Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is a chance to learn from each other, to launch the projects that will make Europe the first climate-neutral continent and the global leader in clean tech. And we are with you to make it happen. Thank you very much. I wish you a productive summit, and long live Europe.
Thank you again to President von der Leyen for her second opening message at the Climate Change Summit. And we're very grateful for the Commission for their continuous support, but also to the Romanian government and the Romanian presidential administration. We will now move to the summit. Apologies again for being late. I'm very happy to announce that we have almost 17,000 people watching this live now, and the numbers keep on increasing. So thank you very much for taking your time and watching the summit online. I'm very grateful to our MC today, and I invite you to give her an energetic welcome. Teodora Tompea, you have the day. Thank you.
Hello, hello, good morning. Thank you so much, Ciprian, for inviting me, and thank you so much for having me also a 3rd year in a row as MC at Climate Change Summit. I love the vibe, I love the energy from Climate Change Summit, and I hope that this is going to be a very productive day. I'm Teodora Tompea, Digi24 journalist and the creator of the first TV climate change from Romania. So that's why I'm here in front of you today. And I want to introduce you the first speaker, and I want to say first of all hello to our global audience, because I know that we are live also on climatechangesummit.org, and if you are very kind to share this also on your social media and also on your website, if you have a website. Professor Anela Angar-Kravi is the first speaker, because in the opening we have the climate state of the world, and Anela Kravi is the director of the Climate Change Policy Group, University of Cambridge. For more than 2 decades, Professor Kravi has been helping the world understand how our economy and our climate are deeply connected, and also through her academic research and policy work, including leadership roles under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and as the head of Cambridge Trust of New Thinking in Economics, she champions bold, practical ideas, and I think this is going to be also useful for us today. Please, Professor, join me on the stage and give her applause, because she's opening, and we will navigate through challenges and solutions. The stage is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Theodora. The only thing I would like to add to this amazing introduction that has made me a little bit embarrassed is that I'm also an Eastern European, and I'm very proud of it. I'm going to take you, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take you to a journey throughout the world. I've been only given 20 minutes to do that. It's a personal story. It's not so much science. So sorry if I disappointed some of you, but you'll hear more science today. Let's start moving. I'll take you to East Greenland. So this is an expedition I joined in 2021, August. It's 28-meter sailing vessel, Admiral Bellingshausen, and we went to explore East Greenland. East Greenland is an amazingly beautiful place. And it's full of stillness. You can't see me on the boat, but you just have to take my word on it for it. So beauty of Greenland. East Greenland is a place where not many people live. There are small villages, about 200 to 300 people there, and there are not many of them. So it's a good place to go and see. It's this beauty, but also the climate change impacts, because the warming in the Arctic is close to 3 degrees already. Most of our days were like this. No people other than the crew on the boat and icebergs. If you were lucky, you could see a forkbow. Forkbow is like rainbow, but it's white because the water droplets are so much smaller. So it's August 2021. And I'm on a boat, and there's something strange about this boat. Don't look at my face, but look at my feet. It's an extraordinary warm August. It was raining at 2-kilometer altitude over the Greenland's ice sheet. That was the first time this was recorded in the human history. And that rain was caused by a heat wave. And here, now it's the first science slide. I have a couple of those. You can see that the warming in that August was 6 degrees higher than normally. That's than the normal temperature in August over the years. That temperature caused the snow to melt, the dark ice was exposed, caused more warming, and there was rain. This change is directly attributable to the changing climate. Obviously, the melt events have happened over Greenland before, but not at this extent. And here I am, in the northernmost year-round inhabited village called Itotokormit. Difficult word to say, and I'm at the weather station, looking down at the village and talking to the weatherman. And he tells me that don't ask about climate change, I'm so sick of it. I said, okay, but what is changing? He said, it's changing. But go and talk to people in the village and ask them. And when I talk to local Inuits telling me something is changing. We used to go whale hunting, but the whales are not there anymore when they used to be there. We ride dog sledges, but we can't do it anymore. We also went to explore some areas between the mountains, or close to the mountains, because we were sailing in the fjords. And we saw snow disappearing from places you could expect it. We didn't see much ice either on the sea. But we met this guy. So you can see this picture is taken for me because it's not attributed to anyone else. This is a young male. And obviously it's a polar bear, as you can see. So we were just leaving, we were anchoring overnight, we're just leaving, and then someone says, look, there's a polar bear. And they're hungry. There was 12 of us on the boat, he came closer. So one for him wouldn't be much, isn't it? But luckily he can't stand on water, hence he couldn't get on the boat. Michael was also sailing. Michael is a solo sailor, so he sails alone. And he was less lucky. Just to tell you that Michael is still alive. But this is a mummy polar bear with 2 cubs who came on his boat. And so because his boat is much smaller, they were able to get in. So he had to call the Coast Guard, and luckily nothing bad happened. But that's a consequence of the changing climate, because they hunt from the sea ice. And the ice is not there anymore. So they go to villages to look for food. And local people are not allowed to shoot them unless they attack people. So they cause a lot of damage, breaking into houses, stealing food, going to garbage bins, and so on. And now let's move very quickly, 3,000 kilometers. And now we're meeting Vatsoni. He's welcoming us on Fiji, the second largest island, Vanuatu, and he says, warm welcome. It's another place of extraordinary beauty. I was very lucky to visit a village on that island called Vuonisavisavi. And very nice, welcoming, local Italki people there. And I was lucky to be taught indigenous mat weaving by Meredani, the former head teacher. So passing on indigenous knowledge usually happens inside the tribe, and I was honored to learn. But this village is close to the coast. And if you look carefully at this picture, you can see some black land. This is salt water, because the tides have gone higher, that comes to the village, and the shoreline erodes. And they should move somewhere else, because many houses have already been damaged, and you can only see the ruins. But they can't leave, because this is a sacred place. This is the birthplace of the very first king of Fiji. And the gods have told the people to guard this place. They can't move, and they suffer the consequences of climate change. So similarly, glaciers disappearing in East Greenland, we see shoreline disappearing in Fiji, and the soil turns infertile because it's soaked with salt. So what causes this problem? Just a reminder to ourselves, the problem we're talking about is caused by this villain. So we have CO2 molecules and other gases in the atmosphere. What is needed is to have 3 atoms for each of those molecules to trap heat and release it. So what we're talking about is human-made climate change, not what happens in the background, not the natural changes. The more we add those molecules in the atmosphere, the more they trap heat. There are all other sustainability problems you will hear about during today and the days to come. But climate change is one of those. The EU currently, under the Green Deal, has 175 regulations and directives that companies and people need to comply with. So we really trying, or we as the EU, is really trying to address this issue. Where are we now? This is what I promised to tell you. This is the data of Copernicus. You get different measurements. So this is the data is from September this year, so just last month. And based on the trend, that's the red line you can see in this picture. There's also some background that has disappeared from this slide here, telling the IPCC, that's the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, projections. So this red line has much steep angle, showing that the change is happening much faster. So on the vertical axis, you see the man-made increase in temperature. So, and if the change continues like that, the trend continues like that, then we cross the 1.5 line in a couple of years, in May 2029. 1.5 degrees, limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees, is very important, because if we go above that, the damages will increase substantially. The damages we saw in Greenland, East Greenland, and in Fiji. So let's go a year back and look at the picture from September, the same data, same database, September 2024. Then the crossing point was July 2030. So it's coming forward very quickly, much quicker than the scientists have been able to predict so far. There might be obviously something that we didn't know. Science doesn't know everything. Science is there to explore and get answers to the questions. But it looks like we're nearing that target very quickly. Not target, but that sad crossing point. But there's also some good news. And you hear about energy today, and energy transition much more than I will be telling you. Renewables, the rate of renewables in the energy mix has been growing much faster than the deployment of fossil fuels for energy, electricity production. It's good news, but it's not fast enough. Because you saw, when we go back, you saw the crossing point getting closer to us, where the climate has warmed 1.5 degrees. This is 2 years ago, this picture. It's 22nd of February, 7 o'clock. I'm still in bed in Cambridge, in my house. And my phone goes, bing. Look who we have here, says my friend. And you can recognize the lady in the middle of Sami people. This is Greta Thunberg, climate activist. She has been constantly complaining, and rightly so, that the governments don't take action. And now here she is, protesting against wind turbines in front of the Norwegian Ministry of Energy. Why I'm showing this slide? This is about fairness. Climate change is not just about deploying technologies, but it's also about fairness. And so says IPCC that human factors are really important. In order to move faster, there needs to be trust. There needs to be collaboration. And there needs to be recognition that some can do more and some can do less. And we also need to share the benefits of the transition, not just the burdens. That's a place where we tend to get stuck now, also in Europe, and very much so in Eastern and Central European countries. Ordinary people see electricity prices going up, and they don't understand why. And there are all other problems, cost of living crisis, war in Ukraine, and so on. So these are the things we need to deal with to speed up the transition. Negative consequences of the transition. If you look really carefully on top of the slide, you can see a tractor. These are blades of the wind turbines. Lifespan of wind turbine is 20 to 30 years. And there's not much that can be done with the blades, because it's fiberglass and resin, and to separate those is difficult. Companies working on this, but this is still difficult. By 2050, it has been estimated there'll be 43 million tons of blades buried into land waste. These are the problems we need to deal with in order to increase acceptability, decrease negative impacts of climate transition. People always ask me about the US. So Trump has now power. That means that everything is over, isn't it? No climate action, nothing is happening in the US. But it's not true. It's bad, as you can see from this slide. So you see the Trump administration, the trajectory of tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, so these are all greenhouse gases. And you say if the Biden's administration acts. So both don't meet the climate neutrality target, but not many people know that since 2007, the emissions have been declining in the US. So it's bad, but it's not the worst news. And the companies continue, the states continue taking actions. And if this term is over, probably everything goes back as it was before. The reason for that is very difficult to redo an investment. Many of you are business people. If once you have invested, suddenly to redo it is really, really difficult. You haven't seen my office yet, so I'll take you to my office. This is Cambridge, my office, and I have a small office for myself, and I look at the main office. It's 12 o'clock. It's 12 noon, not midnight. And something is wrong in this picture, if you look carefully. If you look at the ceiling, you can see that the lights are on. These people working on climate change. The lights are on during daytime. Why? We know that to produce electricity, fossil fuels are burned. We know that. UK has moved very fast, but there's still electricity from fossil fuel production. Why the lights on? Why don't people switch them off? I'm the angry bird going around in the office switching off lights. Why don't we take responsibility, each of us? It's not so difficult. But it's so easy to blame a government, it's easy to blame companies, it's easy to just find someone whose fault is that. I would say let's forget the past, and let's start doing things, even if they're very small things. Let's not look at our neighbor do things ourselves, even if they're very small things. And that's what we need to do now, urgently, each of us. I know we like nice lives, but we also need an urgent action in climate change. And thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much, Anela Kravi, for this great opening. Now we will have a very productive talk because Cécile Bartinev, Head of Mobility and International Retail Banking and Financial Services, Société Générale Group, is going to be here on the stage. And it is going to be a great conversation moderated by my colleague, Lucian Mândruță. He is one of the well-known journalists from Romania. And first of all, I think that he is great for his community. He's having a community about Lucian. Please join me on the stage because I want to hear from you.
Yes.
He started to talk about sustainability, education, ecological perspective, not from 2-3 years ago.
I do.
20 years ago,
Yeah.
I think. It's something that you created 20 years ago. Now you have a great community.
Going from Bucharest to Constanța by bike. This is what we started 18 years ago.
That's why Lucian is here. Thank you, Lucian, for being with us. The stage is yours.
Hi, good to be here with you. And we also have a
Cécile,
French
please.
guest here. But I need to tell you something in English before we talk to Cécile. Cécile, I just posted a photo of me at the Climate Change Summit, and I already have 70 comments. Would you care to know what they're all about?
Yeah, of course.
Guys, you're in the wrong place. Climate change does not exist. This is what my readers on Facebook tell me. 90% of them, they tell me this is a hoax, and they want to know a few things. First of all, if Greta's here. Second, if we're building a HARP machine to influence the climate, they don't believe in change, but they believe we have a HARP machine somehow. And second, if Ursula is coming with a private jet or not, because they would like to go to the airport. Okay, maybe just to see the jet, I don't know. So yeah, we're having a hard time discussing this. But on the other hand, I'm from the countryside, I'm from Argeș, and in my backyard, we already have 2-3 very old trees, older than me, which is quite a lot, that are dying because of they're thirsty. There's drought all over the place. Southern Romania has been hit hard for a few years now. We have very low humidity in the soil, and it just kills the trees. And this was not happening in our area. And we need to do something about it. It's not something opportunistic or greenwashing that we're discussing about. Now, if you excuse me, I need to go to my questions, specially prepared by George Soros. Here. Yes, we have a close relationship. Let's sit down. Now, we are going towards the Green Deal, European Union, together with others, or maybe on our own.
Yes.
And, you know, banks probably feel the need to get involved. It's a good thing to be there. Maybe it's money to be made. There are risks to be taken. So how do you feel about all this? Balancing the risks, but also the opportunity and somehow the social need for a change.
Yes, definitely there is a need. And I would just reiterate what the previous speaker, Dr. Anela Anger-Kravi, said. So climate change, despite all the posts you got, is here, and it's coming sooner than we thought, actually. Last year, in 2024, as Anela said, for the first time, the temperature went above the 1.5 degrees, which is kind of a hard ceiling we should get. And it's very likely, I think 70% chance that over the next 5 years, it will get above 1.5 degrees every single year. So it's really here, as you say, you see it in your backyard, and I guess we all see it in our own backyard, and that's true all over the world. As a bank, we definitely have a role to play. Société Générale, we started working on this topic more than 20 years ago, and Asina, who is here, will share that because she was one of the very pioneers in that area. How do we see our contribution? First, banks, we are redirecting savings into something. So what matters is we redirect these savings to make investment for a future that counts, that matters. And so that's why we are engaged in this ESG investment. First thing is to stop financing sectors that are super emitting. So we decided to reduce drastically our financing of upstream oil and gas by 80% by end of 2030, and we have already reduced by 50% since 2019. So that's one thing, which is not so easy, I can tell you, when you deal a lot with large oil and gas companies. Second is to commit financing. So we have committed already 300 billion euros financing to, I would say, ESG or green topics, and we did actually this financing in much faster than we expected. We expected to do it over 5 years, between 2020 to 2025. It's already done. And so we are reinitiating or recommitting to a new amount of 500 billion euros by 2030. And I bet we will also do that much faster. It will be split, or it is split, between, I say 80% is for environment-related topics, and 20% is for social-related topics, that's S in ESG. So it's a lot about low-carbon energy, sustainable real estate, and mobility also. We have some very large projects like Technique Solaire, it's about photovoltaic European portfolio, but also we have a lot of, you saw the blades, but actually onshore wind and offshore wind, despite the blade issue, is a big clean supplier of clean energy, and we have major projects here in Europe, but we also have major ones in Asia, in Japan or Korea, for example, which, as it is a nice way, I would say, to get clean energy, even if you don't have much land. And then we do also some emission reduction projects. Third thing is about committing equity. To get to ESG, you need to have some new technology. You have a lot of uncertainties related to these technologies, and this is a different type of investment, a different type of financing. So this is why we are also committing equity to a fund called RED, which is specialized in investing in firms who create or build this technology. And the way we do all this is also through being very data-driven. So we have defined, and actually Asina, I would say, has defined with her team criteria for 10 sectors, which we consider as hard to abate. And we define some kind of trajectory, and we help our clients converge to this trajectory to eventually contribute to the net zero. This approach is tailored to our clients, so as you can imagine, it's very different for large corporates where we are financing very large projects. For SMEs, we have a special expertise hub in France where we provide advice to our clients. And individuals, that's a completely different story. It's about more energy efficiency, for example, or recycling. One last point, and Anela mentioned that before, it's about the just transition. Because with all these changes, you also have an issue around, and I mentioned it, the price of energy. So how do we make sure that we don't have losers and winners? So this is part also of the things we look at. And you can have also, and you will definitely have issues with some assets that become stranded and some job loss. So this is also something we'll take into consideration and we work on with our clients.
Now, as you can see, we have lots of lights here. We're consuming quite a lot of energy here. And 5 years ago, I don't think anyone in this room, or maybe a few of us, cared where the energy is coming from. And I'm not talking whether it's solar or wind or whatever. Some of it is coming from other countries. And some of it is coming from fossil fuels from countries in the East. And that was not important 5 years ago. Now, it's a matter of national sovereignty, European security. It's a security risk. And everyone should do their part in tackling this security risk. Now, my question for you, Cécile, is how a bank like yours, Société Générale, is involved in, helping Europe become more energy self-sufficient?
Yes, so this question about energy independence or resilience is absolutely critical. It's true, and it's true everywhere in the world, actually. And definitely it's very acute here in Europe because of all the geopolitical constraints, but also economical ones. And I would say the good news is that Europe has set a framework to reduce dependency and to reduce imports around a framework that is around energy production, storage, grid flexibility, industry, energy efficiency, and also the supply of raw materials. So it starts, of course, with an ambition to reduce dependence on imports, the objective being to reduce gas importation by 30%. I guess, I hope Romania will be able to produce some.
Not optimistic here, but
yes.
I don't know.
But then we have maybe some local production, but even that might not be the ultimate goal, but still, it's a way to, from a geopolitical standpoint, it's one part of the solution. The second one is to accelerate on renewables. So I mentioned solar, wind, we have hydro, of course. Nuclear now is back on the scene, and we are part of the 13 banks who committed to finance nuclear in Europe. And the ambition is to multiply by 3 the power capacity produced by nuclear. That would be, we know it in France, and it's helpful. Then, of course, you have everything that is linked to interconnector, because you need to make sure that electricity goes around very smoothly, but also you need to have storage capacity, you need to have a smart grid. So we have some very interesting projects, not here, but in India, for example, where we have some we are financing actually, round-the-clock project, which allow to offset one of the drawback of renewables, which sometimes can be intermittent. It's an intermittent power. You are not sure you will have it all the time. So it's combining solar, wind, and storage to ensure a continuity. That's very interesting. And of course, battery is also something that needs to be developed. Another axis, a third axis, is to reduce the dependence on raw materials that are required for this energy transition. So it's about getting more domestic production, getting more recycling, and we're financing that too. Fourth axis is about efficiency, so being more, consuming less. That's just the very first thing, and it starts, for example, with buildings like this one. We discussed about the cost of heating such a place. And definitely, improving the efficiency of real estate is one of the main axes to improve energy or to reduce energy consumption. And the last axis is to support the localization, I would say, of the materials that is used for the clean energy. So it can be batteries, can be other topics. The objective of EU is that 40% of EU clean tech is built in EU by 2030, which is quite high.
Now, I remember 15 years ago, there was a huge scandal in Romania where some people were caught importing garbage from other countries. I think it was Italy or something like that. And funny thing, 15 years on, we are importing recycled materials coming out of garbage because other countries are well ahead of us when it comes to recycling. And that's legal, it's not a scandal. We need that for our industry. We are not recycling enough. We are not involved just as well in the circular economy. And my question for you is, how can banks finance the scaling up of the circular economy in countries like Romania, for instance?
So yes, recycling is one part of the efficiency, definitely. And it requires a systemic approach to the topic. And EU also is very much pushing recycling. And today we are in Europe, we are recycling about 12% of materials. And the target is to double by 2030. And definitely as a bank, this is also an axis that we are pushing and we are financing. I would like to say that it starts first with the product design. So I don't know if this is really a bank thing, but 80% of the criteria or the reasons why a product will be reusable are set at the time of the design of the product. So this is something super important. Then, of course, we are promoting recycling with incentive financing. So we are promoting waste-to-energy projects. We are promoting refurbishment and resale of used products like electronics, for example, computers. We are financing in France a textile-to-textile company. For our own needs, we are using the heat produced by data center and we are using it for urban heat. We are also working, and that's part of, we have a very large car leasing company, Avance, with more than 3 million cars. And what we are doing is we are extending the life cycle of the cars with multi-cycle life lease, which allow to extend the usage of the cars, and hopefully with EVs, batteries should last quite long, and the cars should be less damaged, and so we should be able to use them much longer. So that's how we do it. We also do it via some insurance products, which favor recycled activities, for example. And a bit like I was talking about the REIT fund, we also do it via equity investment. So we are investing in the Polestar fund, which is the first private equity fund dedicated to recycling. So there are many, many ways in which a bank, and SG particularly, is contributing to the financing of the emergence of the recycling and circular economy.
Now, we Romanians like to claim that we were way ahead of you in many respects. We're not. But when it comes to keeping a car long, my parents had this great experience of keeping a Renault 12, which was here called Dacia, for 25 years, and that was normal, and now it's all gone. But going back to my last question, and I think we need to finish up quite quickly. We had this legend this year that the French are coming to take our water from one of the dams in Romania. Yes, they are. I mean, they're not, but this is what the legend said. It was an online meme. The French companies are coming in to take our dam reservoir in Carpathian's water and ship it to France because they're out of water. And it worked because people are really worried about water, especially in the south of Romania. I told you there's a lot of drought. And this is going to be a problem more and more for Europe, especially for the southern Europe parts. And I want to know what is the banking sector supposed to do? What do you feel it needs to be done to finance more accessibility for water?
So I will let Asina deep dive on that. But definitely water is, I think it's the next big topic, and we talked about it already a few years ago with Asina. I know it's not an easy topic to address, But today we estimate that 7 billion investment is required and 27 or 30 by 2030. So it's really a massive investment that will be required there. You can already see it at play everywhere. So there are different ways to get water and to improve the water. So it's about improving efficiency, like for the heat. It's about also reducing consumptions, having the right pricing. It's about improving availability with desalination, for example, with the recycling of water, and also with better or cleaner agricultural and industrial practices. We have several projects. We have financed, I think, around 15 projects around the world, a lot in the MENA regions, from North Africa, Middle East, to improve access to water, to improve to create desalination capacity. And definitely we are there. We are creating an expertise center around water to make sure that we have the expertise to understand the opportunities, the risk, and that we can really support our clients in all these projects.
Thank you, Cécile. Ladies and gentlemen, this was Cécile Bartenieff, Head of Mobility, International Retail Banking and Financial Services at Société Générale. J'étais Lucien Mindruta. Merci, Cécile. Au revoir.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Lucian, Cécile. Thank you so much for this conversation. Now the next panel will be about translating IPCC scenarios into CE national policy. And here on the stage will be Diana Urghe-Vorsaț, Vice Chair, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change IPCC, Professor at Central European University, is one of Europe's foremost climate scientists, with over 2 decades of work in energy efficiency and sustainable policy. Also as Vice Chair of IPCC, she contributed to shaping the world's most influential climate assessments. So, please come here on the stage, Diane. It's my pleasure to have you at Climate Change Summit. Applause for Diane.
Thank you very much. Indeed, Anela was right that you're doing really nice introductions, so that certainly makes me also blush. Anyway, it's an absolute privilege to be here, and equally to Anela Kraver, I'm also from Eastern Europe, so it's always great to see so many people being committed to climate solutions. So let me offer just a couple of insights, starting from the IPCC wisdom, but how we can actually into policy and action in Eastern Europe, what are our specific priorities, especially in the present economic situation. I guess after Anela's excellent keynote presentation, I don't need to prove anymore that we are really warming. This is the show your stripes. You can always do it also for your city yourself. But just mind the scale. So here every year is a bar, a color. Anything that is blue, it is colder than the average of 1960 to 2010, and anything that is red is warmer than that average. So we see that basically since the turn of the millennia, we have entered into a very different climate than most of us have been actually grown up, and the new generation is already has no idea what the climate was like that civilization and all our infrastructure was built for. We have left that climate. So, but look at the scale. This is only the last year's only about 1 degree warming. But let's look at the Bucharest, what's happening in Bucharest. So the trend is the same, but look at the scale. We are looking at already in the last year was already 3 degrees warmer than even the average of most of us who are sitting in this room, in the average of our lives. So we are completely in a different climate, and yes, Europe is warming. Europe is the fastest warming continent, and Bucharest, along with all our other cities, is experiencing that already. So, fortunately, we have the solutions. And the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has shown report after report and report that, yes, we can still solve it, even though halting climate change at 1.5 degrees centigrade is already challenging, but every fraction of a degree matters, and we know we can get there. We also know that it will not ruin the economies. In fact, the economic impact of full mitigation to even 1.5 degrees or something very close to that will be significantly less than the damage that climate change is going to do to our economies, and it's already doing to our economies. Well, it's simple. All we have to do is, of course, quote unquote, just go to net zero carbon dioxide emissions. And we even know how to do that. This is just a nice little cartoon, but yes, and don't only look down for energy, but look also up for energy. And the great news is that we have been incredibly successful at this. In fact, I will show you that we have been more successful at this than almost anyone ever predicted or in our wildest dreams. So this is a figure from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change 6th Assessment Report. What it shows that the different renewable energy technologies and electric vehicles, most important technology, battery, the costs have fallen so much that they're already well in the range. The yellow is the range of the fossil fuel cost. So we are absolutely competitive with fossil fuels in energy production. In fact, by now, in the majority of the world, solar energy is the cheapest form of energy. Of course, if we don't take any different subsidies, but just based on a cost basis. And this is increasing in all the world. And we do see, as a result, enormous increase in deployment and uptake of this. Look at this. These are all exponential curves, and we are very proud that Eastern Europe is also, this is also happening in Eastern Europe. For example, Hungary, I'm really proud. Hungary is now the top country in the world in terms of the share of solar energy in total electricity production. Last year we produced one quarter of all our electricity just from solar energy. And this has been achieved basically in 5 years. In 5 years, we raised our solar energy generation by 6-fold, not the capacity, the total generation. So yes, it is happening also in our region faster than we thought. And this is just the figure on how the International Energy Agency, the top think tank on energy, have consistently predicted the share of renewable energy, and especially solar energy, but all of this. And I could show many other examples. We, year after year after year after year, have never been able to predict how. So the deployment has exceeded our wildest dreams. Also, the decline in the costs have exceeded our wildest dreams. And yes, as a result, we can also see that, although we don't usually say that, but we always just complain that nothing happening, that's actually not true. Since the start of the 6th assessment report, we have taken the word of 2 of our 5 climate scenarios. The 2 worst climate pathways will no longer be possible to happen unless something goes really wrong in the climate system that we don't yet fully understand. But we have, just since the Paris Agreement, we have signed the Paris Agreement a decade ago. We have done so much. So the great news. So why are we here, right? We can all go home because it's all done. Well, unfortunately, not quite. Not quite. So even despite the wildest success in renewable energy, carbon dioxide concentrations just keep increasing. And not only do they keep increasing, but as this figure shows, the extreme is, the record has been exceeded by a record. So never has been such a big growth in the Earth's carbon dioxide concentration as in 2024. So we are still far from being there. So what's wrong? If everything goes so wonderfully, or even more wonderfully than we ever planned. So let's look at, for example, global electricity production. And what you see here is the different fuels. And yes, the green part is fantastically increasing. It's really, we are doing so well in renewable energy. But there is no energy transition. What's happening is energy addition. So we are not yet really replacing the fossil fuels with this enormous success in renewable energies. We are just adding the new energy. So that's the problem, that our hunger for energy keeps increasing more than our ability to increase our energy, our green energy production, even as we are doing better than we ever thought. So what this means is that it's not enough to only think about how we produce energy, how to do it cleanly. But in fact, we also need to look at the other side of the equation, that maybe we have to try to do more with less. We have to see how we can live better with less energy and material demand. Without that, without putting the two together, it seems we are not going to be able to bend the emissions curves significantly, although hopefully we are peaking this year, but it remains to be seen. And also here, there is some really nice stories to tell. So what we see is that both the European Union and Romania have been able to actually stabilize electricity, per capita electricity demand, despite a major growth in our GDP. So we really have managed to decouple. See, Romania has been grown even more, but the European Union has been grown as well, and going back to the per capita electricity consumption, it means that Romania is now supplying more wealth, more well-being, more than double than after the 1989, the fall of communism. But still, you don't need more electricity for it. From the same amount of electricity, or in fact less, you have doubled the wealth and well-being, despite all the new uses of electricity and everything. But the challenge is this may actually be changing soon, because there are certain trends which may not be able to uphold this trend, the reducing, because the European Union not only kept constant but reduced. We have reduced by per capita, even total, European Union managed to reduce our total electricity consumption by 12% since 2012. That's when the peak was. Sorry, 2007, and we reduced by 12%. But we may not be able to continue because of three important trends. One is, of course, AI, and which is amazing, but just in brackets, I'm not sure if we really need all that slopes that are going up, the crazy videos now on social media. They require enormous amounts of energy. Do we really need all of them? Anyway, that's a different question, because they are costing us a lot of energy. But also, in fact, we only talk about the electricity use of data centers, but in fact, cooling is increasing our electricity demand more than data centers. And of course, electrification, for example, electric mobility, which we need. So we may not be able to continue this trend. Probably electricity demand will start going up. And then it will be even more challenging to meet to do the real energy transition, to replace fossils instead. So as the IPCC has also shown, what we should think much more about before we start talking about how to decarbonize our different industries and our electricity system or energy system. Before that, first, for every new kilowatt hour, we should ask ourselves, do we really need that kilowatt hour? Can we do the same or even better service with less energy and materials? And very often there are really excellent solutions. For example, let me then focus on the area which is especially important in our region because of the communist legacy or the centrally planned legacy. And actually this is true for the entire European Union. We all know about how important coal and oil and gas is, but we have no idea what we are using energy for. In fact, half of all of our energy demand and final energy use in the European Union is for heating and cooling. Half. That's a very significant amount, and most of that does go to space heating and space cooling. And that's the greatest news and the greatest opportunity, because by now we know how to virtually zero that without big extra costs. Because what we know is we can build and retrofit every single building to net zero energy with no rocket science. In fact, for new construction, it is at the same cost as regular construction. And this is just a paper a review paper in which I collected all the recent advances and proved that not only can we do it, but it's actually at the same cost or even cheaper. So this paper contains a lot of the evidence and also how we can do it for retrofits. So yes, one of the inventions, although it was original idea came from the United States in the oil crisis. This is the house of Amory Lovins, which was the first kind of passive house, this was that time the 77th banana crop, and the house has no heating system, and it is at 2,000-meter elevation in the Rocky Mountains. And he just says, yeah, because it was cheaper to build without a heating system. So that's the concept of the passive house, and we don't have to go far, because Romania also has. I just picked one beautiful example of that, but we have lots in Eastern Europe. You just don't know, because they look just nice house, and there is no difference. It doesn't visually differentiate from other types of buildings. But these buildings virtually don't use any energy for heating and much lower for cooling if they are needed. And it is a European innovation. The passive house concept was coined in Germany, and there are so many of the examples in Europe, also in Eastern Europe. But still, it is not European industry which is benefiting from it. It's the Chinese industry which is benefiting it. Another example where we have the innovations and we are not profiting from that. I think we need to ask ourselves. This is, in China, they do passive houses not by one little building, but by whole cities. And all this, what you see here, is a passive house, and they are being sold out as candy, not because of energy, not because of climate, but because of health. It's so much healthier to live and comfort. It's more healthier and comfortable to live in a passive house. But that's a different story. Their passive house conferences have 40,000 people per year. In Europe, perhaps 400. So the point is that if you talk about the European economy, we would have so much, we have the expertise, we have the experience. We could build the industry to retrofit buildings to net zero level if we put more emphasis on this, because we have done this. This is from social housing in Hungary, from municipal budget, what you get, every municipality gets. It has been example after example. So you can actually do this without extra cost. We also showed the word. We showed the word that it's possible also for retrofit. This is the Solonova example. This is the kind of building that is all around the former Soviet bloc. And we showed that by not rocket science, fairly simple technologies to retrofit, you can decrease energy demand by 85%. Basically, you zero you practically zero the energy demand. And it's not even the energy demand. People just love living in such buildings. I went and talked to many of the inhabitants. They have to clean. 1/5 less. This is in a otherwise polluted area. The iron smelter, the dust doesn't come in. And I know I'm only speaking to the ladies here, but I'm sure they will know that that's a really important improvement in our quality of lives, but also because there is no noise and just the air quality is so much better. They just love living there. So in my research center at the Central European University, and also for these papers, we have just modeled how would energy demand change if we simply everybody started switching just to best practice, lowest energy demand, new construction, and also when we retrofit, we would retrofit to the passive house levels. And as compared to baseline, you really can almost close to zero, the energy demand for heating and cooling. Just think about, I didn't put in the slide, but we also are publishing now that we could basically get rid of all of natural gas imports from outside the EU just from this measure. And we wouldn't need to. It's not replaced by something, but it's replaced by nothing, because you just don't need, in a passive house, you virtually don't need any heating. So there are so many benefits that really it would be crucial for Eastern European policies to focus much more on building retrofits to zero, deep retrofits, so not just saving a little here, a little energy there. No, you need a systemic approach to mean go to minus 85 or minus 90% to save 90% the energy. There are so many other benefits. We can eradicate energy poverty. We still have lots of people in our countries who cannot afford adequate heating, and that's why they suffer in their health, in their productivity, in their work. They also pay enormous disproportionate amounts for their heating bills, so we can reduce that. We have plenty of evidence how productivity and health improves if you live in such buildings. Hungary, for example, could save 5 sick days per person per year if we all switched to living in passive house level housing. This is from the PhD dissertation of one of my students who is now a professor in the United Kingdom. But also just improving social welfare, but all the avoided large energy bills. But also, we do try to compensate for energy poverty, so a lot of our subsidies are going there. We wouldn't need that. Instead, spend that on a long-term solving of energy poverty. But also energy security. I mentioned natural gas imports, and also significant local job creation. You can retrofitting your buildings can only be done locally. You cannot outsource those jobs. You cannot export those jobs to China or wherever. So it is local job creation and also significant improvements in energy quality. So I do hope that I have managed to persuade that we have the solutions. It's also not going to break the bank. In fact, it's going to cost much less than the impacts of climate change. Nevertheless, we do need very strong government support and also financing, because net zero retrofits are not going to happen by themselves. We cannot expect the owners to put up that money, because upfront costs are high, but it is our absolute national and social public interest to go down this route, because not only do we solve many of our social problems, but by the way, we also reduce our emissions significantly, since, again, in our countries, even more than 50% of our total final energy use comes from heating and cooling. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Diane. If you want to talk more with our speakers, you can download the app and make some appointments with one of them. So it's very easy to talk more with them. Now, reframing climate as a global trust imperative is the thematic for the next speaker, Hassan Damlouji, Director Global Nation. He's a British Iraqi development strategist and author who's spent his career building global cooperation and on complex challenges. Also, as a Director of Global Nation and former Deputy Director at Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, he has led the initiatives connecting governments, philanthropies, and civil society. In reframing climate as a global trust imperative, Hassan challenged us to see climate change as a test of whether humanity can truly act together. It's like we started the event today. Please come here on the stage. Applause for Hassan Damlouji. Hello, thank you so much for being with us today at Climate Change.
Thank you. Okay, good morning. Well, we just heard a really great speech about how so much is possible today. And you'd think in many ways that we have everything we need, right, to fix climate change. Understanding the problem, check. The greenhouse gas effect, whereby people started to understand that carbon dioxide and methane, unlike the other gases in the atmosphere, actually trap solar energy and warm the planet, happened in the 19th century. And now it's not only the majority, the complete consensus of scientists that climate change is man-made and is a big problem for the planet and for people. The majority of publics in every country also understand that. Knowing what to do, check. And not just from what we heard in the last speech. We know what we need to do. We need to rapidly reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. We need to reduce our reliance on livestock and our food systems. And we need to reduce the amount of carbon dioxide that's already in the air, both through natural means, by planting more trees and other things, as well as through carbon capture and storage. Okay, so we know there's a problem. We know what to do. What about the tools to do it? Well, we have most of the tools already today. The extraordinary reduction in the cost of renewable energy means that just in the last few years, the economics has changed significantly. And yes, it's true that some more innovation is needed in battery technology and in carbon capture, maybe to slow the melting of the ice caps. But fundamentally, we have the tools in our hands for the first time to solve climate change. So what could possibly go wrong? Well, a lot, apparently. Because over the last year, we've breached 1.5 degrees of global warming compared to industrial levels. And we've also, it's just been announced by the World Meteorological Organization, been the year in which we've released more greenhouse gases into the atmosphere than ever before. So what's gone wrong? The first thing to recognize is that energy transitions do not happen naturally due to market forces, and they never have before. It's not the case that the emergence of new energy sources makes previous energy sources extinct, because our desire for energy is so great that we'll always find uses for whatever energy sources are available to us. Consider the burning of wood, which was the great source of energy that mankind started to exploit after muscle power. Did wood burning get consigned to history after the exploitation of coal in the Industrial Revolution? No. We burn more wood now than ever before. And was coal reduction reduced in the age of oil and gas? No. We burn more coal now than ever before. And fossil fuels taken as a whole, now that solar is so cheap, we burn more fossil fuels now than ever before. China is a perfect example of this. It leads the world in the manufacturing and the deployment of solar power. And China has deployed hundreds of new nuclear power stations in recent years. And yet it also leads the world on burning coal. We're so energy hungry in the past as well as today that energy transitions just don't happen because of the economics. We need to collectively decide that we're going to transition, and then we need to enforce that collective decision. Throughout history, as new energy sources have come online, it's just been a case of more and more and more. This time, it needs to be more of this and this and this, and less of this and this and this. And we're very, very bad at that. I'm here to tell you that the global climate crisis is a global solidarity crisis. And that solidarity crisis is quite well illustrated by this chart. More than 2/3 of people say that they're prepared to sacrifice 1% of their income to fight climate change. And that is all we need. And yet they think that less than half of other people are also prepared to do the same. We want to act, but we don't trust each other to act. And that prevents us, in turn, from acting. At my organization, Global Nation, we believe that the climate science we most need is not the science of clean energy, it's the science of solidarity. To many people, solidarity is a fuzzy term, a sense of being in it together, a feeling of unity. But they couldn't define it precisely. They wouldn't know how to measure it, and they would probably think it's either there or not there. They wouldn't have a plan for how to strengthen it. And we need to get better than that, because solidarity is the technology that humans have developed over millions of years to enable us to solve collective action problems like climate change. And by using a scientific approach, just like battery technology, we can understand it and figure out how to improve it. True solidarity consists of 3 elements. And those elements can strengthen each other over time. A society can't be said to have solidarity just because people feel that they're in it together if they're not prepared to act on that. No. The level of solidarity in society is a function of to what extent all 3 of these elements exist at the same time. Firstly, solidaristic identities. Do people feel that they belong together, and are they prepared to make sacrifices on behalf of the group? Secondly, solidaristic institutions. Have we built organizations, treaties, mechanisms, organizations that can work to implement the cooperation we need? And crucially, have we given them the mandate and the resources that they need to do that? And thirdly, solidaristic impacts. We may not have solved our problems, but do we have some track record of success? Do we have demonstrable evidence that this cooperation adds up to something? If all 3 of these are in place, a society can be said to have strong solidarity. Now, that could apply to your family. You might feel that you're all in it together as a family. You might have rules as to who's going to do the dishes. And you might have over the years, helped each other. It could apply to your village, to your town. It could certainly apply to your country. But these rules of how we solve collective action problems also apply to the global level. Humans have an extraordinary amount of solidarity at the different scales of cooperation that we've built. But mostly at the smaller scales. And climate change is a global challenge. So it can only be addressed through global solidarity, and that is where we are lacking. Every year, my organization, Global Nation, measures global solidarity, and we publish the report every year in the Global Solidarity Report, and the new one for 2025 is coming out in just a few weeks. And this measurement effectively answers the question, to what extent do we have the elements in place that we need to solve collective action problems that are global, like pandemics, climate change, conflict, and inequality? And we do this by measuring each of those 3 elements of solidarity that I just explained. So to measure identities, we do global public opinion surveys to see to what extent do people feel like citizens of the world, but also to what extent they want their taxes to go towards solving global problems, and to what extent they support institutions having enforcement powers over those collective agreements we make on the environment. To measure institutions, we ask how much funding goes to multilateral institutions, but also when countries come to international forums, do they agree with each other or disagree? The gender equality in critical institutions for international cooperation, and the level of international trade, which represents all of that international cooperation, or much of that international cooperation, that is not mediated by governments, but that is by private individuals and organizations. And we measure impacts by collecting data on greenhouse gas emissions, but also vaccination rates, the level of conflict deaths every year, and the extent to which the poorest countries in the world are catching up with the richest, or in fact falling further behind. And our data, which stretches back in time now, shows that global solidarity has been falling for the last 15 years. So the cycle of solidarity is in reverse. You see, in good times, that feeling of togetherness encourages people to create stronger institutions. Those stronger institutions create more of a track record of success, and that track record of success, in turn, strengthens people's desire to cooperate. And that is how slowly over time we've built more solidaristic societies, especially at the level of countries like this one. But the cycle can go into reverse. And that is especially where a sense that it's not actually working, that we don't know how to make progress, weakens people's identities in feeling part of that bigger whole and wanting to make sacrifices, which in turn weakens institutions, which in turn reduces our track record of success, and that in turn weakens those solidaristic identities. That is what is happening by now. Some people are being tempted by the lie perpetrated, especially by the oil lobby, that climate change is a hoax. That's a minority, but many more are giving into the despair that there's nothing we can do. And so if we're going to maintain life on Earth as a livable planet, the direction of this graph needs to change. We already had insufficient solidarity to reach net zero in 2010. Now we have even less. The risk is that the international community goes into a death spiral where more feeling of despair translates into institutions which are more at conflict, more violence, less trust, and so on and so on. You see, solidarity is not about a specific issue. It's about building community. It's about people. Some people imagine that the United States and China can cooperate effectively on climate change while fighting over trade. They are wrong. It's just not how humans work. We either trust each other or we don't. We either rise together as a community tackling climate change and other challenges, or we're going to fail on them all. For evidence of this, try to name one country right now that is in the middle of a civil war and has an excellent healthcare system. Try to name a country that has a brilliant police force and terrible education. You're going to struggle. Because we either have enough solidaristic identities, institutions, and that track record of success that allows us to solve multiple of these problems, or we're going to fail on them all. And the same, of course, is true of global challenges. So how can we kickstart global solidarity, even in this low-trust world, to bend the direction of that graph and get back on track? Well, because solidarity is so connected, any improvement in solidarity will help us fight climate change, resolving conflicts in Eastern Europe or in the Middle East, successful pandemic response, building trust through cooperation, cultural exchange. All of these things, even if climate change is never mentioned, help us reach net zero because they create a world in which shared sacrifices are more possible. But there are also steps we can take that are much more clearly related to climate change. You see, the biggest factor that is affecting solidarity when it comes to climate change is a sense that it's not working. Many, especially European countries, have reduced their emissions, and yet every year we see the news that global emissions are going up and climate change is getting worse. And this feeds the notion that there's nothing we can do that can really make a difference. What we need to overcome this is a set of confidence-boosting initiatives that create ripple effects, gradually building more trust over time. We call these groups of initiatives coalitions of the willing and constituencies of the willing. Coalitions of the willing are groups of governments that come together even without a global treaty and just get on with making progress because they want to, because they see it as in their interest. An example of this is the C40. It's a group of governments of cities that even though many of them, especially in the United States, are in a country that is not supporting climate action, they are part of a global network of cities that are going to take climate action either way. It was called C40 because it started off with 40 cities, now it's over 100, so you can see the ripple effect. With so much of humanity living in cities and so much climate emissions coming from cities, as well as vulnerability to climate change being in cities, there's a lot that they can do without their governments. But it's only going to work if that track record of success then leads the others to come on board. We've been working with climate scientists, economists from the Potsdam Institute to create new coalitions by demonstrating economically that there are a set of countries who can concretely and selfishly benefit from climate action, and so they can get on with it without waiting for others. So then you can start the process. Now, constituencies of the willing is the same, but for businesses and individuals and civil societies, that even though they're not by law forced to act, they get on and they do it. Greta Thunberg's famous climate protests a few years ago were an example of that. The business commitment of 1% for people and planet is an example of that. And my organization, Global Nation, is working with some wonderful people to launch a new constituency of the willing early next year. So watch this space for that. Events like today, we are a constituency of the willing. No one forced us to be here, and we've all decided we want to take action. But I want to leave you with this. In such a divided world, it's tempting to think that our only responsibility is to do our bit. Sadly, that's not enough. If we limit ourselves only to solving our bit of the problem in a constituency of the willing or our country as part of European agreements on this, it's not enough. Our actions have to be judged not only on what we achieve individually, but whether we cause those ripple effects, whether we are actually part of sparking more global solidarity in order to eventually turn the curve on that graph. Because without that, everything we do is just rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic before it sinks. But if the work we do today in this room, in the initiatives we're building, in the businesses that we are leading, into ripple effects that actually bring others on board, we can rebuild that cycle of solidarity and solve climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hassan. With Hassan and other guests, you can meet again at Green Stage at 4 p.m. It will be a very interesting panel. Now, navigating risk in climate and changing climate, not in climate change. My guest is a senior vice president at Resilience. He's a company born out of the University of Cambridge and helps organizations navigate climate risk. He also has a background in environmental economics and complex systems, and he developed models that quantified how climate impacts business resilience. My guest is Scott Kelly, Senior Vice President, Resilience.
Thank you so much. Hello, conference. So my name is Scott Kelly. Thank you for the invitation to be here today in this beautiful country, in this beautiful city, and in this magnificent building. So today, I want to talk about navigating risk in a changing climate. I work in a company called Resilience, and we help corporates financially quantify their risks to both physical risk and transition risk from climate change. So I want to start by saying we are experiencing accelerating and escalating climate extremes, and last year was no exception. In 2024, it was the hottest year on record. In fact, the last 10 years were the hottest years on record. As has been mentioned at times in this conference, we've also exceeded 1.5 degrees Celsius. In fact, some estimates say we're even close to 1.6 degrees for last year alone. But the important thing is that it's also been a year of extremes. So in 2024, we had record-breaking floods across Europe, devastating infrastructure, farms, livelihoods. We've had record-breaking heat waves in Asia, and we've had the wildfires in California in the US, where the dry season has started earlier and lasted for longer, which suggests that the probability of these events is just going to get more extreme as we move forward. And the reason for this, there's a number of reasons for this. Firstly, temperature and warming are accelerating. So new research has come out which shows that actually temperatures are accelerating over time. The rate of increase is going up. So between 1940 and 1980, you can see the curve here. Between 1980 and 2010, that was 5 times the rate of increase. And in the latest period, 2010 to 2024, that has increased to 7 times the rate of what it was previously. So things are happening much faster than scientists originally predicted, which means risks are accumulating in the system, which means we need to act faster to try and deal with these risks moving forward. So now this next chart represents global average temperature anomalies. It starts in 1964 and it will move forward to today. I'll show you what this looks like here. This is affectionately called the jellyfish chart because it wobbles around a little bit on the stage like this. And that's because of the La Nina and El Nino effects that are happening around the world. But I think there's two important things that I want you to take away from this chart today. Firstly, that the average temperature has increased. It's something that we're all familiar with in the room today. But secondly, and I think what is less discussed in the climate circles, is that actually the distribution has flattened, and you can see here the tails have got much fatter and wider than what they were previously. And it's in the tails of this distribution where the risks accumulate. So averages are important for telling us direction, but really what we need to be paying attention to is the tails, because that is where the extreme events are occurring, that is where droughts are happening, this is where wildfires are occurring. So if there's one thing you want to take away from my presentation, pay attention to the tails. And all this is leading to physical damage across the world. So this is an estimate from the World Economic Forum, which shows that over the last 2 decades, damages have doubled in size. Floods, 1.7x, storms, 2.6x, droughts, 4 times what they were 2 decades ago, and wildfires, 2.6x. It's important to recognize that this is just physical damage. It doesn't allow or account for the economic losses in the economy as well. So true losses are an order of magnitude higher than this again. Another type of risk is transition risk. And so this is what we also deal with at Resilience. And this is an update to our models, which shows that transition risks have also increased across the board. And this is because we're on a current policies trajectory for warming, and we're not decarbonising fast enough. So this is building up risks in the system, because if we want to get to net zero in the timeline that's available to us, we need to do that much faster than we had previously allowed for, which means we need to move much faster in the economy, which means systems need to move faster, which means we have more risks. And you can see here these risks have gone up quite substantially. Policy risk, so carbon prices, 165% increase, all the way to investor risk, which has gone up as well. So not just about physical risk, it's also about transition risk, and these risks are accumulating. If we look at the global economy, there's been some very important papers and research that have come out over the last 12 to 24 months. In the top left, we see a report from the Institute for Faculty of Actuaries. These guys know what they're talking about, right? These guys do risk for a living, and they predicted that the global economy could face a 50% drop in GDP between 2070 and 2090. On the top right, we have a report that was published last month from S&P, which showed there's a 50% chance of economic costs from global warming could be between 9 and 33%. So this is, S&P is a financial analytics company, a credit rating agency, well respected in the industry, are coming up with numbers like this. We have the Network for Greening the Financial System, also suggesting that under current policies that have been announced and pledged by countries today, we could see the world economy will have less output of 30% by 2100. And then finally, some research in Nature from the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research suggests that we're already experiencing 19% losses, no matter what scenario we're talking about, that are bedded into the system, which is difficult to get out of unless we put in adaptation measures to mitigate some of those risks. So these are big numbers that we're talking about here. So what we do at Resilience is we take a systems risk perspective to quantify how these risks are going to manifest for business, manifest for societies, and manifest for countries. And this is the standard risk framework where you're looking at the hazard. So this includes acute extreme events, and also chronic risks, so slow-moving temperatures and sea level rise and the impacts of those. We look at the exposure, so where are assets located, where do businesses operate their supply chains, where are critical infrastructure systems located in the world, and how are they in line for those extreme weather events. And then finally, and importantly, we need to consider vulnerability. So what adaptation measures are in place and what resilience measures are in place to mitigate some of those risks. And it's only when you bring all of these elements together that you're able to get a full picture of what the financial and economic impacts of climate change will be. And then all of these things together, when you add time dimension, there's actually a multiplier effect in the economy, which multiplies these risks even further. But then when you look at our social, our economic, and our infrastructure systems, there are non-linear impacts. So these things are very difficult to predict in reality. If you look at the effect of human labor, you see people are okay up to a certain temperature, but then when it gets to a certain threshold, there's a massive drop-off and people stop working. So these non-linear effects are important in terms of assessing the economic damages. If you look at transport systems or flood defenses, flood barriers are okay until a critical point, and then once water breaches that flood defense, you have catastrophic failure of that system. Energy systems are the same. And even yield, we're entering a period where there are large parts of the world that won't be able to grow some of the crops that we grow today just because of the change in temperature and change in precipitation moving forward. So not only is the natural system a non-linear system, but the social, economic, and infrastructure systems that we depend on are also non-linear systems, and so understanding these relationships is critical. And if we look across different sectors and societies, the key thing I want you to take away from this chart is that it actually varies quite a lot. So if we look on the left, we see the physical impacts of climate change across different regions and across different sectors across the top. In a 3-degree world, this chart shows that the EBITDA impact for physical risk could be above 25% for these companies operating in these zones. So it's the sectors that you would expect. Communication services, utilities, construction and infrastructure, those sectors with a large physical footprint will be impacted the most from physical risk. And then if you look at transition risk, which is this chart on the right, again, it varies by sector, but over the short term, so this is until 2030, we see up to 50% loss in their EBITDA values or profitability of those companies over this period. So these aren't small numbers, and so we need to start planning for how we're going to transition these sectors and these companies to mitigate some of these risks. And we're all familiar with the backlash in the media that's been happening over the last year or two. But actually, when you look at the underlying data, the fundamental data, companies are aware that transition risk is important, and they know that physical risks are going to impact their business. And they also know that when they invest in initiatives, they invest in technologies, that there's a positive return on those investments. And even if you ask people, there was a great survey that was done last year, which surveyed something like 75,000 people around their thoughts on climate change, and 80% of them wanted their governments to do more for climate action. So I think there's an overwhelming sense that actually we are going to transition, and what you're seeing here on the left is hopefully just a short blip, a short period that we're going through, and we will end up in a better place in the next 5 years. So I'm going to wanted to conclude on more of a happy note. So this chart on the left shows the economic impacts from climate change. So here estimated at between 16 to 22% economic loss in a 3-degree scenario. But then if you look at these middle charts, it suggests that we can actually do quite a lot to mitigate the path that we're on. So here, that dark blue box there shows 11 to 13% can be mitigated through carbon mitigation measures. So reducing our carbon emissions in society, we can reduce loss, but also through adaptation. So that light blue section there shows how much we can mitigate these losses through our adaptation measures in society. So there is some losses that are potentially locked in, maybe 4 to 6%, but if we wanted to, if we acted now to mitigate the worst effects, we can avoid the worst costs of climate change. And for those of you who are on a journey and need a plan to know where to go next and navigate the risk map ahead, I put together this quick slide to show what I think the core features are of a good plan looks like. So firstly, what gets measured gets managed. So we need to quantify our emissions, quantify our footprint. We need to estimate our transition risk. And that means financially quantify that risk so it can be compared with other risks. evaluate our physical risks, what facilities are located in areas that are exposed to extreme weather events, and importantly, undertake scenario analysis, because it's only through scenario analysis that we can understand what the most extreme scenarios and the impacts of those scenarios will have on the business, on our companies, on our assets, and our cities. Manage risk. So this is about minimizing our exposure, identifying the areas that are most at risk, decarbonize operations and assets in your business, in your organization, and importantly, invest in adaptation and resilience, because climate change is happening and we need to start planning for that. Third, strategize risk. And so this is about getting your internal house in order, putting in the correct governance processes at the top of the organization, getting governance aligned, getting shareholders aligned. It's about building a climate culture within the organization so that everyone in the organization is on the same page and everyone's clear on where that North Star is and where the business needs to get to. It's about reshaping the business to be low carbon, to be more sustainable, and making the decisions today that will have an impact in 5, 10, 20 years into the future. And it's about working with suppliers, it's about working with customers, and it's about working potentially with competitors to come up with the solutions for the betterment of everyone. And then finally, it's important to report what you're doing. This is set up monitoring process and review those processes, disclose the company's or organization's exposure to risks so that others can identify and make better informed decisions, disclose your adaptation decisions, and disclose your transition plan. So that investors, so that your customers, and so that other people in society can make more informed decisions. And then there's the final step is actually repeat this and improve it over time. So then go back to the start. How can you improve your measurement? How can you get better assessment and scenario analysis so that this process is a continual loop and improvement to your organization? And through this process, I think that as a society and as a world, we will achieve our target of hitting net zero. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I just want to announce you that live on We Don't Have Time, you can check it also in real time on X. There are more than 130,000 people. I think that there are going to be more. Hello to our global audience again. Thank you for being with us all over the world. Building future-proof cities, it's our next thematic panel. And here on the stage is going to be co-founder for Cities Forum. It is a global platform connecting urban leaders, innovators, and planners. And also, my guest worked with cities across Europe to integrate mobility, technology, and, of course, sustainability into their long-term vision. In building future-proof cities, he shares what it takes to design cities that are not only smarter, because we want smarter cities, but also more human, resilient, and prepared for what's ahead. So, ladies and gentlemen, my guest is Jamie Ruiz, who is co-founder Cities Forum.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you
Hello.
so much for being with us. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Oil paid for my studies and my sisters. Oil allowed my mother to work as a housewife without the need of working, and allowed my father to buy a small house near the beach in Spain, where I come from. But it had a cost. My father worked in the oil industry for 40 years. He lived in, let's say, oil drilling fields in very unpleasant places and countries. This picture was taken in Congo, in Africa. My father stayed working during 1 month in a row, and then came at home another 1 month. So he missed a lot of birthdays and family celebrations. It was tough. And you know what? He died 6 months before I got into the local energy and climate change agency of my city. So he was witness of where I was going to work. I started to work in exactly the opposite he did. I worked in fostering renewable energies, in decarbonizing our city's economy, in fostering the electric vehicle. So I would say we are the perfect example of a change of era. My father worked in the era of fossil fuels, and I've been working in the era of sustainability, digital and green cities. So I'm saying that because it's important to focus our work and our attention in the most important thing. We are working in fighting climate change. Many of us are not aware of the consequences of climate change. Here you have a picture of a minister from Tuvalu. Tuvalu is a Pacific island country. He's the Minister of Communication and External Affairs. And he took that picture in order to raise awareness on the problem of Tuvalu. Tuvalu is sinking because of climate change. And climate change is having a very impactful consequences. It cost more than $343 billion in 2021. So what I'm going to talk is about future-proof cities. My name is Jaime Ruiz. I'm one of the 3 co-founders of Cities Forum. We are an international advisory firm for cities, governments, and multilateral organizations on the field of sustainable urban development. And there are many pillars of the future-proof cities. We have climate resilience, we have infrastructure and digital transformation, we have inclusive governance, and so on. I'm going to focus on the first one, on climate resilience. And I'm bringing some interesting and inspiring examples to this whole. First, starting with sustainable urban mobility. This picture was taken, I took the picture in Utrecht some months ago. This is the central station of Utrecht, where they've managed to provide several and simultaneous sustainable urban mobility services. People can travel from Utrecht to other cities like Amsterdam by train, and vice versa. They can take a bus when they get into the station, or use their own bicycle, or rent an electric bicycle if they want. Below this station, we have probably the largest bike parking facility. They can park up to 12,000 bikes here. And they also have a bike sharing system. So what I'm getting at is that it's very important to provide your citizens with a wide variety of mobility solutions. For instance, in Bucharest, if we would like to solve or contribute to solve the problem of traffic congestion, we should start offering the citizens of Bucharest many different mobility alternatives. I took this picture in Berlin when we had a technical mission with a delegation from India, and this is a Shelby station. It is a shared mobility station. In Berlin there are many. That is strategically placed near a bus stop, as you can see in the picture. So you can get off the bus and rent an electric scooter or an electric bike or an electric motorbike. So It has to do with offering people different options to move freely and in a sustainable way in your city, if you want to make that change. Another great example of public sustainable mobility services. This is the bici in Barcelona, probably the most successful bike sharing in Europe. They have 8,000 bikes, and out of these bikes, 5,000 are electric. They have more than 5 rentals per bike a day, and as you can see, it is a very used service, not only by locals, but also by tourists. Here is a great example of innovation within the sustainable urban mobility landscape. This infographic comes from the Municipal Transport Authority of Madrid, EMT, and this is an infographic about the pilot project that they launched about hydrogen-powered buses. They are testing 10 hydrogen-powered buses, and they've built that facility with more than 1.5 megawatts power capacity in photovoltaic panels, and they've built a station to produce green hydrogen. So they are independent. They produce their own electricity, and with that electricity they produce hydrogen and they power the buses with hydrogen. Well, this is another pillar or key topic in future-proof cities, green infrastructure. We need to explain and convey our citizens how relevant green spaces are for their quality of life, for their health, for making future-proof cities, because they don't know yet. They should demand green spaces. And according to some interesting figures and facts, access to green spaces could prevent more than 40,000 deaths in Europe. And it also reduces premature mortality by roughly 5%. So local governments must be aware of that and must foster the construction of new green spaces and new green infrastructure. This is another best practice of this. This is a render for about a project in Madrid that has been already kicked off. I'm talking about the Ventas Park. And Madrid is building this park on top of a ring road, a very important ring road of Madrid, in order to connect two different districts and in order to extend the surface of green spaces in that sector of the city. The project, it's a big one. It is going to cost more than 80 million euros. So you may think, oh my God, that's a lot of money for a green infrastructure. I do agree with you, yeah. But we have to bear in mind that we don't have alternatives. I really like the motto of the Congress. We are running out of time. So we've reached to a moment where we don't have to discuss about the cost efficiency of this type of investments, because you have to make the assessment in the long term, in the long run. I'm bringing this picture of this initiative in order to draw your attention to the largest and most important initiative in Europe to work on climate-neutral cities. And this platform is called Net Zero Cities, where there are more than 100 cities across Europe collaborating, trying to foster cross-city learning and also making consortiums to launch innovative projects to targeting new green infrastructure and climate resilient infrastructure. By the way, Bucharest is participating in this initiative, particularly Sector 2 of Bucharest. And here you have a picture of that community. This is the annual conference of EU Cities Mission. So what I'm trying to explain here is that cities can't afford to work isolated. You have to collaborate with peers. You have to learn from others' experiences. You have to work together for innovative solutions for your problems. What do citizens, customers, visitors seek in our city? This is a personal reasoning, because I've seen a lot of municipalities, a lot of city councils that are working or are investing a lot of money in municipal services, in products, in apps, and they fail for a simple reason. And I'm going to tell you the secret word: convenience. We're used to have access to everything one click away. We can buy things from Amazon in a couple of clicks. We can see or watch our series in Netflix in 5 seconds. We don't want to wait more than 6 or 7 seconds for a website to load. We need things happen very quickly. And it applies for all type of products and services and solutions. There are many municipalities launching city apps, and they are very difficult to use. They ask for a lot of personal details. They are not friendly user. So you end up by forgetting about that type of things. Equally, if you build bike lane in your city or a couple of bike lanes, you have to do it with a strategy. Because if your residents don't feel like this is a comfortable bike lane, they are not going to use it. It must be convenience for them. So if you want your citizens to cycle, you need to create a comprehensive grid of bike lanes in order people feel they are convenient. This is a picture I took from Budapest last year. I was invited for a European-funded project, technical visit, and the city council gave us a discount code, to get access to the bike sharing service. I wasn't able to unlock a bike, even though I'm an experienced user, let's say. So this is a problem. Cities must guarantee that their services or solutions are friendly user, not only for locals or residents, but also for foreigners, tourists, and so on. This is a good example of a friendly use bike sharing system. This is a video. And okay, this is another service that I really like. I'm talking about a service that hotels can offer for their guests, their clients. You just arrived in a city as a tourist, and you're not familiar with the public transport, with how to move around. So it would be great that the hotel enabled you to have access to that kind of apps, where you can rent an electric bike, an electric scooter, you can rent an electric car easily, and you pay as you use it. This is convenience. I think this is the other video that I was mentioning. this is my last slide. I want to highlight this best practice in digitization. It comes from the city of Bilbao, and they've deployed, I would say it's not that innovative, but it's very effective and impactful, a Wi-Fi network all over the city with more than 2,000 hotspots, and they allow locals and tourists to connect to this Wi-Fi service, and they are using it to transmit data from all the sensors the city has deployed all over the city. So this is great for data purposes. So I would like to highlight this because it's easy to deploy and it's easy to scale up, not only for large cities, but small towns. And that's what I wanted to tell you. That my time is over, and thank you very much.
Thank you. If you post on social media, use please hashtag CCS2025. And I think that those who already installed the app received a notification with the next moment, which is called Regeneration as a Revolution, Designing Food, Forest, Soil Stories, and a Future of Abundance, with an eco-entrepreneur and regenerative designer. He is also an author and environmental entrepreneur known for bringing nature back into our cities and farms. Through projects like Food Forest Institute, he helps communities reimagine agriculture as an act of restoration. So my guest is Louis de Jager, eco-entrepreneur and regenerative designer. Please applaud him. What an energy. Thank you. Hey,
thank
nice
you.
to meet you again.
How are you all doing? Can you all please stand up, please? All right. Get up, get up, get up, get up. After 30 minutes of sitting down, your metabolism slows down so much that it's actually bad for you. You can all sit down again. Now you're all ready to go. All right, I'm gonna start the presentation with asking 3 questions. Question number 1. I have a piece of technology in my hand that can cool down the planet, that can end world hunger, and can install world peace on this planet. Raise your hand if you know what this piece of technology is. All right, a couple of persons. All right, I'm curious to hear it. My second question is, I have a dinosaur in my pocket, and I'm asking you, why do dinosaurs have these huge fins on their back? These giant fins. Anybody knows? Raise their hand. Okay, a couple of people knows it. I'm gonna put the dinosaur here for now. It's part of the presentation. And my third question is, why are we calling this event the Climate Change Summit and not the Global Warming Summit? Who knows? Well, did you know that the Bush administration actually pushed the name climate change instead of global warming because it sounds less alarming? You can keep on pumping oil if you say, oh, it's just changing the climate, it's not warming. But maybe we should emphasize that it's really warming. That's a real problem. But before we start and fix the solution, it's super important to think about what your dream is. Because every revolution started with a vision, started with a dream. So I'm going to give you 1 minute to talk to your neighbor and just say in 1 sentence what your biggest dream of the future is. You have 1 minute right now. Go for it. Talk to your neighbor. What's your biggest dream? I see a lot of people just sitting alone. Talk to your neighbor. What's your biggest dream if you think about the future? All right. Thank you. My biggest dream, personally, is to go from darkness to light. When I was 16 years old, I was in a huge depression. I even felt suicidal. And I remember back then that the only thing that's important in life is happiness and health. Because if we're not happy and if we're not healthy, then all the dreams we have are impossible. Without health, we can't get anywhere. And now look at me today. I'm one of the most optimistic and happy persons on this planet. I found a solution, and it's called reconnecting with nature and reconnecting with yourself. It really works, but it's hard to do. Because we as humans, we got disconnected from nature. I'm going to ask you this question. This image, does anybody know what it is? Yeah? Brain cells? Anybody else? Roots? A lung? A leaf? They all look alike, right? This is actually a picture of a lung, a human lung. But on the right side, you have a picture of a tree. And if you look at it, nature and humans, we are like the yin and the yang. We are so closely interconnected with each other that the nature beautifully complements us. It's basically the two sides of the same coin, where the one is actually producing oxygen and the other one is consuming oxygen, but also producing CO2, and that CO2 is then again being eaten by trees. I'm going to tell you a funny social experiment that I've been doing for the last 10, 15 years. I have a landscape architecture firm. So we design landscapes all across the world. We design gardens, we design farms, we also design private islands and cities and streets. And we have clients that are billionaires. We have clients that are just regular people. We have clients that are extreme left, extreme right, super religious, non-religious at all. But they all have two things in common. They all want their kids to be happy and healthy. And that's why I keep on emphasizing on this, because they can discuss about politics, about religion, about money, about anything, but they're never going to discuss, oh, I don't want my kids to be healthy. Who of you want your kids not to be healthy? Nobody? Well, that's good news. The Romanians love their children. And that's why I say if health and happiness are not at the center of any discussion you're having, it's not a discussion, it is fantasy. And I want you all to be alert for this. I want you all to listen to the conversations happening today, happening tomorrow, happening in the next week, happening in your lifetime. Because if happiness and health are not at the center of that discussion, it is bullshit. It's the only two things that really matter. Now let's get back to the problem. We started by global warming. The climate is warming. Most of you know the hockey stick curve. I've been seeing a similar kind of curve today. For the last 12,000 years, temperatures has remained very stable, and that's the reason why we have culture like we have it today. Almost the entire history of where we built culture, agriculture, buildings, made plays, wrote books, happened over the last 12,000 years and even more recent, and it's only since the Industrial Revolution that it has been gone up so rapidly, and there is no human in history that has ever gone into that part here. No human in history has ever been there. We are the first ones. So it's going to be challenging. And in order to work with that challenge, we need to just solve the problem. If it's too warm, we need to make it cooler. And one of the most impressive places I've been to is the Amazon rainforest. I was there to film a documentary called Eat More Trees. And there I learned that for the last 12,000 years, people actually co-created that Amazon rainforest. It is a 12,000-year-old food forest. So it's a living proof that people, if they work together with nature, they can create one of the most incredible places on this planet, the Amazon rainforest. And if you think about global warming, then you think, oh, those poor old people, they're going to be sweaty all day, they're going to suffer. And it's true, but an even bigger problem is the farmland that is being degraded to feed these old people and to feed you, of course, as well. If you look at the report of the United Nations, they warn that by 2050, 90% of our soils will be degraded. That's in less than 25 years. I see most of you, I think most of you will still be alive in 25 years. So that's you guys. That's you guys. In 25 years, what are you going to eat? Are you going to eat your iPhone, your Tesla? I don't think so. We still need food that has been grown on real living soil. And this soil that's been degraded, it goes hand in hand with the water cycle that has been degraded. Our water cycle is so bad right now that we have huge, long periods of droughts, long periods of flooding and fire, and it's one big cycle. But thanks to this incredible dinosaur, we can maybe learn how to turn the tide. Now, who of you knew why they have fins on their back? To protect themselves, that's true, we need to protect our planet, but yeah, to cool themselves, exactly, that's the point. And I was thinking to myself, well, if this dinosaur can cool itself with fins on their back, why don't we just give the Earth fins? And the good thing is, it exists, and it's called a tree. So I'm standing here all sweaty because I'm so nervous, and my sweat, you know, sweat is like water, it evaporates. And because of sweat evaporating, it takes heat from my armpit and it goes high into the atmosphere until the ceiling in this example. And the same happens with trees. An equivalent of 9.18 tons of TNT per day per hectare of trees actually is cooled down. I'm not talking about CO2 or carbon, no, I'm just talking about the sweating of trees that is cooling down the planet like it's cooling down our armpits. The fins of the dinosaur, people. So it creates all this sweat, it goes high into the atmosphere, rising air, and because of it, it's like a huge pump, and it pumps clouds from the sea to the forest, and the forest or the trees, they also emit little particles of bacteria, of fungi, of dust, of aerosols, and they are actually seeding rain, seeding clouds. They're cloud seeding. It's geoengineering, but then cheap. So they're doing this, the clouds come, they connect with these little particles, and of course, then it rains. So trees do not only cool down the planet, they also create rain. And that's, again, this beautiful example of the Amazon rainforest, where you have clouds that go from deep here in the ocean all the way to the Andes Mountains, more than 6,000 kilometers. And these clouds can only get there because of this biotic pump. Write down that name, biotic pump. That's what's happening in action. Now, the biggest problem is, right now, 20% of the Amazon rainforest has been cut down. If we go to 25%, we all die. Because it's a tipping point. If the Amazon rainforest falls, other ecosystems will fall, and that's a place where we don't want to go. But like I said, I'm an optimist, I'm a happy person, because I know that there is a solution. And the solution is, we need to plant 550 million hectares of trees, and that will cool down the planet with 2 degrees Celsius. Of course, I'm not saying that we should not stop carbon emissions and all the other emissions. That's like closing the faucets, but now we also have to clean the room, and to clean the room, we have to plant all these trees. So what is 550 million hectares of trees? It's just doubling the Amazon rainforest. So imagine we take a bit of the Amazon rainforest, and yeah, I know, I love animations on PowerPoint, and we just spread it all across the world, little by little, then you see it's really feasible to do so. If you don't believe this theory, look at the city of Colombia, Medellin, where they've done that. They cooled the temperature there with 2 degrees Celsius. Now, where are we going to plant all those trees? Very simple. Half of the world is farmland. We just plant it on farmland. And then I often get the comment, yeah, but how are we going to grow our food? And that's where this piece of technology, where is it? I put it in the wrong pocket. Oh my God. I've got it. This piece of technology, it's called a chestnut, but it can be any nut, because this piece of technology, I can plant it, it will create a gazillion of extra nuts, it can feed the world, it will cool down the planet, and it will also help nature and biodiversity. We go from a farming system that looks like this, and we want to go to a farming system that looks like that. You can do farming just like it exists today, but add trees to it. And for that, of course, we can also look at the Amazon rainforest and just copy it, because it is a food forest, but it's a bit hard to fill the supermarket shelves of the Auchan, for example. But if you put it neatly in rows, then it's easily harvestable, and then you can put it all in the supermarket shelves. And you can have the best of both worlds. You can have the farming that exists today with more trees next to it. But that, of course, you are going to have to eat more trees, eat more tree products, eat more chestnuts. I see that there are a lot of walnuts here in little bags that you can eat. Start eating those already. Now, of course, you maybe don't have a farm, but you do have a garden. And if you see, that is like the prototype of the most ugly gardens in the world, in the United States of America. But a lot of gardens really look like this. They just have lawn. It's concrete. It's like green concrete. It's dead. So why don't we plant food forests on those? Trees that do not only produce flowers are beautiful, but also produce a lot of edible stuff. And that is a food forest. You use all the different layers. And imagine you have one of those on your balcony, in your small garden, and your kids or you can, like every morning, pick some berries, you can put it in some granola or in a shake, and it's just delicious. But why not only put it in your garden if you can also put it in companies where you have a lunch meeting? Just do it in the food forest. The parkings of the Auchan, for example, let's put them full with food forests. And that will help health and happiness, because ADHD symptoms are reduced. Even you sell more as a company if you have more greenery around it, and it is so clear that mental health is so much better if you have more greenery in your streets. Now, don't wait for politicians to solve it. Do it yourself. You have the power to do it. Politicians, they work for us. They are our employees. So if we want to do it, then they just have to listen. So don't panic, organize. And in the course of this day, if you ever think and doubt that, oh, who am I? I'm just a simple citizen. How can I change the history? Well, you can. The only way history has ever changed is because of a small group of committed people. You are not a small group. We're here today with more than thousands of people. So be that change. We can do it together.
Thank you and congratulations. Don't forget your dinosaur. Thank you. Thank you so much. Health prescriptions for the planet, because I think it's connected with what Louis said before. We have to start something good for our health and for the health of the planet. So the next guest is a planetary health physician in Finland. Is recognized as one of the world's first planetary health physicians, pioneering a field that links human health, as I said before, directly with the planet's well-being. From Finland, she combines medicine, climate science, and education to promote healthier lifestyles within planetary limits. In this next moment, Health Prescriptions for the Planet, she explores how taking care of nature is a truly act of self-care. So please applause for Hanna Haveri, Planetary Health Physicians from Finland. Thank you. Yes, here is the pointer, here is back off.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
Good afternoon, everybody, dear audience. My name is Hanna Haveri. I am a neurologist from Finland, from the city of Lahti, but I also work there as a planetary health physician. This beautiful spot is in the near vicinity of my working place, the Central Hospital, where I meet neurological patients every day. But I want to talk about the health prescriptions for the planet, and inspired by the excellent lecture Louis just told you, I hope that after this talk you will be able to prescribe your own prescriptions for the planet as well. Here are my affiliations. I'm also a visiting scholar at the University of Helsinki and give regular speeches about planetary health. My core task as a planetary health physician is try to spread knowledge about planetary health. What is it about? Well, I like to simplify things, and I think planetary health as a solution to the global crisis of our time, climate change, the loss of biodiversity, and also the global health crisis. We have a health crisis in both developing and developed countries. But the good thing is that we can find solutions, we can solve the problems, not one by one, but just in the whole, taking the whole cake at once. But we need collaboration, and I would be nothing without all our collaborational contacts. If we think about health, I wanted to take out asthma as an example, because asthma is one of the leading diseases, for example, in Finland, that cause a lot of healthcare costs. The asthma numbers have been rising up during the last few decades, and it has a lot to do with the ecological changes we're going through in our environments. Climate change poses humans a lot of risks, and risk for asthma exacerbations, for example, heat waves, but also pollution, and also to hospitalization when it's worsening at its worst phase. Well, if we could find a common solutions to all these crises, because also asthma also burdens not only economy, but also it causes a lot of carbon footprint, but also ecological burden. So if we can find a solution, common solution to all these crises, for example, nature, nearby nature, urban nature, that could protect us from pollution or the heat waves, heat island effects of the cities, then we could be masters of this disease. Asthma is not the only disease that has been rising up during the past few decades. Well, nature contacts has been fueling all the time. For example, the little children that should be in contact to different kind of allergens in their early lives, they have less and less contact to nature. That has possibly led to the epidemics of different kind of autoimmune diseases. This is a picture from, or a curve from the type 1 diabetes that affects little children and adolescents, and it has something to do with the environmental changes, as you can see, because of the velocity of biodiversity loss at the same time. Well, this was one of the inspirations for a famous ecologist, Tari Hahtela, and his fellow ecologist, Ilkka Hanski. They invented the biodiversity hypothesis. They did some studies in North Kareli, which is divided into Russian and Finnish side. It was very curious that in very hygienic conditions and living in environments we had in Finland, the asthma and allergy numbers were significantly higher. But in the Russian side, where the children lived very down-to-earth-like life and had constant contact with the domestic animals and cultivated their food themselves, they had little numbers of asthma and allergy. It had something to do with the biodiversity of the living environments of the little children. Thus, they proposed there is a biodiversity hypothesis. Biodiversity can improve our immunological defense. This was the ground to national asthma and allergy program we had in Finland 2008 to 2018. And the program tried to bring sensitization into our society instead of avoiding every allergen. And this led to significant reduction in healthcare costs when we were talking about asthma and allergies. Just a little change in our attitudes, sensitizing instead of avoiding. Well, nature doesn't offer just immunological support for us, but it can be a good place for physical activity. Most of the Finnish people think that the best place to have physical activity is the nearby nature. And sedentary lifestyle is very common in Finland as well, but 10% of our population actually fulfill the national recommendations for physical activity in their nearby nature. If this amount of people could be tripled, then we would have 30% less costs of the healthcare. So save nearby nature, that's my recommendation. We have an ongoing program, health and environmental program in Lahti city and the Lahti region that is called Nature Step to Health. I attend the program from the healthcare sector, but there are two other major organizations of the region in this program, the city municipalities and also the academic research, the local universities. We try to unite our forces, we try to do as much as collaboration to make our region health supporting. We try to promote sustainable diets, we try to promote active mobility, and we try to also make the living environments as healthy as possible and more ecological. And in everything we try to be more ecological to bring us also resilience. So we have to have nature around us. But the major thing in this is the collaboration. We can't do anything by ourselves. We need each other. So one core thing is that we do collaboration with other organizations as well, but we also want to have people with us doing the same thing, the citizens and the politicians. So we all need these deeds in all levels of society. And we give opportunities for normal citizens to come to do this environmental and health work with us. One good example was a campaign that we led 2022. I was a planetary health physician and I actually meted these patients. They were voluntary citizens of Lahti city, and I prescribed them prescriptions that recommended them at the same time deeds that would promote their health, but also that they could do something for environment, to mitigate climate change and also to support the ecosystems of their living environments. So we had a lot of collaboration with, for example, local entrepreneurs, because this is the factum. As a healthcare professional, I have only 10% window for determining the health of one individual. But the most of the determinants of the health come from the circumstances where the person lives in, the living environments, what kind of things drive the individual's behavior, what kind of decisions do we make in our daily lives. So keep in mind this picture, because the most of the health determinants come from the daily lives of the people. So we had a lot of collaboration with the non-governmental organizations and with the entrepreneurs, normal citizens, to achieve results together. And for example, the prescription could be very simple. Just walk through the park to your work, or when you go outside, meantime, you can also pick some wild herbs or wild plants to cover your bread instead of cheese, to lessen the climate change, carbon dioxide, carbon footprint. And you can also think your living environments, how can I myself improve the biodiversity of my living environment? Should I have some insect hotels or something like that? Not to do the lawn short lawn instead of trees or plants, other plants and flowers. But anyway, all these deeds were simple enough to adapt to one's everyday lives. This is the most important message. We can do small steps and do steps that are easy adapted to one's own everyday lives. And that is very important if we want to inspire people to do more for themselves and for the environment. But the good thing in this campaign was that it was not just directed to these volunteers, but it was also to spread the knowledge about planetary health. And actually we succeeded very well, because the little city in Finland reached over 100 million people in just 2 months. So many people were interested in how can we promote planetary health, how can we promote our own health, but also the health of the environments. And this was very, very inspiring. But the work continues. We still have this Nature Step to Health program. I also am part of it. And I do a lot of collaboration. I do my own research work. And for example, we try to have innovative research implemented to everyday lives. This is an example of people's own home yards. We in Finland tend to have our own houses, or we have summer cottages or so on, and we have a lot of space around them, and we tend to have lawns today, but we should have more plants, we should have more trees to also protect us. So we wanted to bring these biodiverse townhouse gardens back to the city. We wanted to rewilder the yards, and we are also trying to find the connections, what this rewildering can do to our immunological systems and to our health. I think the best medications is the one that needs not to be prescribed. I mean that the preventive measures are always the best, and we can do the same preventive measures when we think about our health or when we think about ecology. How can we support ecosystems? This is a simple task that I recommend to patients who say that I don't like to go to gym, I don't like to be mobile, I like to be at home by myself because I'm so stressed. You can go to the nature, to the nearby nature, and do the same things you can do in the gym, in the nearby nature. So they are the very simple solutions. You can start very small, and you can try to invent these yourself as well, because we all individuals have the key into all these crises to planetary health, but we must act. So thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Please give me the pointer, because I think the next speaker will need it. Building climate-resilient food systems, because we heard what health of the planet means, because it means also our health. The next speaker is sustainability lead CEO Danone. Also, he established a strategy across Central and Eastern Europe, focusing on regenerative agriculture, water stewardship, and responsible sourcing. He works very closely, and that's very interesting, with farmers and partners to bring climate resilience to the heart of the food system. So in this moment, building climate resilient food system, I'm going to invite here on the stage Ivan Holub, who's Sustainability Lead CEO Danone. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much.
The stage is yours.
Thank you for the invitation. Good afternoon. Bună ziua. Let's jump into the topic that I would like to show you today. Danone has a vision: one planet, one health. The more I reflect on it, the more it rings true. We are dependent on our planet's health. But yet today it's clear that it's not in the best shape. Every time I look at these charts, one question haunts me. How many more of these climate summits do we need to finally see this trajectory reversing? To be honest, last week I read in media that there is one event that we are getting much closer. As oceans continue to warm, we are racing towards the mass bleaching of the coral reefs. Yes, those coral reefs which are sheltering the unique marine life. If we are speaking about, or we are calling Amazon forest like a temple of biodiversity, the coral reefs are these temples in the ocean. But I would like to talk about food and food systems. Food is responsible for 1/3 of global emissions. 1/3. So the impact is huge. If we separate just agriculture, it's 20%. 20% of global emissions that we are all dependent on. And we as company, we as Danone as well, we rely on agriculture. We are dependent on it. So you see, the agriculture is also contributing to the wealth of Romanian economy. I would say this is kind of example how strongly it can contribute to countries' GDP. But of course, it's under growing pressure of the climate impact. So how to build resilience? I think that there are two ways which we need to follow. The first, we need to continue to mitigating or to reducing our carbon footprint. This is absolutely essential. To see this trajectory which I've shown you a few minutes ago, we need to decarbonize as quickly as possible. On the other hand, because we already feel the impact of the climate change, we need to act and we need to support farmers to make their business much more resilient. This is a picture of one of our farmers' fields. Because of course our farmers they have cows, but for these cows they need to produce crops. And all of them is producing their own crops to feed the cows. So what you see here on the picture is the cornfield in last year. Probably it was also mentioned here several times, so you know how intense the drought and heat waves was last year here in especially southern and southeastern parts of Romania. If we compare the crops between 2024 and 2023, corn, minus 30% drop. Rapeseed, minus 32% drop. Sunflower, minus 26% drop. So you see the impact on these crops was really, really hard. And if we compare the situation with the data that we have for this year, we see that despite the fact that drought eases, it's still there. On this map, you see the distributions of our farmers, and you see that it didn't disappear. It's not that tough as it was last year, but we still need to take an action to make them more resilient. So what can you do if you are a farmer? You have several options what you can do. One of them is to switch to the crop-resilient crops. What you see in the background of the picture is a crop called sorghum. It's an ancient crop, originally coming from Egypt and Sudan. And some of our farmers are already starting to experiment with this crop because it's much more resilient than corn. It's much more drought tolerant and requires much less water. And what is, of course, benefit for the dairy company, it has no impact, no negative impact on quality of the milk. So the nutritions are the same, but we have here the much more drought-resistant crop. So it's, of course, one way. But what else? Precise irrigation. This is not a secret, but of course, if you are a farmer, you need to use just as water as it's necessary as you need to grow your crops. So I'm here very glad that also Romanian government is aware of this and is subsidizing farmers in upgrading their irrigation systems. Because there are some locations in these farms in southern part of Romania where there was no rain for 2 and more months. So imagine that you are growing crops and you are completely dependent on the irrigation system. By the way, the water usage is currently for free, which allows the farmers to invest in these irrigation systems, and they also pay only half of the standard energy price. So again, which is lowering a bit the pressure on their economic situation. I would like to also mention one great program that we ran with our farmers from 2012 to 2021. It was lasting 9 years, and we focused on the small farmers. Really imagine farmers which are having 5 cows and more, and we help these farmers to grow. We give them tools to grow. We educated them what they should do, how they should treat with cows, how they should expand their barns, which crops to grow. And these farmers, throughout this project, are today reaching the same milk production like the large dairy farms. So which is really magnificent, because the cow can, in milking period, can produce about 27 liters of milk a day. And we see that even the small farmers today, some of them are reaching this threshold. What you can do, if we are talking about subsidies, here they have 2 functions. As I mentioned, on one hand, they are mitigating the impact of the climate change on farmers. But on the other hand, they have to empower them and motivate them to transform their businesses into a much more resilient way. So they are very important, but of course, separately, it would not make sense to rely just on subsidies, but they are accelerating this transition. Regenerative agriculture, and here it is what is the key about the way how the farmer can act sustainably. Regenerative agriculture, I don't know, I love this social bubble, so I rely on you that you know at least in some basics what is it about. But if I should simplify it a lot, it says that healthy soil is key. Healthy soil, fertile soil, is of course much more resilient to drought. It can sequester carbon, and at top of that, it can host a lot of biodiversity. So for farmer, if you are owning the land, of course this is your primary goal, which you need to have, to fulfill, to have your field resilient to this climate change impact. How to do it in practice? Of course, which I mentioned just a few moments ago, through the projects like Chance for All program, we did it, but there are also some other ways, some new innovations. We are, for example, supporting farmers financially by buying the feed additive, which reduces amount of methane that they are producing. Methane, it was mentioned today during the beginnings presentations, is a very potent greenhouse gas, and we as a dairy company has a responsibility to reduce it. And cow, of course, produce a lot of methane. And how you can reduce it, there are several ways how to do it, but one of them is to help the cow, as you are putting some minerals and vitamins to their feed, to put these feed additives, which are optimizing the digestion system of the cow. So when the system is optimized, then the cow is not producing that large amount of methane. So this is how we are supporting farmers as well. As I said, on one hand, we are mitigating carbon footprint. On the other hand, we need to also adopt farmers for the climate change. We are also discovering the genetic potential of the future herds. again, there can be some ways how we can select future cows, which will, for example, have this ability of producing less methane. And at top of that, we are constantly analyzing the soil carbon content, because, as I said, the health of the soil is absolutely essential if you are willing to have stabilized crop production. Everything begins with education. Education is the key, and it was the key as well during our Chance Follower program. And we are continuing with these programs also with other partners. You can see, and what I'm also proud of, is that we have established in Zimnica, so one of the regions in South Romania, agromechanic class, where we are also motivating students by scholarship to study there and to help these farmers and these farms to drive agriculture modernization. We know that agriculture in Romania is now being held by more elder population, and we know that the new generation is not much keen into work in farm, so this is one of the ways that we can follow to keep them in this industry. So, resilience starts on our plate. It's clear that companies must take an action, but please be aware that you are consumers and you are the people who are deciding about what companies will be successful in sustainability and which not. So you can easily influence also resilience because it starts on your plate. Here, because it's also about responsible sourcing, not about food systems themselves, I would like to shortly tell you about the packaging. Because packaging is one of the topics that, of course, is in package with food resilience. I would like to show you here how complex it actually is for a dairy company, because the topic is that robust that I will show you here one example how you can let's say, think of the materials if you would like to invest in dairy or you would like to produce dairy, which kind of products or materials would you switch into? So let's imagine a situation that you are a dairy producer and you are finding circular solution. In which kind of packaging I should put my yogurt, for example? Will it be paper? Well, probably not, because it will break out. Because paper and creamy products, of course, does not fit to each other. So will you switch to the glass? Well, glass is a bit better in a way that it's pretty well recyclable, but it's very heavy and it has enormous carbon footprint. So again, you need to balance. Will it be high carbon footprint and better recyclability? Let's say that it will not be the case as well. Metal. Maybe for some of you it will be a bit funny idea to imagine that we will have dairy in metal. But I will just shortly explain you why this is not an option. Because metal ions are migrating with slightly acidic dairy products. So metal, from the food safety reasons, it's another no. Reuse. Well, now the things are starting to be very interesting. Reuse is possible in dairy, but yet there is no infrastructure to reuse dairy, from obvious reasons. Because if you want to truly be circular, and it's also confirmed by scientific research, you need to switch all your products to glass. Then it makes sense, even from carbon point of view, to keep your products in glass and keep them rotating in it. But so far, what we see all around the world, there is no such system available. Only systems that you can have in the countries, I mean deposit systems, are only for beverages. So again, maybe there is a future way how you can be more circular in reuse, but for now it's not working. Now we have plastic, of course. Plastic, loved or damned, but plastic is with us and will be for some time. And we need to be aware of the fact that plastic, on its beginning of its life cycle, it's very less carbon intensive. It's light, it's pure material, so it has not large impact as, for example, glass. But of course, we see what it happens all over the world with plastic, because we are producing so much plastic that we are able to recycle or even collect. So plastic, of course, can be also a future option, but we need to completely redefine the way how to treat with the plastic. Because so far, current systems, current sorting and recycling systems are not sufficient enough to recycle enough material. And of course, if we are talking about beverage dairy, you have a beverage carton, which on one hand is very durable material, expiration is pretty long, but again, on the point of recyclability, it's not very well developed, and this we need to partner with our partners to strengthen the infrastructure of the beverage cartons. So our approach here, we need to definitely start with a shift to make our packaging designed for recyclability. That's absolutely mandatory. Without that, our packaging would never be recycled at scale. We need to partner with local collection and recycling schemes, and we also need to prepare for European regulations. These are also key ingredients of the transition. And I would like to just show you here on one example how we have reshaped Actimel bottle just by sleeving the sleeve which was around it, and we make this packaging a fully recyclable, because what you see is purely plastic bottle with small aluminum lid which is separable. So even this kind of small solutions can work. Here's just an appeal for you. As I said already, we are the ones who are determining future. Don't be fooled that anyone tells you that individuals has no power. You have. Each day, by your daily actions, by your daily purchases, you decide about the companies, about their successes. So the choice is ours to take. Here are just few things how we individually can help the food resilience systems to be more healthier. Definitely, let's start with sorting the waste. I'm coming from country, from Czech Republic, where it is, I would say, something absolutely certain to sort all the waste. Here in Romania, there are parts of Romania where it's pretty well established, but there are some others where it's not. So it's definitely not something for granted. Rethink your diet. You can rethink your diet by eating less meat. We are not telling you that meat is not healthy. It is, but eat less meat. Minimize the food waste, it's another topic, or you can shop wisely through the companies which are already buying which are meeting the high environmental and social standards. And my last message which I would like to share with you. Barack Obama once said, we are the first generation to feel the impact of climate change, but we are the last one that can do something about it. And here, I would like to add one more message to millennials, the people who were born between 1983 and 1994, which I'm as well. According to Deloitte, millennials, or the C-suite roles all over the world, 70% of C-suite roles are held by the millennials. So imagine the power we have to really turn the tide. And together with Gen Z, we will be a main labor force. We will have like 75% of labor force by 2030. So it's really great. So what legacy we will leave to the other generations, it will be just upon us. And don't be mistaken, we are not saving planet. Planet does not need to be saved. It will be fine even if the global warming will be much worse. We are saving our future. We are saving our future of other living species and the generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry.
Sorry for coming here, but we have to stick in time, and we are trying to catch up a little bit because there are a lot of speakers. And please, please, be in time. It's very important for all of us. If you see that the time is over, please, it's our pleasure to have you here. but please try to finish your presentation. It's very important for our agenda. And we are sorry that we are late, but as I said before, we're trying to catch a little bit up. Now, we have a very interesting conversation that I'm going to moderate, driving climate action through consumer engagement, and it's my pleasure to say a few words about my guest. He is Global Vice President for Public Affairs and Sustainability at Plaxi, and he leads regulatory relations and sustainability programs across 29 countries, shaping partnership with governments and advancing the company's global ESG agenda. With over 2 decades of experience, he brings expertise in navigating complex regulatory landscapes and embedding sustainability into business strategy. Also, we will have a conversation. We will try to explore how global organizations can turn compliance and communication into meaningful climate action. Now, I would like to invite here on the stage Antoine Benet, Global Vice President for Public Affairs and Sustainability, Plaxi Group. Please applause for Antoine. Join me here on the stage. Hello, hello.
Hello, Theodora.
It's my pleasure to be here in this conversation. Please take a seat. Let's take a seat on this fresh grass. It's a very interesting setup.
We could walk, huh?
Yes, we can make a walk during the break. I said a few things about you and about Plaxi, and I want to say more in the beginning, because our first topic is about Plaxi's role as a catalyst between stakeholders, and I will say that the stakeholders are the network of merchants, companies, and of course it's very important to talk about employees. So, how does this interconnection is possible when also, as I said, you act as a catalyst for these 3 stakeholders? And how do you raise topic when we talk about climate change? It's very important to raise these topics about sustainability.
Yeah, thank you, Theodora, for this question. I think this summit is called Climate Change. We've understood this morning that we have clear proofs that there is a global warming. There is a climate change also, meaning that we have several seasons in one month, changing every time. And we've heard that there are solutions. We can really adopt solutions. So what is left? What is left is clearly changing behaviors. And we are in this environment, we are in this industry of the B2B and the working conditions. And the best field to start with in changing behaviors, it's the workplace. So we are at the heart of an ecosystem where we are building together with public authorities social programs. Social programs meaning programs that will improve the working conditions of the employees in corporate clients. With these public authorities, we build these social programs, and then we convince corporate clients to adopt them and to grant benefits to their employees. Then the employees with these employee benefits become consumers that goes to a merchant network, our merchant network. Just to give you figures, we have in the world, meaning 30 countries, around 30 countries, we have 500,000 of corporate clients. So 500,000 of clients that we have convinced to grant employee benefits to their employees. And this represents 37 million employees in the world, 37 million consumers that go and consume in the merchant network that we have built for them. And we are not doing this just worldwide. It's social programs that are programs for each country. So we build with each public authorities of a country a specific program, a domestic program. And if we take Plaxi Romania, for instance, we have 35,000 clients. We have 2 million consumers, 2 million employees that are enjoying a voucher that they can consume, they can spend in a certain merchant network. So if we start influencing in changing the behaviors of consumption, if we are helping the merchants to improve the way they are producing, then clearly we have a role to play there. And why we want to play this role? We are a 50-year-old company. This means 3 generations of management. And clearly, we want to have managers managing this company for ages. We don't want to stop now. And this age, this 50 years old, and by the way, in Romania, Pluxee is 27 years, so it's already an aged company. This time has helped us to reflect on how to evolve, how to improve the way we work. And that's why because we want to succeed and to continue for ages, we are committed on 4 pillars. The first one, and because of the kind of industry we are in and working with public authorities, convincing corporate clients, and trying to influence the behavior of the employees, we need to build a trust. That's always the way you want. If you want to be heard, you need to build a trust. So we are very strict on the being a partner, a trusted partner, and also because we are data-driven, we are collecting data, we are exchanging information with our consumers, we are connected with them thanks to an app. This is critical for us to be trusted. The second pillar is once we are trusted, we can influence, we can change, we can improve the way, the working conditions and the quality of life, the daily life of our consumers, of the employees of our clients. And it's interesting to see what Louis was saying about what we all expect is to be healthy and to be happy. And these 2 things are also big enablers in order to be performant in a company. So this positive impact on individuals is a critical way to show our expertise. Then we also want to have a positive impact in the local communities where we operate. And that's particularly to help support our SMEs merchants, those who are part of our network. And finally, we want to take care of the environment because there is no planet B. And if we want to continue for ages, we need to be careful of the impact we have on the environment.
But how do Pluxee's products and sustainability initiatives contribute to shaping policy making? Because it's very important to understand. As you said before, you are a positive example for stakeholders.
Yeah, that's what I was saying in collaborating with public authorities. Public authorities are using taxes as a way to contribute to the public interest, okay? And in fact, they are also using these taxes by exemption when they want to influence, to motivate, to incentivize companies to adopt a certain behavior or to reward certain behaviors. So we are playing on that. We are building together with the authorities these kind of programs where we are preventing from having taxes on this, because then we know that the companies will adopt that and will really grant it to their employees. So that's a way to motivate, influence, change the behaviors also of the companies. There is another way. It's the public authorities have also their own actions on public benefits, meaning bringing assistance, bringing aids to citizens. And the way we help them making sure that this assistance, this aid reaches the right purpose, the right target, meaning making sure that the citizens that are targeted to be helped will receive the food, will receive whatever they need to receive. That's how we help the governments to reach their purpose.
I'm curious, you said before in the beginning, are you aware of specific climate change or climate challenges, specific, as I said, for Romania, because you have an international and global experience and perspective. But it's very interesting to understand exactly how this global context fits into to local needs, because this is, for example, what you do at Pluxee, try to fit in local needs, what community needs.
Well, we were talking about global warming. We have seen, we have experienced in Romania floods, we have experienced heating waves, we are experiencing scarcity of water.
Now it is very cold, for example, for our country.
Exactly. and we as a company, we are experiencing all these difficulties, and we are assessing the risks. Again, we want to be operating for ages. We don't want to sell our company and to live and live in the countryside if we can exist. No, we want to really give this living to generations and generations. So we have made the assessment of where we were at risk, what could be changed, and we are also changing. We have been changing, and we have taken great commitments at global level and at local level. Among these commitments, we have a net zero trajectory. We have made assessments. We've seen that some of our offices were at risk, and some of the way we work could be at risk, so we are changing. And we were coming from the paper voucher, we changed to digitalized solutions, either on card support or virtual, totally virtual, only with the mobile. So the mobile already exists. We are bringing a new feature in it. So these are ways to change, to reduce our carbon footprint. And in fact, we are also helping our clients to reduce their carbon footprint, because we are the scope 3 of our clients. So we are really taking measures. The net zero trajectory was a strong commitment. Our first milestone is this year, and we have already met with it, which was to be 100% worldwide, 100% using renewable electricity in all our facilities. This is done. So next step is reaching 60% carbon reduction versus 2017 in 2030. And this 60%, I'm very proud to say that Pluxee Romania is very close, because the figures between 17 and last year, they have already reached 56% of reduction. So we are walking the talk. I was talking about being a trusted partner. To be a trusted partner means we need first to apply all these commitments, to take the measures to change, and then influence others in our ecosystem to change.
How can employee benefits help people make better? And now we refer to be more sustainable, to be more sustainable in choices, because this is very important. And as you said about the trust, you need to reduce the impact of climate change. And also, maybe you can help me with an answer that can help the Romanians, and to talk a little bit more about this local market here in Romania, because it's very important to understand these benefits can be applied in a market like in Romania.
Yeah. I can give you several examples.
Please,
and
I
let's
think
see
it's better.
how we could apply. But for instance, first talking about mobility. We've had several presentations. Jaime showed us how to go for these new mobilities. The first thing that we are working on is on all these programs about mobility. How we help an employee to abandon his car. Meaning by coming by bike, coming by electric vehicles. The UK, there are few countries that have already launched programs where there are tax exemptions, incentives, And helped by the employers, employees can buy a bike, can buy an electric car. The solution is not in buying something else. The solution is also in multimodality, as Jaime was mentioning. And the multimodality means to share more tools, to share more vehicles, not to build more, but to share those who are there, and to ensure that we are not all doing the same at the same time. So the multimodality is really where it will be helpful, and we have great experiences in France, in Belgium. We have built a solution called Skipper, and we would like to bring it to Romania. There is a third great initiative that we would like to bring is the eco-voucher. The eco-voucher exists in Belgium for 15 years. Eco-voucher helps you to buy eco-products, eco-services, to also be on green mobility, to have local products, access to local products, and circularity, circular economy. With these 4 categories, you are doing marvelous, because it's improving the purchasing power of your employees. In Belgium, it's 250 euros that the employer is giving to their employees per year. And with that, every euro that you spend saves 1 kilo of carbon. So we have a market, today we operate a market of 235 million euros per year. This means 235,000 tons of carbon that are saved. So it's obvious this is a solution that we need to adopt. We need to adopt everywhere, and particularly in Romania. It's a program to be launched. We just need to collaborate with the government and to enlighten them that if we want to have a climate change summit that has really broad solutions, we need to have an eco-voucher.
I have one more question, but I want to say one more idea to conclude a little bit our discussion so far. So we need a strong partnership with the public authorities. We need to educate the consumer. And my last question for you is, if there's one key takeaway you want everyone here to remember from our discussion, what would it be? Or one message or something, yes. For the
I have two because I'm part of a company, and I'm a citizen. And as a company...
But I think it's the same perspective at all.
As a company, I think we are in an ecosystem. We need to walk the talk. We need to really think, do things, measure, show what we've done, and then we can talk with the others saying, okay, you should join us in our trajectory. And that's what we do. We need to do that, and that's what we do. We need to bring more clients, we need to bring more suppliers, we need to bring more merchants to the same commitments we take. As a citizen, as a father of three kids, I mean, stop waiting for a government to decide something, stop for a brand to do something. I have the choice. I have the choice to choose where I buy, when I buy, more quality, less quantity, and to raise this as a role model and show to my kids where is the way.
Thank you so much, Antoine. Please, applause for Antoine Benet from Plaxi.
Thank you, Theodora.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. And I think you can talk with Antoine and his colleagues because they have an activation over here as you exit the room. Thank you, Antoine. 3 more moments until lunch break. Please be patient with us because we are trying, as I say, to catch up a little bit. Zero waste by design, creativity for circular futures. And my guest is founder Platt Institute. He's a designer, circular economy expert, and founder of Platt Institute. It is a creative research center based in Barcelona that explores how design can eliminate waste and inspire regenerative systems. With a background in architecture and innovation and biomaterials, he works at the crossroads of science and imagination. Please applause for Nacho de Juan Cray, founder Platt Institute. Please join me on the stage. You have the pointer.
Hello.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Nice to meet you.
I am unexpected here. But
No problem. Happy to meet you. I think that he will introduce
Hi,
you. The stage is for you too.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Carolina Angeli. I am Nacho's founding partner of Plat Institute. As you have just heard, we are an innovation and research lab that works with creativity. And one of our main focus is to solve problems and challenges that we have for the future. And what bigger challenge that we have than waste? So one of the business units that we have focuses on analyzing the waste from our clients. We work for food and beverage brands like Danone in Spain. We're based in Spain, in Girona. We work for Granini, some big brands, juices, for Carrefour. We have worked for them in fast consumer goods and also for bars and restaurants. So we want to show you a little bit of our work and our work ethic and how we treat waste, because we are firm believers that waste is a lack of creativity. So we need to think outside the box to find solutions for the problems we have now.
Thank you, Carolina. So hello, everyone. My name is Nacho de Juan Creis. I'm the Chief of Innovation of Plat Institute, and I will like to put a little video before we start, please, and then you can see what we are doing in the sector. Thank you, everyone. So we are Plat Institute, a food design and food tech lab. We are based in Girona, and we are here presenting ZIWA, the Zero Waste Movement. Zero Waste Movement allows us to talk about what kind of situation are we living, and also, because we came from the world of hospitality and innovation, what type of leftovers are we creating in the industry? More or less, in Europe, we have around 130 tons for person every year that we are like throwing away. And for us, waste doesn't exist. It's a lack of creativity of our civilization. And what we propose here is a kind of a program, different programs for the industry that allows the industry to monetize the waste. And so what we have normally in the kitchen and the restaurants in hospitality, it's like organic waste, plastic waste, and glass waste. So we decided like 5 years ago to start working on the concept of the kitchen of the future, a kitchen without waste. A kitchen without waste, that what means exactly? No? Means like that the kitchen we are designing, it's a kitchen that could digest their own materials. So the kitchen has not like a space for the garbage. The kitchen has different holes where you can throw your material and transform it into different elements. We are in a moment with a lot of problems related to materials, a lot of problems related to social political situation, and our focus and our main vision here was how we can help the industry to achieve that and how we can, all of us, monetize our own waste. We built a farm, a laboratory in a farm, so it allows us to kind of work with rural systems and rural projects and also urban. And from this place that is in Girona, we work with different technicians, engineers, makers, scientists, trying to achieve this. And so we are hands-on on the, let's say, this new revolution. The projects we are doing are close to what is the usability of the waste. So most of our clients that came from, they have like chains of hotels, they have supermarkets or even restaurants. They are like thinking about what to do. Each decision they take in the menu they create, it generates a lot of different routes and solutions and problems in the same time. No? So from this part, from this lab, we have different labs connected where we are trying to understand through volumes, solutions that we can apply. No? And as you know, data today was, well, we are full of data. We know that the situation, it's a matter to really take the chance of changing. And our work was related first to how we can really understand materiality. So our colleague from Danone and the ex-former president of Danone, Manuel Faber, was saying that consumers has the key point, has the key decision. Each decision you take when you go to the supermarket redefine the world that you want to live in. So taking these words, we were with Carolina and the team trying to understand if the problem is this, what type of really understandable solutions and clear solutions we can have through materials. No?
I think it's important to tell them a little bit of Spain. In Spain, there's a lot of consciousness about climate change and the actions that we can take, but to implement them for bars and restaurants is not as easy. So one of our focuses is to turn this waste into some new business opportunities for them, being to make their clientele more loyal, or to give out souvenirs, or for them to use them as their tableware, but having some exchange for this effort they're putting in and making the transition smoother.
Yeah, we designed a humanity, the humanity we have today, and also we think that there's like many possibilities in this new revolution. So after selecting the type of leftovers that we all generate, we try to understand the possibilities we had. No? So our work is a kind of an extension of the zero waste movement. And we integrate principles of food design, food tech, sustainability, and also
it's a little bit of alchemy, what we do.
True.
Transforming things into new, beautiful things, Waste is just a material, and it has a value. It costs money to have that material. So finding a way to bring it to new life is a little bit like alchemy.
Yeah. So we use these words because we think that we are in a renaissance moment, and we can decide what's the type of the world that we want to live in through these practices. We work with universities, technological centers, and brands connecting these points. As a platform, try to understand the challenge in the industry and focus the challenge in different programs around the world. And these programs at the end creates projects. So after the divergence and convergence process, we create conclusions. And these conclusions for us are really important to prototype and to launch. No? So after the last years, we were involved in many projects. Most of them, you can see some examples here. But if we took like oyster shells, for example, we just came from Hong Kong in a project with the government trying to understand if the waste generated by tourism can be monetized by creating materials that can be the raw materials for souvenirs. We are talking about each city creates a lot of leftovers, and in the same time, we are using a lot of new materials to do stuff. Can we connect waste management, circular design, and the practices that we are doing? So here, from the project in Hong Kong, we were selecting carbonate calcic leftovers. And from that, we were selecting and creating different projects that in this phase are like pop-up projects. Like the first phase is to understand what to do with it, and then if the research gets sense for all the people involved, and then we think and design all the strategy for the scalability of it. We are working in projects of organics like oyster, but also coffee. You know that everyone is doing coffee today. What happens with the leftovers that we have in the place today? And I just want to say that there is a little company here called Eat Levy, and they are there, you need to know because they are from here, and they are creating like different products through waste. We love this type of companies, this type of startups, and we really like to connect this type of startups with government and really to achieve things that are gonna happen, no? From oysters to coffee to orange to glass, at the end to plastics, there's a lot of opportunities for everyone, a lot of opportunities for universities, a lot of opportunities for cities, And the opportunities are here, so we just need to really connect dots. And that's a point that we always talk with the organization, that there's many things, but we miss these connections through dots. So I really appreciate what Climate Change Summit what you are doing, guys, because it is really interesting to talk to each other and to understand what points we can clone from here to there. Maybe in Silicon Valley we are doing a project with Berkeley that can have sense to really replicate it here. No? And that idea of replicating projects and scaling the opportunities for everyone talks about regenerative economy. What's the type of economy we want to create and the type of world we want to live in? Let's say that Zero Waste Lab for us has different steps, right? So in the first area, on the first steps, we really try to understand the problem, the challenge, what type of context we have, and what type of trends are related to the context, what type of ideas, what type of concepts we can develop through that, and then the process of design. What means design for us? Design is to solution things. Design has to solution something.
Not only with beauty, but also with usability, because usability is important, that whatever you're making actually gets used, because that's the only way to make it sustainable in the future and for it to be replicated.
I think your ear is tiki.
The earring.
The earring,
I
sorry.
can take it off.
Thank you. And so the process, at the end, from a project, you end with some ideas, some concepts that for us, just to get the concept, it's not enough. So we need to really create the MVP, the minimal available product, something that can be marketed. And then through that, obviously, there's the business model canvas that it's really important in the same level that the creativity, and also all the legal part between each law related to each country, right? So there's a super complex stuff here, and so this complex stuff we try to solve it through creativity, trying to transform problems into solutions, solutions into prototypes, and prototypes to the market. So here we are with ZIWA, the Zero Waste Movement and the Zero Waste Lab, and for us is, we don't know if different communities are thinking about that, but we feel like during the last 5 years, this is coming, this is a kind of a new revolution. Everyone is trying to understand what to do with their leftovers or the materials they create, from big companies to small ones. And the possibilities of these are amazing. As you can see, from oysters, you can create different PLA to print wherever you want. And these materials, at the end, allows us to really keep doing and prototyping and designing this new world that is coming, right? So I just want to say thank you for inviting us, and it's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate so much that you finish in time. Thank you also.
Thank you.
And nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And now we will have a moment about the business case of water resilience. And here on the stage will be Chief of Sustainability Officer at Société Générale Group, where she leads the bank's strategy for responsible finance and climate transition. With over 25 years in international banking, she has been instrumental in aligning financial flows with the sustainable development and impact goals. It's my pleasure to invite Hasina Pai, Chief of Sustainability Officer, Société Générale Group. Please applause for Hasina. Hello, and
thank you.
I'm very happy to see you again.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. First, I would like to congratulate you for your resilience. It's almost over, but bear with me. I would like to share a few things with you. So as you heard, I'm a banker. I'm talking about figures and money. In the 18th century, Scottish economist Adam Smith spoke about the paradox of water and the diamond. Nothing is more useful than water, he said, but it will hardly buy anything. Conversely, nothing is less useful than a diamond, but it is worth a fortune. Water seemed limitless. But now we realize it is a scarce resource, one of the greatest challenges of this century, probably. Climate change disrupts the water cycle, and what we anticipate is a significant increase in water demand in the coming decades. So, bankers, financiers are concerned about the physical risks related both to the quantity of water, and not only not enough water, but also too much water, and about the quality of water. You know, it is estimated that by 2050, 30% of global GDP would be impacted by these risks. Last year, 70% of listed companies declared that they had a material or severe risk related to water. Investments should be tripled to be more or less okay with these risks, and we're talking about $12 trillion of investment within 10 years. So you could see it, I mean, it's a risk, but it's a huge opportunity for business development if we are on the optimistic side, which we are. But more fundamentally, financiers are a bit worried about the license to operate of their clients, because there will be a time in some regions where there should be arbitrage, and arbitrage may not be in the favor of industrials. So if there is a lack of water, they need to invest and react right now. So you see, it's a big paradox. There is so low value with water today, but the absence of water has so costly consequences. Usually it's hard to increase the cost of water because it's already seen as a matter of fairness, a matter of social businesses. So, but in my own country, in France, we see more and more cities that apply 3 tariffs for water. The minimum tariff for the day-to-day use of people. Second tariff, it's a bit more luxury, depending on your use. And the third tariff is really when you go above, you have like, I don't know, like swimming pool or more extra usage. That's a way to talk about the cost and the price on water. Water is at the beginning for us like we had with the carbon footprint. You know, we use the same analogy to gain time on what we're trying to do right now on water. What is your carbon footprint? What is your water footprint? What is the trajectory? That's a tough discussion. Your water footprint, on average, 150 liters per day. But in reality, this is like the scope 1 of carbon. This is the real direct one, the use every day. But with the same analogy, if you were to look at your scope 3, your indirect footprint, your hidden footprint, it's like 4,000 liters per day. If you buy a pair of jeans, it's between 8,000, 10,000 liters of water. So in reality, today we have no clue about when we buy something like avocados are very much on the fashion these days. This is a huge amount of water coming from regions where there are not so much water. So more and more we'll get awareness, we'll be given some data, we will make our own decisions on what we do. In reality, the trajectory are more complex. We are not there yet. We don't have scenarios. It will depend. It's very local in reality. But what we're starting to see with our own customers, I mean with the industrial ones, is about very concretely the efficiency, prevent leakage. UNESCO was saying the other day that 30% of the water in the world is lost due to leakage. And in some countries it's much more. So leakage first. People use closed-loop cooling system. They irrigate dripping. They reduce consumption, of course. They try to avoid too much chemical treatments, filtration. They use nature-based solutions. They conserve, they protect. So we see a lot of that, but It's not very easy to calculate the return on equity when you want to make an investment of water, simply because of the cost of water that is quite low. In my country, we talk about €3 per cubic meter of drinkable water. But when you start using used water and treat them to make them clean again, the cost of doing that is 5 times more. So you see the incentive, the return on investment is not that easy today. And so some of our clients are trying different ways to convince the board of management they want to make some investments. One of them is a tire manufacturer. They said, in our stress, we envisage 2 weeks of cut in a period of drought in our region. We should stop producing for 2 weeks. This costs us around €200,000 per day, the stop of the production process. So this is how we input it in the return on investment for the water equipment. Other clients tell us that they work locally, it's a super local issue, with NGOs and associations that help them understand the cycle of water locally. And one of our clients, producing electricity, recently decided that they are going to pay money for the big forest that is close to their river, not to be cut, not to be exploited. Of course, it will be maintained, because they managed to see how much benefit it gives for the stability in the river. So these are very new stories for us. We are used to finance production sites. We put money on the table that gives cash flow, we get repaid. But now we need to understand the hyperconnections locally between all new stakeholders. It's a very interesting story. We don't have a lot of time, so we're quite keen to accelerate with all of our stakeholders. We see a lot of clients as well trying to reduce, as they did for carbon, the water usage in their own production line. They impose rules of reduction to their suppliers, and they try to produce products that will help their own customers reduce the consumption. Talk about some hair conditioners and other products of a company like L'Oréal, for example. They have, by 2030, concrete reduction plans, and that's on the 3 scopes: my suppliers, my production, and my clients. So we see this movement now growing, even though people don't have the exact problem today, because they buy water with no limit, and they buy it at a cheap price. But still, they are conscious that that could be happening soon. And maybe I should say as well, exactly as we had in CO2 with coal business, we start to see some exclusions. So some banks started to say we are stopping financing coal because it doesn't fly with our CO2 footprint. Well, we see some countries, for example, like the Kingdom of Morocco, saying they are not going to export watermelons as they did because it's too cheap compared to the very scarce water that they have, of course, put into each of these watermelons. So you will see that we start to see exclusions, we start to see restrictions, and we start to see changes in agriculture as well, to prepare to be more resilient and to be less water consumption. So I will leave you with a few questions. What is your own water footprint? The direct one every day, the hidden one for yourself, for your companies? What could be your trajectory? How do you anticipate in 10 years' time the constraints, maybe the increase of the cost? And how do you get prepared? And for that, we are happy to accompany you, as we did with our clients in the energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Hasina. Now we have only one more conversation, and after that we are going to lunch. Leadership for the green transition, and we will talk with Bartosz Cholkowski. He is a general manager for Southeast Europe, and a few words about my guest, leads MasterCard's operation across Southeast Europe, shaping the company's strategy at the intersection of innovation, inclusion, and sustainability. With more than 2 decades of experience in financial services, he's been at the forefront of digital transformation and green transitions initiatives across the region. And now in this conversation together, we will talk about what it means to steer large organizations through change while keeping purpose, technology, and people at the center. Please applause for Bartosz Cholkowski. Take a seat. You have your microphone.
Thank you for a very nice introduction. And by the way, what a nice entrance.
It's a very nice entrance, and I just love the stage. It is, as I said, fresh.
Smells good.
Everything is natural, no plastic, and it's nothing that cannot fit in climate change summit because it's very important. Now, for the beginning, I want to ask you as a context, maybe to understand a little bit the context we are in, also in Romania, in Europe, because the context is also in Europe. Complex time with the climate change. Also, we have a lot of struggles with the geopolitical changes at the same time, and pressures with the AI transformation and this technological revolution, because it is another technological revolution. What do you think about the biggest risk now that we are facing now in the world, and maybe to understand a little bit how can we fit in this world that we need to adapt?
I couldn't agree more. If you think about earning calls which are happening on Euro Stock Exchange, probably the word which is uncertainty is quoted the most since decades now. Then, if you think about price of gold, I don't want to talk about absolute terms, but in nominal terms, it's also quite record high. And you mentioned a couple of reasons. You mentioned geopolitics, climate change, but I will focus the most on the technology. So if you think about the technology, it has been growing very rapidly since many years, let's say 30 years. And probably many of you being in this room, and definitely I could experience, or we could experience, at least two, transitions or transformations or revolution on the technology side, which is quite unique because we have only 4 which were named so far. So there are many reasons to be afraid. And then next word, which is equally frequently mentioned during those hearing calls, is AI. So not only it has been very fast going, but it's also about something which is to happen soon or happening now. And then threat and opportunity. I would try to treat it as sort of the same. And let's think about the technology for a moment. I'm Polish, I live in Warsaw, and I think with Romanians, with you, we have a significant part of the same history. And during these 30 years, we've been experiencing tremendous growth, amazing growth. So if you think about us, and if you move time, probably we saw more changes in Europe than anybody else. True. Of course, there are quite a few countries like we are, but we could understand it, we could comprehend it. And I think it also created a sort of spirit we have, because when you think about the technology adoption, we could be on the forefront of it, because we saw how nice it is changing. So one concrete example, talking about the technology impacting the change, is solar energy. Of course, many countries are at different stage, but I've been hearing, you are from DG Television, I've been hearing in TVN, which is part of Warner Bros. Last week, that it was a day where solar power production was actually surpassing all of these traditional sources of energy, which is amazing. 10 years ago, or maybe 15 years ago, we were thinking about...
It was almost impossible.
solar as something which is powering calculators. Now it is really a new source of energy. So if we take our mindset right and think about the technology and think adoption of the technology, I think we can really do miracles. And one more thing, which is particular in our space as well, I think, evolution of banking versus unbanked, which is very specific to our business. We have still 35% gap, and talking about prosperity, I think it's good to move to the digital world.
Because you said about mindset, your global philosophy is doing well by doing good, translate into leadership and decision-making in Southeastern Europe. Especially, I think that we need to talk a little bit about balancing growth with sustainability or ESG perspective, because this means sustainability, not only environment, social and governance.
Look, doing good by doing well, it's a sort of operating model. And we are an ecosystem company sitting in between financial institutions, retailers, of course working closely with governments and many other partners, which is helping us to really do good by doing well. But I would describe it through 3P and 1G, and I will focus on 3Ps only. So 3P is people, planet, prosperity, and at the end is also governance. I will not talk about the governance. So when you think about people, I've been participating in many forums for long when I was running Poland as a country. Champions of change, leadership, and a couple of forums supporting diversity. I don't want to talk about some principles which were, there, which we wanted to achieve. We're benchmarking, what MasterCard is doing globally. But I can tell you where we are now. So out of 5 country managers I'm working with today, 3 of them are women. I have a newly appointed boss who is president of Europe, and she's women as well. And I think 5-10 years ago, we were only dreaming about this situation, so we could significantly progress.
Because you said about these 3 pillars, people, prosperity, and planet, it's very important to understand how do local teams manage to transform these pillars into tangible actions local, because it's also, as I said before, it's about community, local community.
Yes, so I think I can touch planet now and be a little bit more specific to
I think it's easiest to talk a little bit about planet.
So some people may think about our company as a company producing plastic, those plastic cards, which are quite famous. Yeah. It's not what we are doing. Of course, we are using this as a token to pay. And it is plastic, it is small, but especially here with BRD, and we also been doing it in other countries, a lot of effort put to say that it can be recyclable and it can be from renewable or sustainable sources. And it's not about, changing this small token to pay into that, but it's about mentality, that you are talking about it, you are putting advertising in it, and then people are changing perception. Another aspect, we are touching a lot of data, so we can use this data to inform people, to help them understand better what kind of impact they are having on the carbon footprint.
So it's also about education.
Part.
Yes, information and education.
So carbon calculators are also becoming quite popular in our space. And one more, talking about prosperity. I was talking about banked versus unbanked, and there are many angles to approach it. You have very nice governmental programs which are actually making meal vouchers quite popular here. And this is one dimension of including people. The other one is making payments available. And we, for example, have now POSI program in Albania. We've been working with the government for a while to get there. It is 6 months live. Albania is, by the way, one of the lowest terminalized places in Europe. So we agreed that we will be giving it for free for at least a year for SMEs to try. And it's bringing quite nice results as well.
How can we increase, as a community, collaboration in driving a low-carbon, digital-first economy in this region I refer? Do you have any examples?
Let me take one from Romania. We know how public transport, what the importance of public transport is to reduce the carbon footprint. So how can you make it popular? It must be very easy to use.
Exactly.
And it must be also affordable, whatever we are talking, whether this is public transport or not. So you were one of the first countries launching very nice transit solution, following a bit the TfL in UK, which is transformational. It's transformational for digital inclusion, but it's also transformational for how people can use public transport. But it requires a lot of collaboration. You know, it's not everywhere. It's not every country having it. In Warsaw, you cannot still use it. You know, I hope it will be one day soon to happen. But it is a good dialogue with government, showing how it is impacting, and convincing government to do so.
And my last question is about MasterCard, the journey through sustainability. If we can talk, I don't know, about the future, 5 or 10 years from now on, what are the big opportunities? And you said before in the beginning about innovation. Do you see in the next 5 or 10 years, or it's too far to anticipate?
10 years,
I don't think it's too far to anticipate.
I think even 5 today is really...
Okay, let's say it's about 5.
I think we can agree that certain trends will sustain, will be going.
Yes.
I don't think technology will slow down. You can see on many forums that we don't know what is the skill set of people working in technology in the next 5 years, which will be required. So we will know it will be accelerating. And let's combine it as an opportunity for us with our mindset, which we have, you know. In this part of the world, definitely in Romania, and let's bet on it to be on the front of the technology. You know, use it for a good growth instead of being afraid of that, because then it can catch us in the still development cycle instead of converting into the further growth. You know, and I think we should be also using data more and more, facts and data when it comes to many innovation and technologies. Like, I don't know, informing people how they are doing, how they are behaving, and what can be improved. So I think those two, probably there are many more, are two things which we can focus on.
Thank you so much for being here in this conversation, and it's an honor for us to have you at Climate Change Summit this year. Please applause for my guest, and just...
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Just a few more minutes to see a message from Ioannis Tsakiris, Vice President of the European Investment Bank, and after that we are going to lunch.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to address you at the opening of the Climate Change Summit here in Bucharest. This event brings together people who share one vision: to protect our planet and to turn the climate challenge into an opportunity for progress. The climate emergency is the defining challenge of our time. It demands bold choices, strong partnerships, and immediate action. And this summit shows that collaboration and innovation are key to deliver real solutions. The European Investment Bank Group stands at the forefront of climate finance. Through our Climate Bank roadmap, we are mobilizing €1 trillion in climate and environmental investments by 2030. We have aligned all our activities with the Paris Agreement because every euro we invest must help build a low-carbon, resilient future. Romania is taking important steps in this transition. You are aligning with the European Green Deal. You are investing in renewable energy, cleaner transport, and more efficient infrastructure. And the European Investment Bank is proud to be your long-standing partner in this journey. In the past year, our cooperation has grown stronger. We have supported projects that make a real difference for people, businesses, and communities. These include the Patria Bank loan to boost finance for SMEs and mid-caps, the Electrica Green Bond Framework supporting the green transformation of Romania's power sector, energy efficiency investments in Bucharest Sector 2, improving the urban development, Technia and NXP Semiconductors driving research, development and advanced manufacturing, sustainable urban infrastructure in Bucharest with 24 million for transport and another 10 million for energy, railway modernization between Cluj-Napoca, Episcopia Bihor and Karanse-Besarad, co-financed under the Recovery and Resilience Facility worth 600 million euros, and co-investment in renewable energy with Copenhagen investment partners Wind Romania worth another 30 million. Each of these projects contributes to Romania's green transition. They strengthen the economy, create jobs and improve quality of life while reducing emissions and building resilience. They also show how Europe works best when we combined vision, finance, and technical expertise to deliver real impact on the ground. I want to thank the organizers and participants for making this summit possible and for your continued commitment to climate action. The European Investment Bank will remain a trusted partner for Romania, supporting your transition, your innovation, and your people. Together, we can turn ambition into action. Together, we can build a greener, more sustainable future for Romania and for Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this video message. Some technical aspects, lunch will be served in the connection area. And don't forget, please, your badge and your token for lunch. Also, please be back in almost, I think, 1 hour, maybe less, maybe less 1 hour. Please be back here because we will have a very special moment. Matei and Ioana, 2 members of the Romanian Children's Board supported by UNICEF, will share their vision about our future. And stay until the end because at 6 p.m. we will have Climate Change Summit Awards. 9 startups and NGOs from Romania, Bulgaria, Greece and Ukraine pitching for a very, very important prize. So please join us at lunch, and after that we are welcoming you back here on the blue stage. Thank you.
Auchan's diverse store formats, ranging from large hypermarkets to small convenience stores, reflect our commitment to ensuring accessibility for a wide range of customers, which aligns with CDG 10, reducing inequality by catering to both urban and rural populations. Auchan is committed to being a community-centric retailer by aligning our business model with the specific needs of local customers.
Sustainability is a core principle of our strategy, and all projects which are related to products and sustainability have been very well received by our public. These initiatives transform the shopping experience by making it more meaningful. Customers are no longer just buying products, they're contributing to sustainability, they're reducing waste and supporting their communities.
The partnership with our suppliers is key to decarbonizing our offer of products and services to build a meaningful offer for our customers, in order to make sure that we reduce our greenhouse gas emissions.
In regards to sustainability, accessibility, and community impact, our primary goal is to advance on the journey towards the sustainable transformation of our business model. This involves collaborating closely with all stakeholders, especially our suppliers, to achieve decarbonization, promote sustainable products, and ensure food security.
Alege Plaxi, lider în beneficii extrasalariale. Succesul nu e acolo unde îți propui să ajungi într-o zi, e acolo unde îți propui să ajungi în fiecare zi. Angajatorii, angajații și partenerii noștri ne arată în fiecare zi că succesul nu se află undeva în depărtare, dincolo de zare. E chiar aici, în fața noastră, în oglindă, în fiecare mică decizie de zi cu zi, pentru că marea realizare nu e să ai cea mai bună zi. Cu fiecare prânz, fiecare spectacol, fiecare cadou, fiecare vacanță, fiecare angajat mai motivat și fiecare afacere care crește, marea realizare e să ai cea mai bună fiecare zi, mai mult din ceea ce contează, cu Plaxi.
Poate te întrebi cum arată o companie cu energie pentru orice. Suntem PPC și energia curată este motorul nostru. Iar misiunea noastră este un viitor sustenabil pentru toți. La PPC Blue redefinim mobilitatea durabilă prin soluții accesibile pentru un transport sustenabil și eficient. Colegii de la rețele electrice sunt în plin proces de digitalizare pentru implementarea unei rețele inteligente de distribuție a energiei electrice. Prin PPC Renewables suntem liderii energiei regenerabile în România, datorită celor 23 de parcuri fotovoltaice și eoliene cu capacitate instalată de peste 1300 de megavați. PPC. Energie pentru orice.
Materialele care schimbă viitorul. De ce contează? Pentru că datorită tehnologiei avansate nu lasă urme generațiilor viitoare. Ca Evo Zero, primul ciment din lume cu zero emisii nete de dioxid de carbon, bazat pe un proces de captare și stocare sigură a carbonului la fabrica Heidelberg Materials din Brevik. O inovație globală în construcții. Evo Zero, zero emisii, 100% trasabilitate. De la Heidelberg Materials. Oamenii lasă mereu o amprentă. Lasă o casă, o școală, un pod, lasă o urmă. Iar de acum ei pot construi fără să lase urme, pentru că există Evo Zero, primul ciment din lume cu zero emisii nete de dioxid de carbon, bazat pe un proces de captare și stocare sigură a carbonului. Evo Zero, zero emisii, 100% trasabilitate, de la Heidelberg Materials.
pacienți sănătoși acasă. Regina Maria.
Nothing affects our health more than what we eat. From our birth to old age. Every day. At Danone, bringing health through food to as many people as possible is our North Star, our mission at the core of everything we do. Having a positive impact while growing our business is in our DNA and is part of our daily activity as an entreprise à mission. Together with our employees and partners, we drive value creation and leadership in each of our categories through our Danone Impact Journey. Our first responsibility is to progress and lead health through food for consumers and patients, offering tastier and healthier food and drinks, promoting healthier choices, providing positive nutrition and hydration for healthier life, investing in nutrition and hydration science and research. Because bringing health through food is only possible with a healthy planet, we are committed to preserve and regenerate nature. Curbing carbon emissions in line with 1.5 degrees targets, leading the way on methane reduction, pioneering and scaling regenerative agriculture, preserving and restoring water resources, driving the transition to a circular and low-carbon packaging system, and cutting waste across the value chain. Bringing health through food relies on thriving people and communities, making Danone a force for good, equipping and empowering communities with skills and capabilities of the future, championing a renewed social contract. Together, joining forces, we will make a change. Our mission is in action through this Danone Impact Journey. It is rooted in Danone's DNA. This is what drives us. Danone.
Știai că o locuință bine izolată nu înseamnă doar confort, ci și economii serioase la facturile de energie? Eficiența energetică este esențială pentru a menține o temperatură plăcută în casă, fără a cheltui inutil pe încălzire sau răcire. Termoizolațiile de calitate, precum vata bazaltică și polistirenul expandat, reduc pierderile de căldură iarna și păstrează răcoarea vara. Astfel, nu doar că economisești până la 30% la factura de energie, dar îți și protejezi locuința de mucegai, umiditate și zgomot. La Leroy Merlin găsești toate materialele de izolație de care ai nevoie pentru o casă mai eficientă energetic și mai confortabilă.
promisiuni ce par reale, dar de fapt sunt false. Deși par atât de convingătoare, în realitate sunt cu totul altceva și ajungi să nu mai știi ce să crezi. Aqua Carpatica Flavors. Alege informat.
Now the day that the Lord rained down, the sky screamed with rage through the clouds. You're gonna pay for the hell that you done, and that crop won't ever come.
When we started Social Innovation Solutions, our universe was a small yet bold dream, empowering individuals and organizations to understand and navigate future transformations.
We believe the future doesn't happen to us. It's something we create.
The role of Social Innovation Solutions is important, not only in Romania, but in the region, not only in the region, but in Europe, not only in Europe, but in the whole world.
Our portfolio includes a sustainability education platform for SMEs, an in-depth transformational program for SMEs and NGOs, and a set of 10 tools that help entrepreneurs evaluate their companies and start their transition plans.
Working with Social Innovation Solution was an amazing experience for us, and we appreciated all the time the passion that we see in the people from Social Innovation Solution.
Some first feedback was that they are very satisfied with the program, that they also expect that on their side they will have some changes and some inputs which they will use in their transformation.
In 2024, we decided to scale to 3 countries, Bulgaria, Serbia and Croatia, and we decided to scale 2 of the programs that we have. Both address sustainability for SMEs.
Well, I think that CIS has great expertise in sustainability and a lot of expertise in entrepreneurship and working with entrepreneurs. What is great about CIS, it really can connect and create synergy amongst different stakeholders in order to pursue the same goal.
Our climate programs are designed to bring people together and spark action. We support high-impact individuals and corporate leaders through educational programs, fellowships, and climate tech initiatives that drive climate resilience and leadership across CEE and beyond.
BRD is
looking for partners of long run. Better Day is looking for trust. Better Day is looking for somebody next to which can co-create.
Climate Change Summit is a real summit for our country. Their ability to bring stakeholders from diverse industries and very important policymakers, authorities, and people who contribute to change this perspective and the mentality and the society. When we talk about climate change, I think this is the best way to make a great society and to make a society better in these perspectives.
Working together gives hope to all of us.
When astronauts look at Earth from space, they experience profound emotions and transformative shift in how they see our planet and life itself. This is known as the overview effect.
Through the combined efforts of leaders, businesses, and communities, we envision a cultural shift where informed societies prioritize climate resilience and sustainable practices. Our universe is one of possibilities, and together we are making the impossible possible.
Auchan's diverse store formats, ranging from large hypermarkets to small convenience stores, reflect our commitment to ensuring accessibility for a wide range of customers, which aligns with CDG 10, reducing inequality by catering to both urban and rural populations. Auchan is committed to being a community-centric retailer by aligning our business model with the specific needs of local customers.
Sustainability is a core principle of our strategy, and all projects which are related to products and sustainability have been very well received by our public. These initiatives transform the shopping experience by making it more meaningful. Customers are no longer just buying products, they're contributing to sustainability, they're reducing waste and supporting their communities.
The partnership with our suppliers is key to decarbonizing our offer of products and services to build a meaningful offer for our customers in order to make sure that we reduce our greenhouse gas emissions.
In regards to sustainability, accessibility, and community impact, our primary goal is to advance on the journey towards the sustainable transformation of our business model. This involves collaborating closely with all stakeholders, especially our suppliers, to achieve decarbonization, promote sustainable products, and ensure food security.
Alege Plaxi, lider în beneficii extrasalariale. Succesul nu e acolo unde îți propui să ajungi într-o zi, e acolo unde îți propui să ajungi în fiecare zi. Angajatorii, angajații și partenerii noștri ne arată în fiecare zi că succesul nu se află undeva în depărtare, dincolo de zare. E chiar aici, în fața noastră, în oglindă, în fiecare mică decizie de zi cu zi, pentru că marea realizare nu e să ai cea mai bună zi. Cu fiecare prânz, fiecare spectacol, fiecare cadou, fiecare vacanță, fiecare angajat mai motivat și fiecare afacere care crește, marea realizare e să ai cea mai bună fiecare zi, mai mult din ceea ce contează, cu Plaxi.
Poate te întrebi cum arată o companie cu energie pentru orice. Suntem PPC și energia curată este motorul nostru. Iar misiunea noastră este un viitor sustenabil pentru toți. La PPC Blue redefinim mobilitatea durabilă prin soluții accesibile pentru un transport sustenabil și eficient. Colegii de la rețele electrice sunt în plin proces de digitalizare pentru implementarea unei rețele inteligente de distribuție a energiei electrice. Prin PPC Renewables suntem liderii energiei regenerabile în România, datorită celor 23 de parcuri fotovoltaice și eoliene cu capacitate instalată de peste 1300 de megavați. PPC. Energie pentru orice.
Materialele care schimbă viitorul. De ce contează? Pentru că datorită tehnologiei avansate nu lasă urme generațiilor viitoare. Ca Evo Zero, primul ciment din lume cu zero emisii nete de dioxid de carbon, bazat pe un proces de captare și stocare sigură a carbonului la fabrica Heidelberg Materials din Brevik. O inovație globală în construcții. Evo Zero, zero emisii, 100% trasabilitate. De la Heidelberg Materials. Oamenii lasă mereu o amprentă. Lasă o casă, o școală, un pod, lasă o urmă. Iar de acum ei pot construi fără să lase urme, pentru că există Evo Zero, primul ciment din lume cu zero emisii nete de dioxid de carbon, bazat pe un proces de captare și stocare sigură a carbonului. Evo Zero, zero emisii, 100% trasabilitate, de la Heidelberg Materials.
Totul pentru pacienți sănătoși acasă. Regina Maria.
Nothing affects our health more than what we eat. From our birth to old age, every day. At Dannon, bringing health through food to as many people as possible is our North Star, our mission at the core of everything we do. Having a positive impact while growing our business is in our DNA and is part of our daily activity as an entreprise à mission. Together with our employees and partners, we drive value creation and leadership in each of our categories through our Dannon Impact Journey. Our first responsibility is to progress and lead health through food for consumers and patients, offering tastier and healthier food and drinks, promoting healthier choices, providing positive nutrition and hydration for healthier life, investing in nutrition and hydration science and research. Because bringing health through food is only possible with a healthy planet, we are committed to preserve and regenerate nature. Curbing carbon emissions in line with 1.5 degrees targets, leading the way on methane reduction, pioneering and scaling regenerative agriculture, preserving and restoring water resources, driving the transition to a circular and low-carbon packaging system, and cutting waste across the value chain. Bringing health through food relies on thriving people and communities, making Danone a force for good, equipping and empowering communities with skills and capabilities of the future, championing a renewed social contract. Together, joining forces, we will make a change. Our mission is in action through this Danone impact journey. It is rooted in Danone's DNA. This is what drives us. Danone.
Știai că o locuință bine izolată nu înseamnă doar confort, ci și economii serioase la facturile de energie? Eficiența energetică este esențială pentru a menține o temperatură plăcută în casă, fără a cheltui inutil pe încălzire sau răcire. Termoizolațiile de calitate, precum vata bazaltică și polistirenul expandat, reduc pierderile de căldură iarna și păstrează răcoarea vara. Astfel, nu doar că economisești până la 30% la factura de energie, dar îți și protejezi locuința de mucegai, umiditate și zgomot. La Leroy Merlin găsești toate materialele de izolație de care ai nevoie pentru o casă mai eficientă energetic și mai confortabilă.
Trăim într-o lume cu promisiuni ce par reale, dar de fapt sunt false. Deși par atât de convingătoare, în realitate sunt cu totul altceva și ajungi să nu mai știi ce să crezi. Aqua Carpatica Flavors. Alege informat.
Gonna pay for the hair that you done, and that crop won't ever come.
When we started Social Innovation Solutions, our universe was a small yet bold dream, empowering individuals and organizations to understand and navigate future transformations.
We believe the future doesn't happen to us. It's something we create.
The role of social innovation solutions is important, not only in Romania, but in the region, not only in the region, but in Europe, not only in Europe, but in the whole world.
Our portfolio includes a sustainability education platform for SMEs, an in-depth transformational program for SMEs and NGOs, and a set of 10 tools that help entrepreneurs evaluate their companies and start their transition plans.
Working with Social Innovation Solution was an amazing experience for us, and we appreciated all the time the passion that we see in the people from Social Innovation Solution.
Some first feedback was that they are very satisfied with the program, that they also expect that on their side they will have some changes and some inputs which they will use in their transformation.
In 2024, we decided to scale to 3 countries, Bulgaria, Serbia and Croatia, and we decided to scale 2 of the programs that we have. Both address sustainability for SMEs.
Well, I think that CIS has great expertise in sustainability and a lot of expertise in entrepreneurship and working with entrepreneurs. What is great about CIS, it really can connect and create synergy amongst different stakeholders in order to pursue the same goal.
Our climate programs are designed to bring people together and spark action. We support high-impact individuals and corporate leaders through educational programs, fellowships, and climate tech initiatives that drive climate resilience and leadership across CEE and beyond.
BRD is looking for partners of long run. BRD is looking for trust. BRD is looking for somebody next to which can co-create.
Climate Change Summit is a real summit for our country. Their ability to bring stakeholders from diverse industries and very important policymakers, authorities, and people who contribute to change this perspective and the mentality and the society when we talk about climate change. I think this is the best way to make a great society and to make a society better in these perspectives.
Working together gives hope to all of us.
When astronauts look at Earth from space, they experience profound emotions and transformative shift in how they see our planet and life itself. This is known as the overview effect.
Through the combined efforts of leaders, businesses, and communities, we envision a cultural shift where informed societies prioritize climate resilience and sustainable practices. Our universe is one of possibilities, and together we are making the impossible possible.
Auchan's diverse store formats, ranging from large hypermarkets to small convenience stores, reflect our commitment to ensuring accessibility for a wide range of customers, which aligns with CDG 10, reducing inequality by catering to both urban and rural populations. Auchan is committed to being a community-centric retailer by aligning our business model with the specific needs of local customers.
Sustainability is a core principle of our strategy, and all projects which are related to products and sustainability have been very well received by our public. These initiatives transform the shopping experience by making it more meaningful. Customers are no longer just buying products, they're contributing to sustainability, they're reducing waste and supporting their communities.
The partnership with our suppliers is key to decarbonizing our offer of products and services to build a meaningful offer for our customers in order to make sure that we reduce our greenhouse gas emissions.
In regards to sustainability, accessibility, and community impact, our primary goal is to advance on the journey towards the sustainable transformation of our business model. This involves collaborating closely with all stakeholders, especially our suppliers, to achieve decarbonization, promote sustainable products, and ensure food security.
Alege Plaxi, lider în beneficii extrasalariale. Succesul nu e acolo unde îți propui să ajungi într-o zi, e acolo unde îți propui să ajungi în fiecare zi. Angajatorii, angajații și partenerii noștri ne arată în fiecare zi că succesul nu se află undeva în depărtare, dincolo de zare. E chiar aici, în fața noastră, în oglindă, în fiecare mică decizie de zi cu zi, pentru că marea realizare nu e să ai cea mai bună zi. Cu fiecare prânz, fiecare spectacol, fiecare cadou, fiecare vacanță, fiecare angajat mai motivat și fiecare afacere care crește, marea realizare e să ai cea mai bună fiecare zi, mai mult din ceea ce contează, cu Plaxi.
Poate te întrebi cum arată o companie cu energie pentru orice. Suntem PPC și energia curată este motorul nostru. Iar misiunea noastră este un viitor sustenabil pentru toți. La PPC Blue redefinim mobilitatea durabilă prin soluții accesibile pentru un transport sustenabil și eficient. Colegii de la rețele electrice sunt în plin proces de digitalizare pentru implementarea unei rețele inteligente de distribuție a energiei electrice. Prin PPC Renewables suntem liderii energiei regenerabile în România datorită celor 23 de parcuri fotovoltaice și eoliene cu capacitate instalată de peste 1300 de megavați. PPC. Energie pentru orice.
Materialele care schimbă viitorul. De ce contează? Pentru că datorită tehnologiei avansate nu lasă urme generațiilor viitoare. Ca Evo Zero, primul ciment din lume cu zero emisii nete de dioxid de carbon, bazat pe un proces de captare și stocare sigură a carbonului la fabrica Heidelberg Materials din Brevik. O inovație globală în construcții. Evo Zero, zero emisii, 100% trasabilitate. De la Heidelberg Materials. Oamenii lasă mereu o amprentă. Lasă o casă, o școală, un pod, lasă o urmă. Iar de acum ei pot construi fără să lase urme, pentru că există Evo Zero, primul ciment din lume cu zero emisii nete de dioxid de carbon, bazat pe un proces de captare și stocare sigură a carbonului. Evo Zero, zero emisii, 100% trasabilitate, de la Heidelberg Materials.
Totul pentru pacienți sănătoși acasă. Regina Maria.
Nothing affects our health more than what we eat. From our birth to old age, every day. At Dannon, bringing health through food to as many people as possible is our North Star, our mission at the core of everything we do. Having a positive impact while growing our business is in our DNA, and it's part of our daily activity as an entreprise à mission. Together with our employees and partners, we drive value creation and leadership in each of our categories through our Dannon Impact Journey. Our first responsibility is to progress and lead health through food for consumers and patients, offering tastier and healthier food and drinks, promoting healthier choices, providing positive nutrition and hydration for healthier life, investing in nutrition and hydration science and research. Because bringing health through food is only possible with a healthy planet, we are committed to preserve and regenerate nature. Curbing carbon emissions in line with 1.5 degrees targets, leading the way on methane reduction, pioneering and scaling regenerative agriculture, preserving and restoring water resources, driving the transition to a circular and low-carbon packaging system, and cutting waste across the value chain. Bringing health through food relies on thriving people and communities, making Danone a force for good, equipping and empowering communities with skills and capabilities of the future, championing a renewed social contract. Together, joining forces, we will make a change. Our mission is in action through this Danone impact journey. It is rooted in Danone's DNA. This is what drives us. Danone.
Știai că o locuință bine izolată nu înseamnă doar confort, ci și economii serioase la facturile de energie? Eficiența energetică este esențială pentru a menține o temperatură plăcută în casă, fără a cheltui inutil pe încălzire sau răcire. Termoizolațiile de calitate, precum vata bazaltică și polistirenul expandat, reduc pierderile de căldură iarna și păstrează răcoarea vara. Astfel, nu doar că economisești până la 30% la factura de energie, dar îți și protejezi locuința de mucegai, umiditate și zgomot. La Leroy Merlin găsești toate materialele de izolație de care ai nevoie pentru o casă mai eficientă energetic și mai confortabilă.
Hello again. Thank you so much for being with us at the second part of the event. Hope that, that's a good light. Hope that the lunch was okay for all of you and the break. I know that all of us needed a break. Now, I told you before the break that we are going to have a special moment, and it's my pleasure to invite for the moment that is called The Future Speaks, Children's Insights on the Climate Crisis. And I would like to invite for the moment Matei and Ioana. They are members of the Romanian Children's Board supported by UNICEF, share their vision of our planet. Please, Matei, Ioana, please join me. Please applause for them. You have a great support here, and I'm very, very happy that you are here. It's very, very important to have children, teenagers, and young people to speak about this climate change crisis and how it is for you. I want to say a few more words because through your voices, we will hear how the next generation perceives the climate crisis and what do you believe must change to protect our future, because as I said before in the beginning, this planet means that this is our only home, and I think that we need to protect it. And after you, here on the stage, there are going to come another 8 children. Please applause also for them, because I want everyone to meet you. They are from Bucharest Children's Local Council, and also they are from Romanian Children's Board. And I think this is going to be a very special moment. I'm not integrated here. This is the stage for you guys. Please, Matei, Ioana, this is your moment.
Thank you very much. Imagine a child growing up in a city where summer feels endless, where playgrounds turn into heat traps, and the air feels heavy before school even starts. Now, imagine this is not an exception, but the new normal for half the children in Europe and Central Asia.
That's not imagination, it's a reality. Across our region, 1 in 2 children already face frequent heat waves, double the global average. And in 2021 alone, more than 6,000 children lost their lives to causes to air pollution, most before their first birthdays. According to a Eureport poll, 74% of young respondents in Europe said they are worried or very worried about climate change, but only 1 in 4 feel they are learning enough about it in schools.
Good day, everyone. I'm Matei, and together with my colleague Ioana, we are members of the Romanian Children's Board supported by UNICEF. Today, we are deeply honored to represent children and young people from Romania and across Europe. Standing here feels both humbling and urgent, because while our generation didn't create this climate crisis, we paid a price. But we are also determined to help solve it.
Across Romania and Europe, children face challenges that go beyond classrooms and playgrounds. We're growing up in communities marked by rising temperature, heavier flows, longer droughts, and air that's harder to breathe. The climate landscape analysis for children in Romania shows that these impacts fall hardest on the most vulnerable, children in poverty, rural areas, and marginalized communities who often lack access to clean water, to safe housing, and proper healthcare.
And yet, there is hope. Hope in the young people who refuse to stay silent, in the leaders who listen, and in the communities that act, because every policy, every plan, every national and local decision should begin with one simple question: how will this impact children?
Let's talk about how can actually change that. First, education. We need climate and environmental education not only during Green Week, or not just as an optional topic, but as a life skill. Imagine if every student learned not just math or history, but how to save energy, manage waste, and be resilient communities. When young people understand sustainability, they inspire their families, their communities, and their schools to act too.
Second, participation. Last year, Romania became the first country in the world to legally mandate child participation in public decision-making. That's historic, but it's only the first step. Children's councils, youth assemblies, and students' representatives should drive change in every community. Yet, too often, they are missing, or their voices go unheard. So how can we plan the future without hearing from those who are the future?
Third, local innovation. Cities like Cluj are already making small but meaningful steps, like the Green Friday initiative, where public transport is free every Friday to cut emission and ease traffic. It might sound like a small gesture, but it builds a culture of responsibility. Now imagine if every community had youth-led innovation spaces, places where young people and local authorities can work together to redesign public transport in green spaces or lead awareness campaign. Innovation isn't just about technology. It's about imagination, it's about empathy, and it's about courage.
And finally, health and well-being. The UN Committee on the Rights of the Child recently called on Romania to strengthen healthcare and mental health services for children, because climate anxiety is real. Many young people feel powerless in the face of crisis, but what we need isn't pity, it's empowerment. Safe parks, green spaces, community centers, and youth-led initiatives can transform anxiety into action and fear into purpose.
We often hear that children are the future, but we are also the present, the future generation ready to act and eager to help lead.
Now, before we leave, we'd like to try something bold. You've heard a lot of great ideas and strategies today. Let's end with something a little more concrete.
So we'd like to make a short pledge together with you. So when we say the line, please repeat it after us, loudly and proudly.
So everybody please stand up. And let's make a promise, a shared one. I state your name.
Do solemnly pledge
For every child to design communities powered by renewable energy. Guided by empathy and strengthened by inclusion.
and that I will fight not only for the planet,
but together with the next generation.
For every child, a sustainable tomorrow.
Thank you for joining us in this small act of hope.
Thank you. Such a wonderful moment. Thank you, guys. And we promise that we will cherish this moment all together. Now, we go back to economy because it's very important to talk about sustainability and the economy in the same time. And the next moment is called Empowering Economies Through Inclusivity. And the guest who is going to be here on the stage, she is UN advisor, explores how inclusivity can become a powerful engine for economic empowerment. She will discuss strategies to ensure that the transition towards sustainable economies leaves no one behind, highlighting the intersection of equality, innovation, and growth. And my guest is Amelia Crai Lopez-Huix, UN advisor. Please, applause for Amelia. Hello.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So, very challenging. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's my first time in Romania. And before starting about this very technical aspect of how women impact the global economy, I want to tell you a little bit my journey on how I ended up as being a United Nations advisor on gender economic governance. I was born in a very small village in the north of Spain in 1974. And for us, a world full of opportunities was very far away from us. I was a swimmer, and thanks to the Olympic Games in 1992, I did join this global vision close to our home to join and to be participant of the changes, the economic and social changes that were happening in these times. Later on, I had the opportunity to study thanks to Erasmus programs that were opening the frontiers around Europe, and I became an IT engineer working for an American company, Honeywell. What happened next? At my 28 years old, I became a mother for the first time. Today, I'm a mother of 4 women. They are 22, 20, 16, and 14. And what did the world and the economy especially told me? You have been very successful, very productive, very competitive until now, but now it's time to take care of your children. And sorry for the emotion. I didn't want to give up at my 30 years old, and I did a promise to myself. I'm going to find a solution for me as a woman, not only as a mother, for me as a woman to be part of the society and the economy at large. Who was speaking about these global domains at this moment was the United Nations. At the corporate level, we have discussions about diversity and inclusion, and it's about making the topic small. So this is when, in 2009, inspired by the United Nations, I'm going to tell you my journey, how we have been listening to other speakers. Every single person here in the room or everywhere, with determination and purpose, can make a global impact, putting your strategy, your mind and efforts in place, okay? So my strategy was to join the United Nations and to marry two UN agencies, UN Women and the United Nations Global Compact. The United Nations Global Compact decided to put a human face to the global market. And you know what is the global agenda. There was this mastodontic multi-stakeholder agreement that came to life in 2015, representing the will of all countries to empower every country in the planet environmentally, socially, and economically, okay? And having a good governance. Well, not for nothing, it seems like an assumption. We created a global goal on gender equality, and it was the first time in the story of humankind that a global agreement would recognize that the achievement of all the global goals would not happen without the participation of all women and girls of this planet. How do you do this? Because we talk about very nice visions, we talk about net zero, we talk about big numbers, but how do you embody this transformation? What happened inside the UN Global Compact was to say, let's create these local hubs, and let's offer this knowledge to companies. There are different accelerators, and I'm not trying to say that the United Nations Global Compact is the only solution, but that was the moment when it was designed, the women's empowerment principles. How are we going to spread that gender equality issues can be a priority for any company around the world? A lot of progress has been made, but still, many companies that are implementing sustainability issues, that are taking gender equality at the core of their strategies, implementing water solutions, all of it has been explained before. Still, there is significant progress to do. What is the state of our societies? I don't know how old are you, but for me and your daughters, your sisters, any female friend around you, it will take 123 years to have the same economic opportunities as you have right now, okay? There are obviously other issues tackling on the table, but I'm bringing the issue affecting half of the global population. As the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres declared, gender inequality is the overwhelming injustice of our age and the biggest human rights challenge we are facing. The World Economic Forum, I was explaining you the average of age. In Central Asia, it will take more than 200 years to close the line. It will take our granddaughters to see equality. And this is where we are in the average globally, at the performance of almost 70% of performance has been closed. Many companies are signing the women's empowerment principles and going beyond diversity and inclusion. Governments, all industries are really trying to advance not only climate change and sustainability, but many of the barriers. But beyond diversity and inclusion, this is not only what is happening inside companies. This is happening inside countries, governments, at any industry, public-private institution. These are the main structural barriers we are facing. Sexual harassment, not only us as adults, but children, girls around the planet. Equal pay. We have the new legislation coming now, but still we earn 20% less than men. Work-life conditions. And unconscious bias that affect all talent management of a company, leaving productivity behind. This is how we see the pipeline, the productivity pipeline of any company. And this is only the workplace situation. You see the pyramid, the level of entrance. We are educating our girls, but then we don't give them the opportunities to be part and to develop their full potential. But what is the opportunity? It was stated already, we are in 2025, and we have had to absorb COVID, a global pandemic, but these were the projections estimated by McKinsey a long time ago about giving full opportunities to women and girls to be part of the economy. It will increase the global GDP by 28 trillion if we had gone on track. For some companies, it can determine, for example, Latin American, like the increase of the 40% of their global GDP. In European countries, for around Europe, it can represent the growth of 2 trillion, okay? So, how did UN Women and the UN Global Compact try to center, not that it's the most important issue, but when we are tackling the problems of half of the population, how can we make companies or any institution analyze their performance and create plans and execute them among their entire strategy? One thing that we saw as well is the component of resilience and the market opportunities of companies around the planet. Not all companies are big multinationals. For example, during COVID times or facing climate change, what we are seeing is many women entrepreneurs coming to the front, putting themselves the solution on the table. But we have a problem. While they are doubling their efforts and commit to sustainability and resolve social, economic, and environmental issues, there is a problem on funding. They don't have access to capital. We have seen from the UN Global Compact as well, and that might be interesting for companies like Romania, that economies that are based on the small, medium enterprises or PMIs are also being very interested in resolving all of these issues firsthand. How do we do this? We cannot separate ourselves from the benefits of the financial case and the sustainability case. We cannot keep on talking about gender equality only from a social perspective. And this is the issue we are having right now when we are saying, okay, let's put this problem only as a human resource issue because diverse teams work better. Now what we need to do is to advance and make a clear business case for gender equality in all our sustainability efforts. Why? Because it's proved, and you have had enough numbers this morning, but it's proved, and you can read it in all the reports around the world, it increases financial performance, it increases employee productivity, it increases team performance and innovation, and especially not only your market reputation, but the compliance and what the world thinks about your brand, okay? Inside the UN Global Compact, this is something that I will explore a little bit later, but 99% of the CEOs were seeing the value, not only in sustainability, but on treating all of the SDGs, all of the sustainable development strategy in their portfolios. They were seeing a brand increase by these percentages, a revenue growth, an increase of the risk mitigation plans, and a cost reduction. They saw also the improvement of their financial performance with having a good ESG performance in their results. But who is really taking care, at least at the domain of gender equality in these moments, after having improved a lot of companies analyzing their action plans in all of their strategies and operations? Investors are very much looking at key performance indicators, not only what the composition of the corporate board, but for example, if you have child labor issues or sexual harassment problems in your supply chain, companies are really now starting to track down how to make an impact in gender equality issues. And then, when we think about our markets, when we think about who are the new consumers, who are the new employees, how are you reading the performance of these companies? Half of the people wanting companies to do good for you, and especially if you're a woman, it's you tracking how this company is treating us in the company, how this company is treating the supply chain, how this company is treating women and girls around the world. And this is a percentage. I don't want to stop you with a lot of graphics today. These are what is the problem that we have seen? We talk about greenwashing and pinkwashing, okay? And you see a lot of companies, what we have seen from the inside, thousands of companies would sign the women's empowerment principles. And despite the business case that I didn't want it to stop before, case by case, despite the economic impact of that, you see only if 80% of the companies are signing that we commit to gender equality in all our strategy, only 39%, and that is in 2020, have shown up with real actions and real plans and real impact in their countries and their communities. How do you resolve this situation? In 2020 itself, when we saw this disparity, that most of the companies would come and join us together with the Secretary General of the UN to sign the Women's Empowerment Principles, and seeing that nothing was being delivered on the ground, we created the Target Gender Equality Program that has been now facilitated in more than 90 countries, having an impact, adopting and prioritizing gender equality at the core of the strategies, and adopting the implementation of the 7 principles. What do? You go beyond diversity and inclusion. You make your CEOs and your board of directors commit to gender equality to be promoted in all business operations. You implement the principle of equal opportunity, inclusion, and non-discrimination. You ensure that health, safety, and freedom from violence is a reality in all of your companies. You offer education and training. You create development in your entire market, in all your supply chains. You create real community leadership and engagement. And then you are transparent. You do not only commit, you show real impact of your actions. It goes through different levels of management to move the needle, not only your HR or diversity and inclusion departments, CEOs, supply chain, marketing. It needs to be operational at all levels of your company. To increase this problem, that from the commitment and doing a public relations exposition on your efforts on diversity and inclusion, actually you are walking the talk, setting measurable goals and targets. This is the performance today. Despite seeing thousands of companies signing the Women's Empowerment Principles, only 2% of the companies are performing at the level we deserve in any country. At the leadership level, only 31% of performance. At the workplace, thanks to diversity and inclusion, we have a better performance. But do you see the entire marketplace? Only 17% of policies are directed to products and services that can have a positive gender lens impact. And when we talk about the community as well, we still think in terms of international cooperation. Who's the most interested in analyzing if your company is performing well and is investable at the lens of gender equality? The financial services. And these are the investor level for actions. We have been talking about principles of responsible investment. You have seen banks, and especially the opening of the CEO today. And this is the new kind of impact we are seeing. The next step and frontier that we need from the world are investors, and especially financial institutions. We were talking about transforming the markets, and that sustainability-linked bonds are coming to the market to offer a solution to all climate change options. Well, last year, we were proud with the UN Women to include in the same mechanism the gender bonds. And I hope that with this instrument around the world, commercial, non-commercial banks, financial institutions are really seeing the case to move the needle from words to real action around the world. This is a situation for Romania, and the bad news is that Romania is at the last position of the European ranking. I've been in more than 90 countries doing this conversation, but what I see is a new lens. The empty pot can also be full of market opportunities. You have the perfect economy to create a small, medium enterprises, to track all these students that are here and around the country, and to really create strategies that are already invented. Commit your leadership and transform your markets company by company in your entire country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amelia. Don't forget about our app. You can make some appointments with the speakers, and don't forget about also Green Stage, because there are events happening over there too. Now we are going to have a special moment, because here at the Climate Change Summit it is going to be launched Blue Pioneers in Romania. It is a new initiative dedicated to advancing sustainable innovation and blue economy solutions. So I'm very curious about this, and I am going to invite here George Roth, CTO at Recognos. Please come here. Applause for George Roth.
Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you, hello.
Happy to be here with you.
Hello, everybody. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you for the organizers. I will present you an executive summary of a program that we try to, we are launching in United States, in Romania. And actually, please contact me to find more details if you are interested. So the idea of this Blue Pioneers program is a solution building platform who tries to bring the Silicon Valley mentality in conservation projects to teach usually the locals who live in a certain area which has conservation problems, to teach them how to live and create sustainable businesses in the same time, solving the problems that they are struggling with. If you see the Blue Pioneers, it's a program started by the Packard Foundation. So you know Hewlett-Packard, this is the Packard side. And for those who visited California, they own the Monterey Aquarium, for example. Their focus are water conservation in the world, the ocean conservation projects. If you see, most of the projects were in Asia and Africa. And unfortunately, I mean, they didn't have projects in Europe. And this would be the first project in Europe. And the fact that most of the projects are in Africa and Asia, you can, they organize a workshop, you'll see in a second, and the workshop was organized in the United States. And unfortunately, because of the US situation right now, many of the participants from Africa and Asia were not allowed to come to the US. They didn't get visas. So then with the Professor Yuvei, who I represent, basically I am not in this domain, I am an entrepreneur and expert in AI. Basically, we spoke and we said, let's bring this project to Romania. And You can see what is the approach here. Basically, you take a case study, you bring people from, you send out the case study, and then you bring people from all over the world, financed by the Packard Foundation, and you bring them in a workshop, which takes about 1 month, and then they discuss this, and the best solution gets a prize and seed money to start a business. Basically, these are the sponsors of this program, program, and you'll see the David and Lucille Packard Foundation is one of the main, but we have many others, and Stanford University, the Center for the Ocean Solutions. Here are a few projects which were done before. Also, you see some of the blue pioneers, Romania. The focus is the delta. Romania has these 3 areas which are mentioned in Europe as unique. So you have the Danube Delta, the Southern Carpathians, and the Transylvanian uplands. So we will start with the Danube Delta. Basically, we are looking for partners here. We are looking for partners not for money, but we are looking for partners to participate in this project. And you'll see a few organizations that we talked about. We don't have the partnership signed, but they all agreed to start this. You can see here are the next steps that we are doing. So we hope to start the workshop in Q3 next year, and the Professor Yuvei Shi will come here. Actually, Professor Yuvei Shi will come here with a Fulbright at the University of Bucharest. We'll stay here 3 months. Larry Crowder is the marine conservation expert, and at last, and not at least, we have Andrew Bushku, who is here, who was one of the initiators of this idea. And we intend to use him as a connection to high schools. And as a first project, we tried to do a mini project for the Delta in Bucharest. The people know that there is a little Delta in Bucharest, too. Well, thank you very much, and feel free to contact me. I'm here after this, and I will tell you more if you want to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Merci.
Now it's time to talk about energy transition, because we are going to have a panel, and Claudiu Butacu is going to be the moderator of this panel. And before introducing Claudiu here on the stage, I want to say a few more words about him. He has spent the past 15 years turning big ideas about sustainability into real change. He is the co-founder and also the president in the meantime of FDEN and Energiata. He helped shape Romania's prosumer ecosystem, making it possible for citizens and companies also to produce their own green energy. Through the European Institute for Sustainability, he designs a lot of programs that train leaders to think systematically about climate, energy, and impact. And in the classroom, because also he goes there at CNSPA and at Bucharest International School of Management, he challenges the way he teaches also sustainability, preparing this new generation to lead the transition with clarity and courage. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Claudiu Butacu, co-founder FDEN. Please, Claudiu, join me here on the stage. I think everything is set up for you.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, happy to be here.
Thank you, Teodora, for the stage. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's go and talk a little bit about energy transition, not only in Romania, but in Central and Eastern Europe. Are you in for that? That's the dynamic part where you should suppose nudge or say something. So are you ready for this, yeah? Okay, thank you. So we're going to start with some facts. And I'm pretty sure that some of you might know about the first half of 2025 that the global power generation from renewables, mainly solar and wind, surpassed coal for the first time in history. So a big round of applause for that. Thank you. Renewables covered around 83% of the growth in the global electricity demand, mostly thanks to the new solar capacity. So it's a historic milestone right now, and the sign that the energy transition is no longer something distant or aspirational. It's happening, we're living it. So, at the same time, reports also show that this pace is still not fast enough to meet global climate targets. That's the BART part. And that's where regions like Central and Eastern Europe come in. I'm going to have some speakers invited to talk about 4 main topics. We're going to focus on digitalization, perspectives from policy, investment in innovation and systems thinking. I'm going to invite on the stage, let's see if they're prepared, Anela Anger-Kravi, Director, Center for Climate Policy, University of Cambridge. Applause. Thank you, Anela, for coming. Thank you. Diana Jurge-Vorschatz, Vice Chair, Intergov Panel on Climate Change and Professor to Central European University. Welcome. Ioana Pandera, Founder and President of Forum Energy. Welcome. And Mr. Adrian Dugulan, the General Manager of PPC Renewables Romania. Welcome. Have a seat. Really fast, I told you some good parts. Let's talk about the bad things and how we can shift to behavioral, and let's have this transition working at this summit. So, we're talking about the speed of this transition. Let's bring it closer to our home. And Anela, you come from Estonia, a country that has moved fast on digitalization and clean energy for sure. From your perspective, what are the biggest opportunities and blind spots for CEE when it comes to modernizing our energy systems for the transition? Have the floor.
Does it work? Brilliant. Hello again, everyone. So what are the biggest challenges in energy transition?
And some blind spots.
And blind spots in Estonia was the question. One of the challenges I think we all need to talk about, that's the elephant in the room, is energy price. Because moving to renewable energy is not for free. It requires investment. Also, the energy system needs some backup because it's very difficult to provide renewable energy, wind and solar, when there's nighttime and no wind. So we still need to keep some of the more conventional electricity plants growing, so going, not growing. And hence we keeping 2 systems in parallel, and that puts up the price. So in Estonia, electricity price is often 900, and that's 900, it's not a mistake, times higher than in Finland, for example. Finland has nuclear, so just for the background information. And that's very difficult for people if you have to pay such a high electricity price. But it's good for transition, because then people consume less of the energy if the price is high. But what the challenge then is people don't like it, because large part of their income goes to pay the electricity bill. And hence they start voting for those parties who deny the problem and who do not support the transition.
Mm-hmm.
There are other problems also, is what Estonia is a cold country. That means that we have winters, or we used to have. It's better to say winters up to minus 30 degrees. So that means, and it's very dark during wintertime, not much daylight, and that means that you would need, ideally, electricity storage from summer to winter, so seasonal storage, and that doesn't exist.
We're going to go back to storage for sure. We're going to have on the last topic that we're going to address, but you mentioned several times about price. You've been talking about price. So now I would like to ask a little bit, Ioana, about this kind of let's watch the price and how we can reduce the cost simultaneously. So my question for you is, from a policy and governance perspective, what are the most critical regulatory or structural changes that CEE governments should prioritize to modernize the energy infrastructure? We're going to stick to the infrastructure part a little bit now.
First of all, welcome everybody. Thank you for the invitation. And I would like to agree with Anela that actually energy price is now the major, let's say, elephant in the room, big elephant in the room. However, I disagree that everybody has a problem with energy price. Everything depends actually how much we earn and about which type of consumers we speak. So for the majority of people, households, including Poland, it's really not the problem to pay electricity bill. The challenge is related with heating costs, which are much higher. Then what is really missing is this discussion about insulation. But when you ask me actually, how structurally can we lower the prices? And the fact is that the prices in Europe are now high because of two reasons. So first one is our dependence on fossil fuels, and that we still import a lot of gas, oil, but also coal outside of EU. And this is contributing to the higher cost. And also what has changed within the last few years is really fast deployment of renewables, but not catching up with flexibility of the system, which means that we actually keep parallel systems. So we keep expensive conventional power plants, which used to be built in 80, 90, and they are completely inflexible, so cannot cope with variable renewables. And then there is this blaming, actually, as at least what I hear from our experts, who is to blame? Is it renewables to be blamed or fossil fuels to be blamed? And it became like a cultural war. And when you ask me what is really needed, we need new design of electricity market, new approach to rewarding flexibility, because in fact, in the past, power plants have operated constantly. Conventional power plants just run, I don't know, 8,000 hours a year. And actually it was consumer who needs to adjust to the production of electricity. So I remember our first agreements on electricity in Poland in '70. Actually, consumer had the duty to consume energy, and not necessarily. And now the situation has changed. We have consumers who have more right, and this is really good. They can also produce energy, so they can also send this electricity, like prosumers. We call it prosumers. So you can produce and send it to the grid, which is also good, because then the cost of energy are differently distributed. So the system needs to be really much more flexible. What I perceive as a challenge in my country, but I also deal with European policy, is really weakness of the implementation and of the center, competence center for all of this. So we have actually utilities in many countries which run energy policy. So our companies, our ministries are just sometimes too weak to propose good policy solutions, to have arguments, to have really modeling tools also to understand the consequences of the system change. But I have no doubt that when it comes to energy prices and the way forward in Europe, we are in a unique situation where we are really dependent on external supplies of energy, and we just need to build own resources. And energy security now means more renewables and flexible and digitalized systems.
Thank you so much for this perspective. We have the claps, yeah, thank you. So building on that, I'm looking at Diana. Maybe you can let us know, can we build this future-proof infrastructure? Can we tackle this a little bit? What do you think?
I think excellent question, and I really like Joanna's answer, that we have to move also with the understanding of this question to the 21st century, because very often we still conceptualize electricity systems like in the 20th century, big power plants, wires to the consumers, and then we just calculate everything based on how much they want and build the power plant to the biggest demand. That's absolutely not the need of the 21st century digital systems. So the infrastructure should also reflect on that. And I loved, you had all the keywords, for example, flexibility. We are, of course, storage is also coming, and I know we will talk about storage, but we should also look at that there is a lot of flexibility in our demand. We are absolutely underutilizing that. With the right incentives, you can very well distribute some of your loads, like, for example, when you wash your clothes, when you run your dishwasher, even heating and hot water. Because if you have if you have a very energy efficient building, which I mentioned in my talk at the beginning, no accident that I'm emphasizing that, because if you have a very well designed building, it really doesn't matter when you heat up the boiler, for example, because it's resilient. For days, your building stores the heat. So you can use the heating when actually there is surplus energy. And also hot water. In fact, if you have, for example, I live in a house now which has just solar water heaters. It's amazing. Even on the darkest days, it supplies my really big household. And only very few days a year we actually have to switch on. So it's actually a form of storage. So we don't only have to think about hard storage. Also, for example, we always try to scale the infrastructure needs based on big solar farms, so renewables as big farms. But in fact, as already Joanna very well also mentioned, prosumers, more and more of our households and companies want to be independent and produce as much their own energy as possible. That means if you can locally supply your own electricity and also perhaps do these different types of storage, which is not only electricity storage, but heat storage, for example, and also demand flexibility, then in the end, the electrons that you really send, I know you don't send the electrons directly to the grid because I'm a physicist, but let's now still use that. The electrons that you actually send to the grid are not going to be that many. In fact, could be lower. So in fact, that would also minimize the need for the infrastructure development. Of course, there is still, I'm not trying to minimize, there is still the challenge because you do have the more intermittency and a much more complex landscape. But still the point is that we do have 21st century solutions, digitalized demand response, smart responses, price incentives, and then I think it will be much easier, and it wouldn't. Of course, electricity companies love emphasizing they need so much money to develop the grid, and partially that's true. But I think with smart solutions and digital solutions and 21st century solutions, we can tackle a lot.
Thank you. It's music to my ears, and for my colleagues from FDEN, we want some comfort conditions, competition, designing and building this kind of solar houses, and it's amazing what you can obtain if you just control this. So thank you so much for this perspective. Adrian, from an utility and investment angle, I would like to ask you, what do you think are the concrete steps that can accelerate the grid upgrades and integrate the distributed renewables for more efficiency? Thank you for being here.
Thank you for the invitation. And I will try to, write the same narrative that has formed already. I do believe that efficiency is what would help a more efficient integration of renewables in the system. Also, I do believe that we have to stop separating the consumer and the customer from the system because it's part of the system. So if we want to go beyond with integrating renewable energy sources, we have to be very transparent also with the customer. We have to be very transparent also with what is the customer's role in this ecosystem of generating, distribution, transport of energy, and consuming, so that we can match this kind of strategies. So we prevent, imbalances, because the system itself, although we are looking at this big infrastructure, if we are speaking about wind farms, we are speaking about high voltage lines, and so on and so forth, the system itself is quite easy to be unbalanced. So it has to be a very, very transparent conversation between all the players. And since investments were also mentioned, we have to assume that the planning of these investments, but also the return, regardless of how we see the return, because I would like to think that at a general level we see the return on investment in lower prices for the consumers, in stability of supplying the energy. It will come. But if we want short-term solutions, probably it will be very, very hard to get everybody on board. A long-term vision also would help to integrate renewable energy sources, and not only renewable energy sources, because I represent here a producer, an investor in renewable energy, but it's not only about integrating this, it's integrating also the efficiency solutions, is also being aware of how we consume and everything else. So it has to be planned accordingly and transparent.
Let's open the floor for the D word. We're going to speak about digitalization a little bit. So I'm going to stick to you for the next question about digitalization. Is the nervous system of the energy transition. So smart meters, AI, a lot of demand response can make our systems more flexible. So Adrian, from your perspective again, what digital solutions are already transforming utility operation in CEE? What can you tell us?
In what concerns the digital solutions, we have seen quite a high penetration of different strategies. For example, we are using more and more drones, machine learning, artificial intelligence for preventive maintenance so that we can have more reliable supply of energy. If we are speaking about also smart meters that also are being used more and more for the distribution, this brings a lot of information. And I do believe that we have to see digitalization and the digital transformation always within the data management and data acquisition part of the equation. Without reliable data, any transformation will not be sustainable. So having smart meters will give us more information to have better products for the customers, so that what I was saying before, the transparency can happen in a way in which also the others can understand it. So it's all about data. There are also a lot of platforms that are being developed so we can be more efficient, not only on the operation and maintenance part, but also on how we deliver on the investments and so on and so forth. So digitalization for sure is the backbone, and is going to be, I would say, the wave that we have to ride in order to achieve that transition that we are looking for.
I loved how you said it's all about the data. So I will ask you, Anna, Diana, what do you think about it's all about the data? Is something slowing down the adoption? What do you think? It's all about the data?
I think a lot depends on that data quality. So Forum Energy started to work on energy transition 10 years ago, and it was really like no information even about what is the mix of electricity in Poland. So I was so frustrated that for years, actually, we've been calling for data improvement. Now we publish a yearly report on energy transition, which gives also information, which helps also to fight disinformation, because there are a lot of emotions. There are certainly hybrid war, information war, which is just taking place, where people are really confused what is the right solution. So I'm really in favor of collecting data. Of course, we need to pay attention to the data protection too, because it's not that there are no threats related with digitalization. Certainly cyber attacks are one of them where we need to seriously take into account. But giving you some practical example on how important, because once you have data, you have better understanding on how actually energy system operates, where actually price should reflect the situation in the power system. So the price should be higher when there is really scarcity of electricity, but could be lower when there is more electricity in the system so people can consume. So actually let's say how you can transfer this information quickly to the consumer only through the pricing system and dynamic pricing system, which has been implemented in Poland like maybe a year ago. For those households who consume more electricity can even save like 30 or 40% of the cost. And this is really huge. So I want to say that also we overpay and we because we don't have awareness, we don't have the knowledge, and this is also okay not to have knowledge how the system works when you want to just plug in your device and have electricity. But nevertheless, I think really different apps, and the entire tech progress can help us to adjust to the situation. So, and I only think that Romania is blessed anyhow with the power system, so it is at least from my perspective, because I think your system is already quite decarbonized. You have hydropower, but nevertheless, for many countries who struggle strongly now with power system transformation, actually we phase out coal, we phase in renewables. Gas is a big elephant in the room, another one. How not to overshoot the share of gas, consumption of gas, because it's imported mainly. And in that context, I think digitalization, efficient use of energy, and is the best way to go. However, one last comment which I have to add, because we talked a bit earlier on efficiency, how important it is. But the challenge is that efficiency has no lobbies. In fact, behind nuclear, behind fossil fuels, behind renewables, you have companies who make the benefit. The challenge with efficiency is that only the end consumer can make the benefit, and there are at least not organized lobbies who can really fight for it. So only actually when prices increases, and this is something what we saw during energy crisis 2022-23, that people started to save energy. Now everything is forgotten. And in fact, this is really something what we need to much better organize. Also to organize consumer protection in time of energy transition, so that people will not be cheated by all the lobbies who are running around and want to make a profit.
Sounds easy, but we'll see if this mindset can shift in this way. So I will open the floor for Diana and Anela as well. How can we talk about sustainability when we have this huge demand and storing a lot of data and stuff like this? What's your opinion on this? Please, both of you.
Exactly, and I want to first come back to the point of there is no strong efficiency lobby. In fact, the opposite, because most of these energy producers are interested in not lowering demand. So they really are disincentivized to invest in efficiency or to incentivize efficiency. For example, district heating is one thing which is supposed to be very sustainable, but at the same time, they really don't want you to really retrofit your home and make it energy efficient, because then they will not be able to sell enough to justify their infrastructure. And that it's similar with the other. If you have a nuclear power station, you need to make sure that the demand grows. And what I showed in the morning, that in the whole European Union and many of our countries, electricity demand so far has been decreasing actually, despite all the digitalization, despite all the electrification, despite everything. Now it may not continue that way, but still, of course, there was a lot of threat that you're not able to sell all your big plans for expanded capacity, and that's what all our countries constantly were planning, more capacity to fuel growth, but growth has been fueled without expanding all of our capacity. And now back to the digital. So clearly it's on one hand, it's an enormous opportunity. On the other hand, I loved that you also mentioned the word, both of you, quality, because also presently the quantity of data is just unbelievable, not only from the practical perspective, that out of the unbelievable quantities of data, fishing out what really is needed, what can be really useful, what you can use, but rather looking at the sustainability impact. You know, we are trying to solve something with another thing that actually drives even more electricity demand, and the amount of power expansion to fuel data centers is also mind-boggling, and many companies are planning nuclear power plants just to fuel data centers. But let's be honest, part of the data centers that are being built are for what? How many of you have posted a slop in the last couple of days? How many of you are sharing your pet videos, and which are going to then be stored in the cloud forever? And every day, like terabytes of these are going up, and we are storing a lot of not necessarily really useful data. There is absolutely no incentive for data efficiency, let alone data sufficiency. It's just like if we had all a flat rate to pay for electricity or even gas. Of course we would, you know, just leave our windows open and let our cooling in the summer and heating in the winter on all the time, because there would be no incentive for us to be rational. And I think that's a problem. On one hand, data are amazing revolution, but at the same time, because we are free riding, there is so much free riding on this, I think if we do want to tackle the climate crisis, we will have to somehow face also data efficiency and data sufficiency issues.
I love how we can be so passionate about it, and they double up the speed because we have the timer and we have just close to 10 minutes to finish the panel. But thank you for having this kind of approach. Thank you. Anel.
Yeah, I'm coming back to data availability, mostly also that smart meters do. And to my example of Estonia, electricity prices being 900 times higher than in Finland. And when they're higher, that means that's the time where there's no wind and when it's getting dark already, and there's high demand across Northern Europe. And when we also have negative electricity prices, that's when everyone in Northern Europe has wind. So then the electricity price, not the fee you pay for using the grid, but its electricity price itself is negative. And example of data and making data available is what the government has been doing, or the government's energy company, is that they make the electricity prices available. It used to do in 1 hour steps. Now they're doing for people, for everyone, and through national media. Now it's in 15-minute steps. So you know when you put your washing machine on, you know when you can use any other electrical appliance so that you save money. So this is what the government has been providing to people. The challenge is still there because of the interconnectors. So another example what can be done to manage electricity prices is what Norway has done. Now it's also live. Norway fixed electricity prices at a bit more than 3 eurocents per kilowatt hour for households. And the reason, and reduced the capacity of interconnectors. Because Norway has hydro, and they don't give the energy freely to neighbors anymore. Whether it's good, bad, but for Norway it's certainly good. Because every second car sold in Norway is an electric car, and many houses are heated by electricity. In order to manage the burden on the people, they have done that. That's one example of solution. They've been also talking about cutting off the interconnectors, just talking about curse of interconnectors, because they impact the domestic price a lot. But, you know, being nice, I think they won't do it. They haven't done it yet. So that's one way of also managing the high prices.
Thank you so much. Hear me? Whoa. So, pretty close to go to the electrification, which is, in order to work at scale, reliability matters a lot. So I'm gonna open the stage for the storage. And a friend of mine told me that storage is the glue that holds the renewable energy systems together. It smooths variability, stabilizes grids, and unlocks new business models. So I'm looking at Adnan, and I will ask him, What role do you see for storage in enabling renewables in the CE region? What do you think about? Last 10 minutes, people, be prepared for the storage answers.
Yeah, I do believe storage is something that is converting itself in, I wouldn't say necessarily a solution, because if we're speaking a solution, then we believe we had a problem. I think it's more a natural evolution of how the transitions should occur. In the market, in the energy sector, I don't think that it has been such a, how to say, surprise, the evolution of storage in terms of prices, development, and so on and so forth. I do believe that we have seen it as a natural evolution of where we should go. Is the reason for which also there was investment in research, development, there was close contact with the manufacturers, something that we have learned also in the past when the PV was seen also as something, maybe it will take off, maybe not. So storage is definitely this evolution that we needed, we were looking for, and it's going to sustain the absorption of renewable energy into the system, but also will give that stability that the customer needs. Because if I was mentioning at the beginning, the customer, the consumer has to be part of all this system. On the other hand, he shouldn't feel that his contribution is a sacrifice. So batteries are coming to complement what has been done up to this moment, and to give this possibility, as you were saying, the glue or the thing that is going to bind everything from generation to the customer. I will give the example of one of our projects that we have implemented this year, where we have taken a charging station with a battery, with a storage system behind. We have connected directly to the PV plant, and therefore we have reached the generator to the customer through a very simple chain. And the enabler of all this has been the possibility to have this storage system between the power plant and the charging station. So batteries for sure are going to be part of our day-by-day business.
Thank you so much. Ioana? What do you think about the storage? How can we...
Storage. So first of all, indeed, the demand for storage increases with the increasing share of variable renewables. So that's the one point. What I have a bit a problem, which type of storage are we talking about? Because storage is everything. What is really missing now is this is the construction of electricity market, which will reward, in fact, storage construction on the grid level, which is the cheapest option. And now, in example, we invest in storage because many of the Polish households, they have photovoltaics, which is creating a lot of problems for balancing the system. There are curtailments of renewables, and then we push people to invest in storage with heavy subsidies, which in my view is a bit inefficient. Also, district heating system provides a lot of, so heating storage is also a big opportunity. But last sentence, which I would like to say, is what is really also relevant to engage people in energy transition is really simple electricity bill. So I don't know how is it in Romania, but in my country and in some countries which I know, understanding for what you pay, how is your consumer behaviors, it's just impossible. So there are different definitions which actually even energy experts sometimes do not understand. So in my view, utilities are doing everything in order to discourage people to understand what is the entire game about. So pushing on the decision makers, so the bill will be really understandable for people, so they know what they are paying, how much renewables cost, how much coal-fired generation cost, nuclear is just the major step, important step.
Thank you. Diana, I have the same question. What do you think about storage?
Thank you. This was already an excellent answer, but if I can just perhaps correct you a little, I don't think that it's only storage which is the glue. I think it's a 5-component, the glue has 5 components. So one is storage for sure, but I think we also need to look at demand response or system flexibility that I mentioned, sector coupling, you know, more and more electric vehicles and better tying together with different other uses, so sector coupling. Also AI and better prediction of demands, that's very crucial, and only then I would talk about storage. So I think if we have several pillars of how to deal with the intermittency and of renewables and also the demand, then we will have much lower challenge again. But I do see that, at least in Hungary, the utility scale storage is coming up. There is enormous amount of investments, although it does come from policy because there is incentives. There are government incentives for that, but there is almost a gold rush to invest in that. That will also perhaps, the utilities are worried that they are soon, again, will cannibalize each other, just like with the solar farms. But anyway, but storage, if we then only focus on storage, I think what will be important is not only the electric storage, which is lithium-ion batteries or using critical minerals, because again, they are polluting, they do have quite significant security issues and other issues. So whenever we can use other storage options, like Finland is trying sand and salt and thermal storage. So other storage, we should really think about storage in a more flexible way. And again, thermal storage can be very important, also PCMs. So let's think about storage in a diverse manner.
Thank you. Anela?
Yeah, it's just, I keep returning to my examples. But using Estonia again as an example, currently battery storage parks are built, so they have the problems Diana was mentioning. The usage of critical minerals, and what I said this morning, during transition, we should try to avoid creating new problems. That's what they can do, but in addition, there will be a pump hydro storage facilities built. That's probably a nicer solution, but also lasts a bit longer, the impact of that. So the battery storage covers 2 minutes of the electricity demand in the country. But there's one more option that has been lingering around for quite a long time, the storing energy in hydrogen. It's difficult to get it off ground because the high investment and it needs its own infrastructure, but and the losses are quite big. So you only probably get 10 to 20% of the energy when you turn it back to electricity for original energy that you put in. But at least, you know, otherwise you would get zero and you would need to switch off the wind turbines. So that's also storage that we shouldn't forget. And there's an example from China. China's electricity generation capacity is 2,700 gigawatts. That's the capacity. We don't talk about hours of production, but it's capacity. In comparison, Estonia is 2. So you see how small the country is. And China's building 300 more gigawatts of capacity, of renewable capacity, by the way, and backs each of those gigawatts by coal. That increases the emissions further. Why are they doing it? At that capacity, storage is a problem. And that brings me to my final point is what we need investment into research and development. We need getting all the brains together and try to solve the storage issue. And we also need to think of seasonal storage, as I mentioned before. Others talked about storing heat and so on, but seasonal, how can we store electricity? Hydrogen is one of those, but there must be, I'm sure there are somewhere other solutions. So money to researchers, please.
Thank you. Anela, help me out, and all the speakers. I have a bonus questions, just 5 seconds for each of you. If tomorrow I can collect all the power of the dissidents and give it in your hand. You might be the Minister of Energy Transition in the world. What's the first thing you would do tomorrow at the office if you can change whatever you think you will change? Adrian, 5 seconds. The first thing.
I can start because I call
Just
for
5
it
seconds,
since
please.
years. So there is only one thing what I would do. So I would organize the best competence center for implementation of energy transition
Thank you.
in my countries, by the way, in Europe too, because we are working on EU governance regulation, because in my view, European Commission is too weak too in order to implement some policies.
Okay. Just 5 seconds, please. The time is off, so let's go.
Major finance scheme to allow all buildings to be retrofitted to Energy Plus levels.
Wow, nice. Thank you. Adrian, Anela, 5 seconds.
Yeah, I'm thinking a lot on education.
Thank you.
I would do something that would allow a minimum level of knowledge to everybody in the market, because we have discussed about how confusion usually creates more and more problems on understanding how the bill is done, how energy is coming to each of us. So I would do a large investment on the education side.
Thank you, Adrian. Anela, 5 seconds. First thing you would do
I could
tomorrow.
say that I would agree with everyone.
Thank you so much. That was the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudio. Congratulations. I will wait until you go down from the stage. Thank you. See you a little bit later. And now it's my turn to invite Ciprian Stănescu. It's a change of role. Ciprian Stănescu, he is the President Social Innovation Solutions, because Ciprian also will have a very fruitful conversation in the next couple of minutes. Please applause again for Ciprian, because I know that it's a big and a hard day also for him. Ciprian, please.
Theodora. Thank you very much, Theodora. I'll take it from here. What's your energy level? Acceptable? High? High, okay, thank you. We have now a very important conversation. We have now a very important conversation following up on how do we make our country, Romania, more competitive. So we talk a lot about finance, money, and business models. Before calling our expert on stage, I would be very happy to invite next to me the speakers, Jean-Philippe Guillaume, Deputy CEO, BRD Group Societe Generale, Cosmin Vladimirescu, General Manager, MasterCard Romania and Croatia, and Alessio Negazzo, CEO, PPC Romania. Let's give them a big round of applause. The stairs are there. If you can go through the stairs, thank you. Yes, yes. Lovely. So I'm going to ask them to sit down. And before we start, I was telling you at the beginning, one of the key elements of this summit is also looking at science and data. So let's take a seat. And before going, I'm very happy to invite on stage for a 5-minute presentation on data, Laurian Lungu, an economist with the Foreign Investors Council. So let's give that for Laurian, please.
Thank you. I'll just set the stage, talk a little bit about economics, because you've heard that decarbonization is extremely important, and I fully agree with that. But it's going to cost, okay? And the price is going to be paid by all of us. So without delay, I'll just start. First, just a few words about FIC, Foreign Investors Council. It's an organization which was established in 1997. It has 110 companies, large companies. Just to give you an idea how large they are, they contribute to around 1/5 of Romania's GDP. Together, they contribute about 1/5 of Romania's GDP, so it's huge. And they invest roughly around 1/3 of what the government does in any given year. So it's a very large association. For years, it has had an established track record. when you talk about business ethics and just setting up good economic standards. Now, back in 2016, FIC came up with an idea. Let's have an anchor for the Romanian economy. Now, as you maybe well remember, Romania has different anchors since 1990s. Yes, first it was joining NATO, then was joining the European Union, right? And then the idea which FIC had was, let's have an anchor, let's by 2040 Romania to become the 10th economy in Europe, right, in terms of size. So for that, we developed a model, right, which actually is based on a standard assumptions. You know, you grow by having human capital, by investing in physical capital, and by having the available technology. Based on 3 pillars, we came up with a model. We actually measure the gap between Romania in various sectors, so be it agriculture, construction, okay, healthcare, you name it. So we measure the gap where Romania was in 2016 and where it should be in 2040 to close the gap with most of the EU advanced countries. And based on this distance, we calculated the requirement for the investment. So it was a very simple exercise. Since then, we were forced, because of the pandemics, because of the change in EU policies on climate change, to adjust a bit and to shorten, to adjust the model. Okay? I'll not bother you with details of the model, just to know that actually the main structure of the model looks at the emissions, at the CO2 emissions. Right? What you see here, there are these projections of CO2 emissions which come from the European Environment Agency for 3 years, and you can see that they've been adjusted by quite a margin, no, over this period. So the latest one is 2023, the green one, and you can see the trend there. Now, what's the idea? The idea is that actually the adjustment from 2021 to 2030, you can see that it gets steeper. So compared to 2020, right? So more effort needs to be done by the economy to get there, to 2030. What this means in practice, we came up with an estimate of how much money does the Romanian economy need to put in order to close this gap, to meet these emission standards. The model is quite complex. You can find it on the FIC website. Looks at different sectors, each sector, how much it needs to invest. But the summary is here. So by 2030, actually, annual investment effort needs to be around 34-35% of GDP. Now, this is huge. Right? Today, Romania invests around 24% of GDP. Just to have an idea. Europe as a whole invests around 19, 20, 21% of GDP. To invest 35% of GDP each year by 2030, it's a huge amount. Right? Then from 2030 to 2040, this investment effort is going to diminish a bit, but that's a conservative result. It's still going to be extremely high, around 30% of GDP. And after 2040, probably the effort is going to be a little bit bigger, because you know that the last 10 meters are always, more difficult. So to reach net zero by 2050, you need to invest much more than the investment is going to be more expensive. Not only for Romania, for everybody. So to conclude, the investment needs are very high. I mean, Europe now it's facing actually a fight on 3 fronts, if you want. You talk about climate change, which needs to be financed. You are talking about digitalization, and you are talking about increasing defense spending. Right? And on top of that, Europe is confronting itself with aging. So you are going to have social security costs, healthcare costs and so on, added up soon. For Romania, this is especially it's like a time bomb, as you all know. Many people are going to retire by 2030, from 2030 onwards. So the pressure on the social security will be high. So all these costs, now if you add up, you have the Draghi report, which did a study for Europe. So they add up with around 5% of GDP extra. Right? So each government has to invest around 5% of GDP. You have 2% for defense, around 2% for climate change, and around 1.5% for digitalization. Now, this is huge. Who is going to finance this? Financing solutions. You have, especially for the climate change transition, private sector is deemed to have a big part, to play a big part in all this. Right? But when you ask the private sector, how is it going to finance this? Around 70% of the finance they expect to come from government, some sort of government support, be it subventions, okay, or some tax breaks. Okay? And the other part from the banks. You know? So you think about it, it's a huge amount of money which is going to come, from these channels, but there needs to be find some way, to finance all this, because banks at the moment are limited in how much they can shoulder this transition. So I will just say that actually the appropriate public policies are needed to support private investment. Especially in Romania, you look at some policies. You have the turnover tax, which is extremely damaging and it's unproductive. It's something which is unique in Europe. Then you have a special construction tax. This actually tax capital. What you need to encourage, private investment to finance climate change, especially, and a part of defense costs probably, and a part of digital transition. Right? Europe is a bit in a weak position. Why? Because if you think of in 1821, it was a famous economist, David Ricardo, which came up with the theory of comparative advantage. And what was the idea? That each country should specialize in the product which it makes better, right? Which is more efficient. Europe is exposed nowadays because we have this critical mineral crisis. Right? China actually produces it mines around 60% of them, and it's refining around 90% of them. So it's close to a monopoly actually on these critical minerals, which are used in climate transition and defense. So Europe does not have, from this point of view, a competitive advantage. It needs to buy these raw materials from somewhere. Also, technology is available in some parts, but not everywhere. It needs to buy chips from Taiwan. So, from this point of view, of theory of comparative advantage, what does Europe have? Wealth. So, actually, probably Europe is going to spend a bit of wealth. It's going to cost a little bit more to get there.
Good.
I think this is a very practical.
You're taking all our subjects,
I
very
just finished.
And let's give a big round of applause for Laurian,
Okay,
thank you very much for joining us. Now, the news that we heard from FIC is not necessarily positive. I'm just going to quote this. Investment needs are high, government spending is high, and public debt is rising. But it seems like it's always been like that. So how do you see, I would start with a question about the future, right? How do you see the next 5 years? How do you see 2030? What are the big changes, not just in your industries, but what do you think changes for the entrepreneur in the streets of Romania, be it in financing or technology or energy for that matter? What are the changes that you see in the next 5 years, and what do we need to prepare now, not when they are already here? Whoever wants to kick it off. Alessio, please.
Let me start. Hello, thank you for inviting me. So the acoustic is not fantastic. So if I got it right, the perspective is about 5 years, and what should entrepreneurs, society, citizens expect in our sectors, correct? Okay, perfect. So, our business is energy, and I think that it's clear now that energy is at the base of society. What we should expect in the next 5 years is what we would like to see in the next 5 years is an increased number of renewables generation, so more investments, networks that are more digitalized and flexible, decreased price of electricity, because this is what will help the Romanian economy overall to rise and improve even more. So this is somehow the expectation, the mild expectation that we should foresee. Or at least is what we are working every day in order to obtain this fundamental fact. But this is, let's say, the flat plan. I think that one thing that it's important to know is that we are entering now into a competition for data calculation, okay? So you can call it automation, you can call it artificial intelligence, whatever. There are many words to describe one element. And the need of energy will be more and more and more and more relevant if you want to be a player in this field. So if you want to be a country that takes full advantage of what is the next big thing, even if it's a little bit in a bubble now, a financial bubble, but not on an industrial bubble, which is artificial intelligence. And for having artificial intelligence, you need energy. This is clear. This is... so we should, narrowing it a little bit down to Romania, we should think on how we can bring more investment in the, let's say, medium term in order to have more generation, more renewable generation, more investment in the energy infrastructure, in the interconnection, in the medium voltage, in order to accommodate what will be the need of the future, which is data centers, artificial intelligence, which will have a transformative, hopefully positive, a transformative effect in our life. On this, I think that we are lacking a little bit behind as a national strategy. I don't see this, let's say, end-to-end strategy discussed in the way I see it discussed in other countries, neighboring countries or European countries. My reference is always, when we tackle this subject, is Spain. Spain has by far the most competitive prices in energy in Europe, driven by investment in renewables and investment in networks, in digitalization. Therefore, the country is getting more and more competitive. Factories are moving in Spain. BID will, I think, open a car factory in Spain. And this because they are investing a lot in digitalization, renewables, in order to accommodate the next big thing. So we need a little bit of perspective. Perhaps 5 years it's becoming shorter now.
Yeah. But unfortunately, for many businesses, especially small and medium enterprises in Romania, 5 years sounds far away. And that's wrong, in my view. Jean-Philippe, you work for one of the biggest banks in the region. You need to look at long term. This is how a bank works, right? How do you see the next 5 years, and what are some of the key elements for increasing Romania's competitiveness?
Yes, I think that on the financing side, in Romania, we are still in the very early stage of the ESG transformation. But we are totally convinced that over the next 5 years, ESG-linked financing will dramatically reshape the way the capital is distributed among the companies, how companies compete, and how pricing is influenced by the risk, by climate risk and ESG risk. So it started under the pressure. It started under the pressure of Europe, of course. Today, across Europe, most of the investors are now demanding that each and every euro invested can contribute to the environmental and social transformation. And it's coming in Romania as well. So in BRD, for example, we put in place for many years, but it's accelerating, a lot of specialized lending based on ESG criteria. For example, we have already delivered SLL, sustainability-linked loans. We have participated in green bonds with our mother company in France. And this is a trend that will continue in the next year, meaning that it will be very difficult for companies that don't comply to this criteria to access to low-cost financing in the future, and it will reshape the market. I'm sure that companies that comply with the EU taxonomy, that are transparent, that have data on ESG data, will be able to access the financing market much more easily than the other ones. On the contrary, all the companies, including SMEs, that are in carbon-intensive industries or which are not governed according to the EU taxonomy, will find it more and more difficult to find an accessible financing. So that's the first, I would say, the first answer to your question. Second one is that, and we were discussing this before this session, all the companies, including SME, will have to develop an amazing set of data in order to estimate their carbon emission. And this will be mandatory with the evolution of the EU regulation. You know that the CSRD is already in place for the large corporate, but in Romania, no later than 2027, all companies will have to deliver this report, this annual report, and to be able to present it to their bank. So this is a major change, and this will totally reshape the financing business in the coming years. So you will have winners and losers. As I told you, winners will be obviously renewable producers, all the companies related to green buildings, to recycling, to I would say yes, recycling and waste management and all those companies, but you will have losers, and if those losers are not able to adapt to the new reality, I think it will be very difficult for them in the coming next years to access to the banking market.
Yeah. Either to find capital or to find markets or clients. It's getting harder.
You're right. In the first stage, I think it will be difficult to access to the financing at a reasonable price. So it will be a competitive disadvantage for them if they don't adapt to the new reality. But in the second stage, I'm pretty convinced that it will be almost impossible for them to find capital. For example, in SG Group, we have already put in place sectoral policies, meaning that we exited from some sectors that we considered as not compliant with our convictions. I can give you a few examples. I mean, thermal coal industries, upstream oil and gas, even tobacco, you know, so it's a very large scope. And in the future, I'm sure that those policies will be more stricter and stricter. So, and on the private individuals, the same. If you want to buy an apartment in 2 years without being able to present a positive EPC, I mean, energy performance certificate, if you have, for example, F or G, it will be impossible to find a mortgage loan. So these ESG topics will be absolutely key in the evolution of the banking business in the coming years, including in Romania.
Yep. Cosmin, I mean, you've heard what the other gentlemen have put forward. What, you know, building on that, but also what you feel are the next 5 years or even more, bringing us also with this hat of technology company to a very large extent that you also represent, not just a financing or a finance type of company. What's your take on this?
Sure, and I mean, let me tell you one thing. Whenever I hear the word gap, my sensor started acting up, and what I get from that is opportunity. And I think that this is what Romania has. And I've been through things, through digital revolutions, and I've seen things happening. I'm coming from the age when this building was being built, right? And I need to remind you, it's the second largest in the world. So things can happen, right? So we have to believe in ourselves. And I think that we have an excellent track record. And I think that we have a lot of things going our way. I think that the appetite for innovation, for technology, it's rarely seen anywhere else in the world. And I think that this is the foundation that we have to build on, right? We have this urge to get our hands in the latest technology. We have to have the coolest, smartest devices. Some of us even know how to use them. We definitely have some infrastructure advantages. The internet in Romania is quite good. It's a very fast one. Broadband is good. It has an excellent capillarity, so it spans across the entire country where not even financial products have entered yet, right? There are many households which are not connected to the sewage system, but they do have internet, right? They have smartphones. Obviously, this is not enough, right? So we need tons of education. We need to have we need to have a strong political desire to create the public infrastructure for digitizing the society, the economy, and we have to be very mindful not to leave people behind, because Romania right now is very much polarized. What happens in the big cities definitely doesn't happen in the remote rural areas, right? And a digital economy, one which is competitive and is very much climate aware, is definitely what we want to achieve. But first of all, it needs to be inclusive. It needs to provide equal opportunities to everybody, to every single person, and to every single SME, since you are mentioning them. And yes, they are a key factor in this. They are the backbone of the Romanian economy. So we need to provide them with the digital tools to reach into new markets, to scale up, to make payments easier for them. So as a summary, I think we have an excellent foundation. I think we have a strong drive. We need the public infrastructure. We need education. and we need to be inclusive, both towards consumers as well as SMEs.
Perhaps later on I'm going to ask one or all three of you what are also the risks of the next 5 years, because what you're saying is very true, and we are, you know, we have a lot of islands of innovation, openness, and so on, but at the same time there's a lot of gaps, as you call them, not just opportunities but also challenges that a lot of us has. I actually wanted to sort of continue with you because, you know, you are in a lot of people's pockets. Also you as a bank, but everyone pays something. I don't know, a utility from PPC, or you go to the market in Ocean and you buy stuff. So you see how the economy works because you are one of the key players in the infrastructure. What are the things that you are able to do these days to support the SMEs? Because this is a topic that I think we all care about. What are some of the things that you can, when it comes to digitalization, obviously, and digital payments, what's something that really works and you think it works and you're doing it in Romania and Croatia?
Yeah. So first of all, yes, I think we're blessed because we are touching people's lives several times a day. Every time someone makes a payment, there is an interaction moment, and this is when we can do a little something to change things for the better, which is great. Now, thinking about SMEs, we have an entire suite of digital products which have been designed from scratch in a certain way that they are not adapted to what we want to achieve, to a fully digital product, but they were built from the beginning with this, having this in mind. So I think we're spanning well outside our business as usual payments, and we got well involved into cybersecurity, which is something that we need to be very mindful about. And yes, it does impact SMEs, and they need to be very cautious. And education is one, but also you need to have the digital tools that will protect you in the future. I'm happy to let you know that we launched this year after a very, very successful European launch last autumn, Strive, the program which helps identify and grow and finance the smartest minds in the fintech area, the brightest SMEs. And what we've seen, and I'm really proud of that, is that the vast majority of applicants, of SMEs who applied for Strive Europe, were actually coming from Romania. So kudos to you guys. That's great. And we were so much impressed about this that we created our own Strive Romania, and we have selected two companies which are now being helped by us, financed by us, in order to help them grow.
You'll continue that?
We will continue that.
That's good news.
We will continue that for sure. So, yeah, I think this is just the beginning when we're thinking about SMEs, but definitely there's 800,000 SMEs in Romania, and if I'm thinking about acceptance, how many of them accept cards or how many of them have cards, I think that we have a big opportunity.
Yeah. I think the gap, the opportunity,
opportunity is
quite
big.
And when you talk about opportunities, I would go to Jean-Philippe a bit. When you talk about opportunities, you actually, obviously, in your case, you talk about financing. And in this case, we talk about green financing quite a lot, or sustainable financing. What are some of the things that you're doing in Romania? And what are some of the things that you would like to do in the next years when it comes to green financing?
When it comes to, sorry, I didn't...
Green financing.
Green finance?
Yeah, green, yeah.
Yes, on green finance, earlier,
Can you switch mics? Just, thank you.
We started to work mainly with large companies because this is the way we can put in place a range of products. But now we are switching to SMEs. We have just implemented a sustainability-linked loans product dedicated to SMEs, meaning that it is a simplified product that is easily accessible to SMEs, even the smallest one, without a huge investment. So we hope we will be able to distribute these products very largely and to allow SMEs to access to this new sustainability loans. And it is very important in our opinion because, as I told you, in the next 5 years, it will be absolutely key for the company to adapt to this new reality and to this new world. So we want to participate in this adaptation through this dedicated product. Second, providing loans, providing finance is not enough, in our opinion. We need to help and to advise our clients, especially the SME clients, to comply with the new regulations and with this new reality. So we started to organize what we call IMM district, meaning a set of training sessions all over the country with external consultant, with our internal team, gathering a lot of SME clients in order to train them and to inform them about what green finance is and why it is important to deal with it and to be interested by it. So that's it. And third, but not the least, we are trying to make banks, BRD, the state, and multilateral organization to cooperate together in order to be able to finance more SMEs. Because today, Romanian SMEs rely too much on intercompany credit and bank loans. But to have a bank loan, you need to have collateral. And unfortunately, most of the SME in Romania don't have sufficient collateral. So that's why we would like to work with the state and with a multilateral organization like EBRD and EIB to generalize guarantee scheme in order to be able for the bank to have a guarantee, at least a partial guarantee from the state or from this multilateral organization, and then to be able to finance the SME and especially the innovative SME and young SME much more than what we are doing, including for green financing.
Yeah, you mentioned innovation. When most of us think about innovation, we think about science and labs and laboratories, but then a lot of people, without even knowing, they think about solar panels. I've recently seen a study where innovation is, for some reason, connected to energy. And when you talk about energy, somehow you go straight to solar panels. This is the root of thinking. So I will go to Alessio. You represent a company that is obviously at the forefront of innovation, but also, renewables, a different way of creating energy in the end, or electricity, etc. What are some of the risks that you see in the next 5 years for this new type of energy, first? And then second, how do you see the energy market in the next 5 years in Romania? I mean, I know it's complicated to assess the future, but we need to make sense of it somehow.
So let me check if I brought my crystal ball. I'm sorry, Ciprian, I don't agree with the initial part of your statement. I think that we cannot afford anymore to think on renewables as something new or innovation. It is the reality. It is the way in which we produce energy. Full stop. The other things of the past, they are resilience. Okay? We have to have them because they have been built. But it's not anymore a topic of innovation. It's the reality. So for me, there is no novelty speaking about, you know, solar panel or wind farms or storage, because this is how most of energy in the world is produced today. 50% of the energy, electricity produced in the world is produced by renewables. So, and then we have coal, we have nuclear, we have power, gas to power, okay, but 50% is renewable. So this tells us something that is priceless. 10 years ago, and not 100 years ago, 10 years ago, you had huge civil construction, generation of electricity, coal, nuclear, gas, whatever, that were producing an electron. This electron was driving throughout the country, arriving to a customer, small business, household, and the customer had only one thing to do, to pay. That's it. Okay? We are speaking about an ecosystem that, thanks to renewables, is completely different. Because now you can be an auto consumer. I don't like the word prosumer because it's deviating from the initial purpose. It's about making your consumption more efficient, not to produce energy, but to care more about how you consume and you produce in your household. So auto-consumption for me is a better word than prosumer. And the entire way in which our society works is completely different due to energy and especially due to renewables and electricity. Now, of course, my biggest fear is when people stuck in the past, so in the sense that there is no plan B. This is something that is going to happen, okay? So you better embrace it rather than try to, you know, build walls. Walls has only one purpose in life, to be broken. There is no other use for a wall. At one point, you build a wall, and this wall, sooner or later, will fall, okay? So if you are beyond the wall that is going to fall, it's going to hurt. So my fear is that it's mostly driven by two aspects, which are policies, very briefly. The idea that this negationism of renewables, which is subtle, okay? Yes, but. Still, yes, but. No, there is no still, there is no but. You have to do it. That's it. Because reality tells you that if you compare, for example, getting back to competitivity, countries that invested in renewables massively, in digitalization of the network massively, they have the more competitive prices, which is a boost of economy. Again, look at the data of Spain. And the reality wins all the time. Opinions may be challenged. Reality, data, number, facts, they always win. So my fear is that when people try to
bend or blend reality, inserting some doubts or false narrative in order to keep a status quo. And I will end with the last part of your question, the market in Romania. The Romanian market works with dynamics that are of 20 years ago. So we have renewables, we are looking for an European energy market. So we need simply to accept that this is the new reality. And perhaps the people that designed the system 20, 30 years ago, they are not the best people to drive it, because they want to keep a status quo.
I think that is a very clear and to the point message, not just of this panel, but of the entire summit. I think it's a great conclusion. There is no plan B. This is the only plan. This is the only way forward, either through, and not just through digitalization and green, but together, because that's the only way. Thank you so much. The time has unfortunately run out. It was a very pleasant conversation. I'll pass it on to Teodora, and thank you very much for joining us for this panel.
Thank you, Ciprian. Congratulations, you all. Congratulations for this talk. In the next couple of minutes, you will see here on the stage a conversation about Ukraine. Reconstruction of Ukraine is one of my favorite subjects beyond sustainability, and the moderator, or the one who is going to drive this conversation, is Clara Volintiru, director of the Bucharest office of the German Marshall Fund and of the Black Sea Trust. Please applause Clara Volintiru. Clara, I am waiting you here. As I said before, reconstruction of Ukraine is very important. Also, when we talk about sustainability, because we have to take into account the sustainability strategy, and let's hope it's going to start soon, reconstruction of Ukraine. The stage is yours, and I know that you have also a special guest.
Thank you so much, and of course the reconstruction of Ukraine has already started, because it's an ongoing effort, and that's why we're here to discuss it further. Thank you so much. And I'm very excited to have this conversation on this wonderful stage in Romania. So please welcome my guest in this spotlight conversation, Irina Stavciuk from the European Climate Foundation, a leading expert on climate change, sustainable transitions, and more. Let's have a seat, and I'll tell them the whole story about you. So Irina has been a Deputy Minister of Climate Protection and Natural Resources in Ukraine, and furthering the European integration path of our neighboring country, which we all support and hope to see in the future. She is currently Interim Director for Ukraine and Central and Eastern Europe at the European Climate Foundation. And she has served in the past on the board of the World Bank's Fund for Clean Technology. Irina Stavciuk, thank you so much for being on the stage with us. I have a few questions for you, but I'm sure we will do our best to fit inside the time frame. My first question relates to the Ukrainian people. To what extent do you think the Ukrainian society wants and expects the government to push forward on the reconstruction in this current setup during the war? Is there a political demand for a more sustainable and climate-smart reconstruction, given the serious challenges that your country is facing at the moment?
Thank you very much, Clara, and it's very nice being here at this event. So for Ukrainian society, of course, the major priority is still how to end this war, how to stop the Russian invasion, and how to finally have peace. So when people are asked, what do you expect from the government, what do you expect in terms of actions, the issues that on the first place are, of course, security, the personal security, the issues of anti-corruption and effective decisions, and the issues of cost of living and kind of economic opportunities for people. So these are the issues which come into first place, and there is no miracle kind of greener solutions, they come longer in the list. But what's interesting is that if we uncover the issues which people are caring about and look at the kind of core elements of it, there are a lot of interactions with green reconstruction and climate policy. So the first one on security, and in this war we learned that a big part of the security comes with energy security, and Russia has been attacking Ukrainian energy infrastructure from beginning of this war, and actually, like now, sorry. I hope everything is fine.
No.
So actually now there are even back the systematic attacks and blackouts are back in Ukraine. So all these 3 years, businesses, municipalities and households have been developing renewable energy, basically for the energy security, not because they believe it's the solution to climate change in these circumstances, but because it's the most economically feasible, quickly deployable, and kind of good way to get your energy security. If we look at the second part of the demands, which is related to better kind of anti-corruption and better governance, people want the country to develop, and the investments like which are happening on reconstruction already, they want to have good solutions, they want to have good infrastructure, they want to see that actually the cities are becoming better with the investments which are going on. And like for cities, to deploy sustainable solutions is the best way how you can make solutions better. So people want to live in more energy efficient houses and pay less tariffs. People want to have kind of good transport infrastructure to be able to get wherever they need, even if they don't have a car. And with like a overall situation in Ukraine, the transport poverty is also a big issue. People want to have kind of areas for restoration and kind of supporting their mental health, which is also very important now. And the concept of sustainable city development is kind of the best way how you can deliver on all those elements of the better quality of life in cities.
Indeed, it's about the better quality of life and the benefit of everyone involved. And I think that's the key to promoting a transition that is owned and shared in terms of the purpose it served. I think, if you can make it in Ukraine, you can make it anywhere, to quote a famous song. And maybe you can tell us a little bit more as lessons learned about what are the key barriers and leverages for promoting a green and smart transition in Ukraine during a wartime context. And if we learn from your experience, maybe we can make it happen everywhere.
Yes, definitely. The barriers are many. I maybe name some of the major ones. Of course, the war is still a barrier because if you want to develop something new and nice and to invest into it, it's scary that the next day it will be destroyed. There is a huge kind of gap and need in human skills and capacities. Some people have left Ukraine, some in the army, and kind of overall educational institutions are not kind of bridging the gap in terms of all the knowledge and all the kind of new concepts and technologies which are there existing in the world. So when municipalities are trying to kind of develop locally projects, they really lack expertise and vision and knowledge how to develop all of that. There are, of course, financial issues because all the money are going to the war. And there is also, I would say, for the green reconstruction, one of the kind of barriers, especially on the higher political level, is that it is kind of, when it's looked as a concept, it's still, there is a consideration that it's kind of more expensive and it's something that it's not time for. And it's a pity because like if you look at the green reconstruction and the concept, it consists of many different elements and transformations in different sectors, and it's a full spectrum of activities. Some of them are already beneficial, make economic sense. Some, of course, are more expensive. some require implementation kind of more comprehensive and complex policies, but it doesn't mean that there are no kind of win-win solutions and no opportunities that could be integrated, like even in a country which is under war. When we look at the kind of leverages, what actually pushes Ukraine to develop some of the good solutions and to put them in life, I would say the first one is, of course, kind of the energy security issue. When we developed the first project with an NGO in Ukraine on supporting municipalities to develop renewable energy at critical infrastructure, it was hospitals and water utilities. They got 600 applications, and that's 1/3 of all Ukrainian communities. So the demand is huge, the eager to implement is huge, and the same is happening in businesses, because for businesses, first of all, the electricity prices kind of are much higher than for households. So for them, it's already economically feasible, and projects pay back in less than 5 years. So kind of majority of businesses are checking and looking at opportunities and trying to implement it. And the same happens with households. So that's kind of transformation which is happening not because of specific financial schemes or any other kind of support, but because it's just the most feasible way to develop it. That was on energy security. Then another leverage is eagerness kind of many local authorities, but also government, to cooperate with different international and Ukrainian actors. So we see a lot of good cooperation happening between municipalities and local Ukrainian civil society organizations and think tanks. There is also cooperation with European municipalities, and that brings a lot of new ideas, knowledge, inspiration, and kind of willingness to implement. So that's like one of the, also a big driver for better solutions to come in place. And the third one, I would say, kind of European integration and the overall framework of Ukraine reconstruction planning under EU facility, but also a big role of international financial institutions, which also kind of put in place a lot of criteria and policies and procedures that enable to look at the reconstruction and to kind of include all the necessary elements.
Maybe on that note, I would like to highlight the similarities between the conversation that took place earlier on the stage, where we were talking about competitiveness across the European Union and how energy efficiency and decreased costs for energy are part of the competitiveness agenda. And obviously that holds true in many different circumstances, whether it is to have a decentralized power supply across war-ridden Ukraine, or to increase the competitiveness of small and medium-sized enterprises across the single market. The shared solution space is clearly there, and so there's a path forward for shared action as well. And I think that's how your organization, the European Climate Foundation, approaches things more regionally and in a shared framework of action. And that's why we're all here discussing these issues, as they are our collective issues and challenges. But maybe give us some more practical examples of how we push through, how we use these levers, how we use these opportunities to push through the obvious barriers that you listed earlier. So let us know exactly how organizations in Ukraine have managed to overcome these barriers.
Yeah, so in the energy sector, as I already told a lot, yeah, so that's also a big share of our work in ECF to support the transformation, because it's kind of a huge challenge, but it's also a huge opportunity to take the right decisions now and to help the country to transform, but also to build its resilience, because in this crisis, the very centralized system doesn't work, and the faster Ukraine kind of transforms its system towards decentralized and based on renewable energy sources, the more resilient it will be. Our partners also work in other directions. So the transport area actually, in general, the infrastructure that we had before the war, like the rail network and the public transport, when the war started, these were and remain like very necessary and very critical parts of the transport infrastructure, because a lot of goods were transported with rail, and rail is actually the hero of Ukraine. There are still kind of a lot of reforms have to happen to enable more investment in the area, but that's actually critical infrastructure that is really critical. I would say that kind of green reconstruction in transport area is challenging because it requires a lot of public investments, which is also challenging now in Ukraine. But it's also remarkable to see how some initiatives develop, and that's also related to the transport poverty. So, for example, cycling, especially in frontline territories, often becomes like the transport that people kind of can use. And yeah, as I said, so if the cities would have this infrastructure on a much better scale, it actually would be much better for people, because yeah, it's free transport, but it also contributes to mental health. It's also good kind of for all other purposes. So that's one of the areas where like also there is an eagerness in municipalities to develop it, but it takes longer time to transform. But it also provides certain vision in terms of how mobility should be organized. So this kind of, when municipalities step on these developments, it actually changes the whole mindset of how the mobility system in the city should look like. In the industry, like renewables is of course happening, but what was also interesting, and that's what we do, we work with business associations on kind of technologies, like talking business to business on technologies which actually can be used and deployed even now. And it was interesting that even in heat pump association, they find out solutions which are economically feasible. So it's not only on heating or like building very big systems, but it's actually using heat pumps in industrial processes where you can help to improve the process, and that's still feasible now during the war. There are a lot of things are happening around buildings. There are good examples of near zero energy buildings developed that's coordinated by NEFCO, EIB. It's still in a very early stage in Ukraine. And kind of overall building sector, I think one of the very important but also very challenging, because we still have huge amount of buildings which have to be renovated. Like going through Bucharest, I could see that it's not only Ukrainian issue, it's actually a big challenge for probably many Central Eastern European countries. And that's something that we would have to work for many years. Yeah, so that's kind of some of the examples that's happening in Ukraine.
I loved your comment about the changing of the mindset, and I think if we look around at this space that the organizers have produced for us, and again, I think Social Innovation Solutions is really a pioneer of changing mindsets. We really feel we are part of a climate change action, and the environment is there to showcase that we've arrived upon good solutions in a green environment. Maybe my last question, because we're coming on time, would be, yes, we've heard what we can learn from Ukraine, and thank you so much for sharing these learnings with us and good practices. Maybe one final question is, what do you think the Romanian authorities could do more in support of the Ukrainian reconstruction, a sustainable reconstruction, of course? And I'm saying this under the current framework of an increased partnership, trilateral partnership between Romania, Moldova, and Ukraine, and bilateral support for Ukraine directly from the Romanian governmental side. So what do you think, if we would have here the decision makers, what would be your highlight asks of them? And probably, hopefully, they're watching.
I think the first one that Romanian society kind of already did is actually standing for EU and for democracy and for supporting these values. Because what Russia is trying to do, it wants to break down EU, it wants to kind of create distrust in different European countries towards EU, and standing for the stronger European Union that's kind of also helps Ukraine very much. It's also very much important to support phasing out kind of Russian fossil fuels in particular, but then of course fossil fuels in general, and Russian fossil fuels will understand that continuing buying these resources is feeding this war, because that's how Russia gets its resources. In terms of practical steps, I mean, the needs in Ukraine are still huge, and as I said, municipalities are very much eager to cooperate. They're very much eager to understand better what European integration can mean, but they're also very much interested to learn from kind of good experiences and practices, and use kind of solutions which are developed in Central European countries and in Romania in terms of how that could be implemented in Ukraine. I also think actually that there is a lot that Romania and other countries can learn from Ukraine in terms of reaction to emergency situations, in terms of being prepared, like how to deal with systems under the crisis. And Ukrainian energy operators, kind of an energy workers and emergency workers are doing just amazing job in how quickly they kind of manage to react to the situations and to deal with it. So that's something that I think is very much important, and it's much better to be prepared for whatever. You know, we never thought that Russia would invade, and now we think it would be much better to be better prepared. So I hope the war would not escalate in the future, but I think being ready is worth it.
Readiness and flexibility is the, let's say, title of the day in our spotlight conversation, and unfortunately also due to challenging circumstances, not just to a sustainable future. But I think it serves both the present and the future to be ready, to be agile, and to adjust to the fact that we are behind scheduler. So we will probably stop the conversation here with our thanks to Irina Stavchuk for the wonderful insights on a brave path forward towards a sustainable reconstruction in Ukraine. Hope to continue this conversation next year at the Ukraine Reconstruction Conference in Warsaw and at the next year's Climate Summit. I will then pass the floor to our wonderful moderator. Thank you much.
Congratulations, Clara and Irina. So happy to have you here at Climate Change Summit. Thank you, Clara, also. I will expect my colleagues from the technical team to come here on the stage. Now, in the next panel, we will talk about redefining value in the global economy. And my guest is co-founder and the director at the True Price and Impact Institute. And a few words about this institute. This organization, especially helping companies and governments measure the real value of their actions, including, and this is the key, this is very important to keep in mind, including social and environmental impact. He is a strong advocate for redefining how we calculate profit in a world facing planetary limits, and I'm very curious to find out more and to learn more from Michel Scholz, co-founder and director, True Price and Impact Institute. Please applause. Michel, come here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. It's a
Good
great
luck.
pleasure to stand in front of you. So I'm the co-founder and director of Impact Institute and True Price. Based in Amsterdam, I've been working for 20 years on the question, how can we redefine prices, profits, and returns? Seemingly objective composers of our lives. Businesses pursuing profits, consumers pursuing prices. It's actually leading into crisis. Let me illustrate this through this company that you can see here, the world champion. It's not the drivers of the Formula One that were the world champions in 2022. It was actually Saudi Aramco, the largest oil and gas company in the world. In 2022, they reached a record profit. A profit of 161 billion US dollars, when the world was facing a tragic energy crisis. Now, I would like you to stand up if you think that if this oil major, the most profitable company in the world, if this company would have paid $100 per ton of carbon emitted in the whole value chain of that company, $100 per ton of CO2. Stand up if you think that they would make a loss instead of the profit. Stand up if you think that they would make a loss if they would pay $100 per ton of carbon in that 2022 record year. Well, they would. Instead of making a huge profit, they would make a huge loss. A staggering $30 billion dollars of loss. Now, I think this is the heart of the matter. And this is not an elephant in the room. It is a mammoth in the room, or rather a dinosaur in the room. And I think this is the thing that if we do not address the price of pollution, extraction, exploitation, then the tragic outcome of all the nice words, of all the good intentions, will be self-mutilation and the path towards extinction. It is no wonder that after, in my terms, 20 years, 2 decades of talking about addressing climate, pollution and the extraction and pollution and exploitation of workers, we haven't made much progress. We are now exceeding 7 of the 9 planetary boundaries. The most profitable company is also the most destructive in terms of climate. We've talked about risks, and risks are now the new amazing shiny object. Beyond just mitigation, we are now going into adaptation, and risk and resilience is going to save us. Let's not be naive about risks, because look what is risks for an oil rig. If we have extreme weather attacking the assets of an oil major, you have an oil rig extracting oil, emitting greenhouse gases with some extreme weather without actually any intervening of their operations. Risks aren't helping us, and why is that? That is because risk is defined in financial shareholder risks. It's a very important concept. Financial risks may overlap to an extent with social, environmental, and human value, but only to a limited extent. Sadly, natural risk, social risks, human risks, the suffering of people, is not incorporated. Now, why is that? Because the financial accounting system discloses, values, and rewards financial value, the stock of money, the stock of property, of assets. It does not account for and value the natural, the social, and the human value creation. And I would even argue that if we talk about more than 300 billion euros of climate costs, who is sending the invoices? It's actually pretty lucrative to have massive destruction. Rebuilding an economy, a city that is destroyed, is very good for the GDP. It will lead to record growth. Because the fundamental rights to basic goods, the rights to nature, the rights to dignity, it's not accounted for. And therefore, that destruction isn't really valued. Insurance companies They would benefit from more volatility because the willingness to pay per object and the amount of objects that people want to insure will simply increase, notwithstanding a global class of suckers that don't have the budget to get an insurance. Who cares? As long as there's sufficient income for dozens of millions of millionaires, it's okay. That is how currently the financial system is configured. So the massive challenge that we should address, and that this conference should be about, and that is at the heart of the question of really addressing the climate catastrophe, is the question of redefining what we value. On the left, you see the current economic definitions, financial value. And the tragedy is, and you can see that with the blue ball, that represents value, social, human, natural value, the stock of what we consider of importance. The current economic system extracts the blue ball and creates finance, the stock of finance. So you see extraction. Now what we need to do is redefine prices, profits, returns, risks, resilience, another buzzword that is poorly defined. And that means in practice redefining the accountancy frameworks, the Bible of value, the IFRS in Europe and Asia and African countries, the GAAP, the US GAAP, these conventions that actually do not account for nature, but also fiscal policies that incentivizes companies and consumers through financial rewards or penalties into certain directions. The monetary policies that can define interests in accordance with natural capital or social capital creation or destruction. And for example, education policies. In fact, in many jurisdictions, including those in Romania, the concept of a true profit or a true price isn't even taught. Maybe it's a small chapter in economics class called externalities, a very abstract term for a very concrete thing. So we have to address this, and if we don't, really it's just talk. We really have to get into the matter of redefining. And then we can push for true value. Value for everyone, all stakeholders, on all capitals. And then instead of extraction, we can go into regeneration. And that is what you see on the bottom right. You see the same pie of value, and you see in gray that financial value is used to grow social, human, and natural value. And this is regeneration, conceptually visualized. Now let me illustrate how we are working for over 15 years now on the true price movement. Very tangibly and concrete, and give you 5 ways in which entrepreneurs, businesses, investors, and policymakers in Romania can start working with true pricing today. So, from, I would say, Trump prices, we go to true prices. We actually have a supermarket for almost 5 years now in Amsterdam, the Netherlands, where consumers pay for the true price. It's the first supermarket in the world, and you can see here for bananas, cauliflowers, broccoli, and carrots that there's a price on the shelves, and you can account for the social and environmental costs, the cost for climate. And these consumers, they pay for these costs. After the introduction, the sales rose 5%, countering all the marketeers that thought we were crazy. 5% increase of sales after introducing true prices. As been alluded to in the previous conversations, many consumers are actually aware, and if they are able, they are willing to pay for the bill to nature. And this money is used, as you can see here, for regenerative farming, cleaning the soil, cleaning the water. The largest supermarket in the Netherlands, Albert Heijn, 40% market share, part of Ahold has introduced true pricing, and they use it as their strategic framework, ensuring that sustainable food and healthy food won't become unaffordable and unhealthy by bringing true pricing into practice. And here you can see at 3 locations a mandatory choice for consumers: buy your coffee, but pay for the true price. You can choose, but you have to choose. And 1 out of 5 consumers chipped in and paid for the true price. That incorporated environmental costs, including climate costs, but also underpayment of farmers in Ethiopia and Brazil. It's a big campaign. We've now 100+ purchase points with the largest retailers in the Netherlands. But also in Germany, 2,150 locations of Rewe, the penny supermarket, one of the largest retailers in the world, have introduced true pricing. And here you saw that red meat consumption decreased. Organic meat consumption decreased too, but less. And alternative plant-based meats increased when in locations that was offered. A staggering 360,000 euros was collected for regeneration, regreening lands at the level of farmers. This is a nice way to really make the business case for greening, for climate-smart agriculture. The nice examples that you saw today, for example, presented to you by Louis. Mega and Profi in Romania are part of the same listed company. Ahold has. I see no reason why we cannot experiment with those examples in Romania, just making it transparent, just knowing what is the invoice that we incur to nature. It doesn't need to be paid overnight. And not just on foods, but also here we did for DBS Bank in Singapore the calculation, and we are talking about, the mobility transition and making Europe great again through competitive net zero electric vehicles. Are we kidding ourselves? We won't make it. We are exchanging maybe some carbon emissions for the next catastrophe that is biodiversity, or that is the pollution of people's lungs through microparticles, through rubbers. We need to think way more innovative and really transcend the old models and exchange it for new models. How do you do this? You look at what is the market price, and you add the social and environmental cost in the whole value chain of a product. And fundamentally, you look at the rights that are ratified by all the countries in the world, including Romania. And you look at what should we do to restore, compensate, prevent, and retribute those costs. And that is simply a calculation. And as long as there's a duty to protect, there's also a duty to pay. I'm not saying that a specific consumer should pay, a specific company should pay, but we have to address this. This is no longer some sort of ideal. This is really a global movement being featured in the New York Times, in the New Yorker. You can find us online. You can find many examples. And there's tangible ways in which Romania businesses can work through procurement. Actually, in the 2016 procurement law, every public procurer in Romania can use it with best practices that you can follow, that we work on with the state of New York or the Dutch government. Billions and billions of euros can be repurposed for those products and those services that are environmentally more friendly. Tax repurposing, making sure that red meat is with a higher tax rate than vegetarian alternatives. It's very good for climate and doesn't hit already struggling citizens in their wallet. Transforming accounting, that's the third one. And the fourth one, in the Netherlands, in 2027 at high school, we will examine students on true pricing. It's just transforming education classes. Ha! It's the new normal. Professionals and entrepreneurs of the future will make this their new normal, debunking the objective of what we consider the price. Now, we are 170 members in 30 countries already. I would invite all of you to join the True Price movement. Thank you so much. Let's connect on LinkedIn. You can find my profile. Send me a message if you find it exciting. And let's just make the True Price movement a global movement transforming the economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michel.
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us, and thank you for your presentation. My mission now comes to an end, because every mission comes to an end, and there is going to be a third part of this event, because after 6 p.m., a little bit later, Gala Award is going to start, and that's why I'm going to invite here on the stage Roxana Cojocaru, Executive Director, for the rest of the evening. Thank you so much for being with us today, and it was my pleasure, and I was honored to be your host for the most part of the day. Roxana,
thank you very much, Theodora, for
happy
being
to
the
be
third time in a row our
third
host.
time, and it's one of the most important, and I think it's the biggest event so far when we talk about sustainability and climate change. 700, I think more than 700,000 people watching us online, saying hello to you all. Roxana, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. How is the level of energy? I think it's a bit complicated at this time, but everything is by design, don't worry. We are just testing your resilience to see who are the brave ones that last until the end of the night. We still have a few speeches and then Climate Change Summit Award. And in case you need a dose of hope, please just be here. And of course, the best part, music and cocktails. It's my pleasure to invite the next speaker, Ian Trebi, who is the country manager of Romania of Fauna and Flora. Ian leads Fauna and Flora's work in Romania, focusing on biodiversity, freshwater conservation, and community partnerships. He's dedicated to protecting ecosystems that sustain both nature and local culture. Ian, please, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Roxana. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for staying with us. It's been a really interesting day. And before I get started, I would just like to share a few words from our Chief Executive, Christian Teleki, Chief Executive of Fauna and Flora.
This introduction. It's a real pleasure to join you online today. And while I'm sorry that I cannot be with you today, I very much look forward to being with you next year. By then, we'll be expanding on our shared work to connect freshwater systems with marine ecosystems, a vital part of our collective commitment to tackling the interlinked climate and biodiversity crisis. Now, it is essential that we acknowledge the scale of these challenges, the rapid shifts in climate that increase uncertainty for societies everywhere, that disrupt food systems and threaten human lives. And alongside that, the dramatic declines in nature that further undermine food security and well-being. But we must also recognize the positive progress we are making together, because efforts are most impactful when they are recognized and elevate the essential roles of local communities and indigenous peoples, those conserving the freshwater, forest, marine, and agricultural systems that sustain life itself. These combined actions have the power to tackle both climate change and biodiversity loss. One of the great privileges of working with Fauna and Flora is seeing this positive change firsthand, the difference made by communities, governments, businesses, and conservation partners around the world. Time and again, we see that when we embrace participatory approaches and we work together to tackle shared challenges, our impact is so much greater. That spirit of collaboration underpins everything we do at Fauna and Flora. Whether it's influencing conservation across 60 million hectares of marine and terrestrial habitats around the world, locking up nearly 1 billion tons of carbon, or improving legislative frameworks, our experience shows that collective action is always more powerful than isolated efforts. We also know that freshwater systems play a critical role in addressing the climate crisis. Wetlands reduce flooding by retaining water. They sustain water supplies through groundwater recharge. And they store close to 30% of the world's soil carbon. Protecting and restoring these systems enhances their ability to perform these vital functions and strengthens our resilience in the face of climate change. Shortly, you'll hear from our regional lead, Ian Truby, who will share more about our freshwater conservation work. But before that, let me leave you with a brief reflection. We live in an age of separation between people and planet, between nature and economy, between what we know we must do and what we choose to do. Yet nature shows us another way. Freshwater connects mountains to the ocean, people to one another, and all life to the source that sustains it. If we can mirror that flow, if we can reconnect across boundaries and sectors, then we can build a future that is both resilient and regenerative. That means restoring wetlands, removing obsolete dams and barriers, and recognizing the rights of rivers to flow freely. These are not just technical solutions, they are acts of reconnection, of respect, and of hope. Together, we can ensure that life in all its forms not only endures, but truly flourishes. Thank you very much.
Perhaps there is not too much to say about restoring fresh water and how we can come together to do that. But I would like to start by sharing a short story. This is Petru, a Transylvanian shepherd from Romania. Petru used to walk hundreds of kilometers each year with his sheep. This ancient, seasonal, migratory practice, known as transhumance, has allowed communities to thrive, providing them with economic value and food. Transhumance evolved through hundreds of years of social and environmental pressures. Throughout his younger years, Petru was able to drink from the rivers and streams that lined his routes. Yet, by the time of his death in 2023, many of those springs had been destroyed or contaminated, and Petru could no longer drink from those rivers. Even the village well that served several households was condemned and had become contaminated. This simple story highlights what we have lost. We've lost our natural and cultural connections to those very systems, such as fresh water, that allow us to survive and that have shaped our societies for millennia. Over a relatively short time frame, we have so heavily modified and degraded our freshwater systems that they are no longer able to provide those vital services that support our very well-being. The value of freshwater systems have been well documented, and we've already heard about the importance of fresh water and their role in supporting industries. It's clear freshwater systems provide our drinking water. They support food production through agricultural services, fish farming, or wild-caught fish. They support critical industries from power generation to artificial intelligence. And it's not just hydropower that's listed here. I believe nearly every form of energy production relies on water. Wetlands, particularly peatlands, can sequester more carbon per unit area than terrestrial forests. Wetlands will also mitigate for floods and droughts by retaining water in those landscapes and positively affecting water tables. They support tourism and human well-being, those cultural values that can be hard to define and even monetize. They regulate climate, having a cooling effect, which is particularly important in urban heat spots. Yet, despite these essential services, which contribute trillions of US dollars to our global economy, we continue to exert excessive pressures on our freshwater systems. And just to highlight this, I'd like to share a few facts. Fresh water is a finite resource. We know this and we understand it. Only 3% of global water is fresh water, of which only 1% is accessible to us as human beings. We need to use it wisely. I read this story a couple of years ago, and it literally blew my mind. We've pumped so much groundwater, 2 trillion liters, that we have shifted the Earth's rotational axis. We've redistributed the weight of water to such an extent that we've moved the Earth by nearly 1 meter, just over 80 centimeters. Furthermore, the damming of the Yangtze River in China with the Three Gorges Dam in the early 2000s actually slowed the rotational spin of the Earth by damming so much water. And again, that's quite an incredible fact, and it's worth just taking a moment to pause about those and think about them. And those 2 examples are important reminders of the intricate relationship between human engineering and the natural world. But before I move on to my next slide, what's really interesting from the Yangtze River and what the Chinese government is doing, they've actually just removed 300 dams from the Yangtze River system to restore river connectivity. And I'll come back to that point about dam removal towards the end of the presentation. But coming back to these large-scale issues, perhaps these are too broad a topic for us to think about, and it is much more appropriate for us to think at the local, the individual, and the regional levels. What can we do to make a change? For example, we can think, where does our drinking water come from? And how good is it? We all know what it's like to taste a good glass of water. However, we have allowed our rivers to go from a source of drinking water to being so heavily polluted that we cannot swim in them without becoming ill. Many of our freshwater springs, which communities once had very strong cultural values to, have been destroyed and/or have become contaminated. This is a photo of a cultural spring that some in this audience will recognize, and it's been restored by a community conservation initiative to restore that cultural value. And this is a piece of work that we're very proud to support. It's only one spring, but it means a lot. And we continue to increase our water use through emerging technologies. For example, it's a good reminder, I believe that was a water bottle. For example, a short conversation a user has with an AI system uses 500 milliliters of water. That's a single serving water bottle, which many of us have drunk today already. It's similar when we generate a 100-word email, we will use, or those systems and the power required will use 500 milliliters of water. So we need to think about that. However, it's important to balance the water use of these emerging technologies, which are valuable for us and very important, against our daily water use. This data is from a developed country, and it's an estimate of the amount of water one individual may use in one day, so over 300 liters per day. And there are other estimates out there which clearly demonstrate our excessive consumption of water. So, we have a critical situation. Fresh water is a finite resource under increasing pressures. But what can we do about it? Firstly, we need to come together. We're doing that today. Communities, governments, and corporations. We have to restore our cultural and natural connection to water. We need to engage communities in recognizing the value of water, not just the economic value, but the natural and cultural value of water. This is an example, a photograph from a knowledge exchange trip where we took representatives of the Romanian National Water Authority to a neighboring EU country where we learned and shared information about using nature-based solutions to restore our freshwater systems. We need to provide consumers with the right information, so more often than not, they can make better choices. How much water was used to make that item of clothing? And this echoes a point that was made in an earlier presentation. How much water was used to grow that item of food? Just think back to the previous presentation, the true price of the food that we consume. How much water was used to generate that AI image? And for those of us that are lucky enough to have water from a tap, maybe I can have a shorter shower this morning. And that's if we're really lucky enough to have direct access to good quality water. We also need to have a conversation about restoring rights to rivers, recognizing that rivers are a living and legal entity that need to be nurtured and protected. This is a big conversation, but it is happening already. Rights have already been bestowed on rivers in other countries throughout the world. So watch this space, and I really look forward to future discussion on this exciting topic. And then we can also take some simple steps at the local and regional level to restore our rivers and freshwater systems, including in Romania. Our rivers are heavily fragmented by man-made infrastructures. Some of these are necessary, such as hydropower dams and flood prevention, but a significant number are obsolete, like this one pictured in this photograph here. And these now pose a risk to human and nature. There is a really simple mobile phone application called the Amber Barrier Tracking app that allows you to upload data on the location and the type of dams. And that information, knowing where those dams are, allows us, with the Romanian water authorities, to make evidence-based decisions about which obsolete barriers and dams, and I emphasize the point, obsolete. Dam removal is not a new phenomenon. Over 9,000 dams and barriers have been removed in other European countries to date. And the benefits of dam removal are manifold. Removing obsolete dams reduces risks and the costs of maintaining aging infrastructure. It can increase the cooling effects of water. It can reduce methane emissions. It can increase water stored in the natural systems. It improves floodplain and river connectivity to mitigate for floods. So dam removal increases those natural and cultural values. It's a nature-based solution to restore our freshwater systems. However, we can only make this happen if we come together to connect with our freshwater systems. And I look forward to continuing this conversation with you over the coming days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jan. Thank you. So the next speech will have two keywords, data and integrity. And yes, they can be in the same sentence. I would like to invite our next speaker, Jan Schulzer. No, this wasn't the criteria to select all our speakers. You don't have only to be named Jan. He's the head of Account Management International at Climate Partner. He oversees international partnerships, working with businesses to measure and reduce emissions with transparency. Jan, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. Like this. My name is Jan Schüssler, and I would like to put a focus in today's session on the business value of your climate action journey. At Climate Partner, we are offering solutions to tackle the challenge to make net zero a reality. We are here at the Climate Change Summit, and I guess all of us are aware that there are fantastic case studies out there, but their overall tendency to decarbonize is not going as quick in the right direction as necessary. We have heard that many times throughout the day. Just a few days ago, the WMO had a press release that carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere has reached a new record high. On the one side, we see that emissions from human activities are constantly rising. That's no news. We hear it all the time. But there is another important factor to focus on, and that is that the capacity of carbon sinks like oceans and ecosystems on land are step by step losing their ability to absorb carbon. That is not so often in the forefront of the news. So we have two tendencies where we need to watch out not to come into a vicious circle. The good thing is, we as humans are capable of working against it and have decided so in the Paris Agreement. But we need more speed to close the gap between current actions and our ambition level to limit global warming. And this is the point where we see companies to play a critical role. We need to unleash the power of the market. What is also crucial in my point of view is to change the narrative away from the necessity what we all have to do, into the story what a fantastic business opportunity lies into tackling climate change. For me, it is the opportunity of the century. We are taking climate action not because we have to, but because we want to. Because for those companies who take ambitious climate action, there's a brighter future ahead. Already today, we can see revenue increases from companies that put climate action on the agenda. We see a high or very high priority on the agenda when companies are thinking about their future strategy. That also means if you are in a B2B market, it is on the priority of your customer. We see a workforce that wants to work at companies that take climate change serious, and investors are allocating money to companies with strong ESG credentials. Also today, we have heard from sustainability-linked loans. So what do we need to do? We need to move, we need to get into action now. Don't die in beauty in the planning and target setting phase, but put actions on the agenda. There's so much inspiration today, and I'm sure you can find the next angle also for your company. So how do we do it at Climate Partner? How do we create value together with our clients? That is outlined in the net zero cycle. Net zero means that the emissions caused by humans are in balance with emissions that are removed from the atmosphere. That is the goal in the longer term by 2050. So we are offering software and expert guidance to calculate your emissions and come into a reduction path. That is the basis. But we offer also many solutions around contributing to climate projects. As we have seen at the beginning, we need to tackle two things. Reduction of the release of greenhouse gases, but we also need resilient ecosystems that can absorb carbon, and that's where climate projects play a fantastic role. And with credible marketing and labeling solutions, we help to bring transparency into your climate action journey. No matter if you're at the beginning or already deep in a science-based decarbonization path, a tailored communication to your stakeholder is key. So let's have a look into the elements of the net zero cycle. So the first activities are measuring and reducing your carbon footprint. Make sure calculations are aligned with the greenhouse gas protocol and to come into a science-based reduction path. A good software is necessary to reduce complexity and handle large amount of data. What we do at Climate Partner, we translate this activity data that you enter into a system into CO2 equivalents, and a continuously updated emission factor database is the basis, and make sure to have the most recent scientific insights. Calculating carbon footprints, be it on product or company level, is constantly evolving. And every year the depth and quality is increasing. Again, also here, don't expect to be perfect, but get into action. Start with a reduced scope and get feeling for your emission hotspots. Expert consultants on top will help to fill the gaps, and there will always be gaps at the beginning when you start calculating your carbon footprint, and answer the questions along the way. It is an interesting, but sometimes also complex field, and it helps to have someone on your side. Reduction measures will lower the footprint over time with each new initiative. But unfortunately, reduction measures have short-term limitations, and it's actually thousands of small steps over the next decades. There is no single lever to pull, but of course, first step must be invest into green energy. But to bring products to the market, we are still and still will be reliant in many areas on burning fossil fuels. So, in order to take responsibility for our current emissions, we need to do two things in parallel. Reduce ambitiously, as quickly as possible, and make sure to contribute to climate projects. This parallelity is crucial, and it's crucial that it's not perceived as either or. For me, if you take one thing today from the presentation, it is this message. Or maybe let's rephrase it. Reduction alone does not address the other half of the job. By the time you reach net zero, you will have likely emitted at least 15 times your current carbon footprint. And in the meanwhile, we cannot afford to have lost all natural forests by the time we meet net zero. We cannot afford to have renewable energy only in some parts of the world, and we also cannot afford for the Amazonas and other rainforests to dry out. That's why climate projects are so important. Climate projects reduce, avoid, or remove greenhouse gas emissions via different technologies. From renewable energy over forest protection, all the way to technical removal projects like CCS or biochar. Many projects also have great social impact, like efficient cookstove project that also reduce the amount of harmful smoke while cooking. We need climate projects and carbon sinks all over the world on a global and regional level, certified and conducted with a reliable partner. So engage beyond your own value chain in order to make net zero a reality. With this approach, companies can contribute to the reduction of carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere, and that is essential. But equally essential for a company is to be successful and generate a return on investment. It would be naive to expect altruistic motives from a corporation. That is not what most companies are founded for. If we look into the net zero cycle, especially the first three modules, cost and effort are necessary. You have a team, or many times also a whole team, that is gathering data. You partner with an external provider, you invest into new machinery, energy efficiency, you take over responsibility for your residual emissions by investing into climate projects. We need to make sure that these first three steps are not only seen as a cost, but that they are seen as an investment. And the fourth step, a tailored communication strategy, will bring you the need return on the investment. And don't worry, you don't have to be the next Patagonia or climate hero, but of course you can. What you need to do, get into action. Again here, communicate where you're standing. Get help with tailored marketing solutions. Integrate climate action into your user journey and labeling options that are aligned with regulations and frameworks like Amazon's Climate Pledge Friendly program. A most recent study here showed a 12% average increase in sales of products in this category on Amazon. Here, climate action and business success go perfectly hand in hand. Look for the right angle for your company and your tailored stakeholder communication. Before coming to the end, I want to show you 3 examples from companies in different sizes and how they have embedded climate action into their products. E.ON, one of Europe's largest energy companies, wanted to target eco-conscious households looking for 100% renewable energy, but how could they set themselves apart? E.ON launched in Germany the so-called tariff Zukunftsstrom, designed to pair a local biodiversity project with their renewable energy tariff. E.ON's contribution approach highlights communicating the positive impact financed by customers, creating a distinct selling point among renewable energy tariffs. For years, Mondi, a multinational packaging and paper company, has systematically reduced emissions in its paper production, for example, by using renewable energy sources. Since 2021, selected paper products have carried the financial climate contribution label from Climate Partner. Through this, Mondi seeks to stand out in a highly price-sensitive market by creating a USP in both product positioning and communication. And Zanier, a family-owned Austrian-based glove brand, calculates corporate and product footprints, implements reduction, measures in energy, material selection, and product design. Zanier's commitment to support climate projects is based on the strong belief to create an impact right now. The goal is to make the company resilient for the future through a holistic climate action strategy. Since 2019, they are also supporting climate projects, and today all products are Climate Partner certified. So get into action. Don't strive for perfection. That can come later. Look for support. You do not have to reinvent the wheel. Benefit also from the experience from others. Benefit from a community like this one. Talk, exchange, do copy-paste. That's highly appreciated. And make sure that your engagement is not just a ticking-the-box exercise. What you need to do, make sure to unlock the benefits of climate action to drive your business value. Thank you very much. I'm Jan Schüssler from Climate Partner, and I'm happy to support you together with my colleagues on your climate action journey. Keep on enjoying the summit. Thank you.
2 minutes earlier, you'll get a special prize for that.
I'll speed up. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So now we are going to our last speech for tonight, but please don't go because we will have Climate Change Summit Awards. But before going to the last speech, please, if it would be possible, just come here. Let's sit in the first 3, 4, 5, 6 rows. I know that it's a bit better to stay in the back, but for the people that are going to pitch a bit later, they need all your energy. So please, I will take 20 seconds, 15 seconds. Let's see, the brave ones. Thank you very much. So the next speech, and the last one, is going to be about soil and how we can use soil actually to improve our lives. Azadeh Farapu, she's the founder of Better Soil for a Better World, a global initiative promoting soil health and climate-positive agriculture. Please, you have the stage.
Hi, good evening, everybody. So I'm going to talk about one of the most unsexy topics of all time. So it's going to be a topic of soil, which is forgotten. Who cares? But there is a strong connection between soil, climate, biodiversity, food, human health, and I'm going to talk about this. I grew up on a farm. My grandparents were farmers, and my mother didn't want to become a farmer, so she left the village to the city and met my father. She became a nurse, my father was a doctor, and they married, and I came into the world. And when I talked to my mother, Mama, I want to study agriculture, she got the first crisis of her life. I was like, no way, you have to become a doctor, not a farmer. And I was like, and she said, I got out of that shit. You want to get into the shit again? No. So 2 years ago, she passed away. But anyway, that's life. This is the soil that I grew up with. I don't know, maybe you know it in Romania, maybe you know it in other countries, a lot of cracks, dry. And this small, tiny plant here, I don't know, the laser doesn't work. This is going to be a tree, so it's 2-3 years old. So I grew up in Iran, I was born in Iran, I studied bachelor agriculture and master. I moved to Germany, 11 years now I've been living there, and I wanted to understand the scope of the problem. Why is the soil like this? Hard, cracks, stone, and so on. And I got some facts, some numbers on that. So 100 million of hectares of good soil are lost every year. It's more than 100 million football fields. It's maybe also the size of Egypt, the country, that we are losing of good soil every year. But again, who cares? The unsexy topic. And also we have another fact that 95% of our food is directly affected. When we are losing soil, we are losing 95% of our food. And again, how big is the problem? So there are 1.2 billion people that are directly affected because they are in the agriculture and farming, and everybody who eats food. People who are not eating food, who are eating air and water, they are not affected, but people who are eating food, they are affected. And example of European Union, how big is the problem in Europe? 12 million hectares of agricultural areas are extremely sick. This is 62% are sick, and 12 million hectares are extremely sick. What does that really mean for us? It means we are losing 1.2 billion euros per year. So we just throw it out of the window without using this money. This is agricultural productivity, which worth to reconsider as source of income. And we are also affecting the climate because it's about 100 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent per year, which is emitted by 6 soils in agriculture, but still the most unsexy topic of all time. I brought you a very interesting graphic. This is the nature, how nature absorbs carbon dioxide and how nature stores it. So here you have the oceans, the green one. So this is the largest carbon reservoir on Earth, here. And you have interaction between the oceans and the atmosphere. Oceans are getting a lot of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. And then you have the green one, which is soil, permafrost soil, and vegetation. And you have there atmospheric carbon dioxide, which is in blue. I just want to compare the numbers. So you have 37,000 gigatons, billion tons of carbon in the oceans. No way, no doubt, the largest. Then you have atmospheric, 875. Then you have vegetation, 450. And then you have the soil, 1,700. So if you compare the numbers, then you probably come into this. Soil is the second largest carbon reservoir on Earth after the oceans. And with 1,700 or 1,500 billion tons of carbon, it's carbon, it's not carbon dioxide. You have to multiply it with 3 when you want to calculate carbon dioxide out of this. And in just comparison, there is more carbon stored in soil than in atmosphere and in vegetation. Everything together. Atmosphere, all forests together, all grasses, all vegetables, everything together is almost the same as only in soil. So this brings me to the next topic about biodiversity, because biodiversity is one of the most important topics at the moment, at least in Germany. Soil is the most biodiverse habitat on Earth. So we have a lot of small creatures that makes the above ground life possible at all. And you have more than 59% of global biodiversity. And we have also mammals in soil. Did you know that? It's not an elephant, it's a mammal in soil. And these are just comparison. In one hand of soil, there are more living beings than people on planet Earth. Just this amount. Isn't it crazy? I find it crazy. So these are these creatures. I find it really beautiful. The color is natural. You do not have to paint them. You just take a picture and you publish it. I got the pictures from Chaos of Delight, Andrea Murray, if you like. You can find them. And also here, these creatures, who knows about them? No one. But this is also biodiversity that we call below ground instead of above ground. Not an elephant, not a giraffe, but these tiny creatures that make, as I said, life possible at all. If we talk about water, 1 cubic meter of healthy soil can retain over 250 liters of water. How much is this? Is this amount. It's a bath. Just 1 cubic meter of soil can absorb this amount of water, prevent flooding. Very simple. And this means soil requires less water from rainfall or irrigation, can reduce flooding and make soil more resilient to drought. So you do not have to irrigate all the time your plants because the soil is doing the job for you. Not about this, there is a strong pain in the market. A lot of food processors, a lot of food producers are suffering from this soil loss because it's directly affected their yield. I got this graphic from one of our clients. It's a potato producer. They produce 25% of fries on the global scale, and they see a decline in potato over the last 20 years. So this means soil is not just a climate thing, which is far away. It is in my business model, right in my company. And on the other side of the market, everybody wants to get more fries, and everybody wants to eat it. So there is an increase in demand for French fries, at least in Germany. So you do not have a lot of potato, but the demand for fries is increasing. So this is the pain in the market. And don't go for the numbers. This is just one example of how a regenerative system can increase the numbers in your pocket. More money at the end stays in your pocket. And you see here there are some minus, it means the costs are reducing, and plus, and at the end 43% more money you will have in your money when you go for regenerative practices. It's a study by Boston Consulting Group and NABU for Germany, so it's you can find it on internet, but just remember the plus. When you do soil regeneration, you get plus in your pocket, and this is the most important thing for farmers, companies, and corporates. This is the same for other years. After 6 years, you will see minus in costs and plus in revenue, and at the end, you have 21% more in your pocket. So this is me. Maybe you would like to know more about Better Soil. We are a non-profit and a for-profit company based in Germany. We do a lot of work with food manufacturers and processors. We consult with them. We educate the farmers and suppliers, and we work together to bring different regenerative practices in their supply chain. So this is one of our customers. And we also with farmers, We work a lot with them to decrease emissions on farm. This is manure, and this is cow shit. Everything together, and it emits a lot of methane and a lot of and greenhouse gases, which is not a good thing. So we work with them together to improve soil health, not only by soil regeneration practices, by also converting manure into a soil improver as a product. And this is a graphic from FAO. You know probably FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization. If you believe in sustainable development goals, the 17 goals, if you improve soil health, you will improve at least 14 out of 17 goals of these sustainable development goals. And did you know that 50% of our medicine comes from soil? 50%. So if there is no soil, there would be no medicine for many sectors. From climate regulation to medicine, and also habitat for biodiversity and food and feed and flood regulation. So remember only that promoting soil health is a good thing, and we can move with this. So if you want to take care of the soil, remember it can take up 1,000 years to produce just 2 or 3 centimeters of soil. 1,000 years we have to wait. And up to 58% more food should be produced through sustainable soil management. And agriculture production will have to increase by 60% to meet the global food demand in 2050. And I would like you to take care of your soils in your garden or on your farms. Measure, monitor, and manage. We also have a LinkedIn page. Better Soil has a LinkedIn page. You can join us there. We have a newsletter. You can join us there. We have a website. You can join us there. So we can together create an impact. If you did not know about this information, don't worry. You are not alone. Natalie Portman, she also didn't know about this. She is one of the most famous actors in the world. She also played a role in Star Wars. So I had a conversation with her this year in Paris, and she really appreciated it. And there are also other people who did not know about these facts. So Mr. von der Leyen or François-Henri Pinault, he's the owner of Gucci and also owner of Saint Laurent, and one of the colleagues from Bill and Melinda Gates, and Matthias Maurer, he is an astronaut. So I talk to a lot of people, and I try to motivate them. I have no time more, so thank you very much for your attention.
What an inspiring last talk. Thank you very much.
When we started Social Innovation Solutions, our universe was a small yet bold dream, empowering individuals and organizations to understand and navigate future transformations.
We believe the future doesn't happen to us. It's something we create. Over the years, we've grown into a movement, empowering leaders, transforming businesses, and inspiring communities.
We grew from 3 to 20 people in just 4 years. Over 18,000 SMEs are now part of our programs, and our Climate Change Summit has reached a global audience of over 3 million viewers. We've built a network of 150 partners across more than 10 countries, and we have scaled 2 of our flagship programs across Bulgaria, Serbia, Croatia, and Slovenia.
But this is just the beginning, because we believe in a future where sustainability is not an option, but a foundation. A future where businesses thrive by doing what's right. A future where communities are stronger, economies are resilient, and the planet we share is protected for the generations to come. This is the future we are building together.
We're building a thriving, functional community in Central and Eastern Europe, where innovation and collaboration fuel meaningful change. We're committed to financially supporting SMEs in CEE with grants to implement sustainable practices.
We are thinking on an even larger scale. We are developing global education products that will connect Europe with Latin America and East Africa, empowering leaders, businesses, and communities worldwide to adopt sustainability while continuing to support SMEs along the way. This is the future we are creating.
The role of social innovation solutions is important, not only in Romania, but in the region, not only in the region, but in Europe, not only in Europe, but in the whole world. I can tell you that CIS is acting as a team. I love to see young people trying to change the world.
We aim to provide businesses and corporations with frameworks and training to integrate sustainable practices and address the ESG goals, making in the end their businesses more competitive. Our portfolio includes a sustainability education platform for SMEs, an in-depth transformational program for SMEs and NGOs, and a set of 10 tools that help entrepreneurs evaluate their companies and start their transition plans, as well as a range of derivative services tailored for various companies and industries. We are here to offer a solution for a better future. No matter the size and maturity level of the business or the personality and the learning patterns of the entrepreneur, we are here to build the future with you.
Working with Social Innovation Solution was an amazing experience for us, and we appreciated all the time the passion that we see in the people from Social Innovation Solution, the passion, the innovative solution that they bring to the companies, and the way they approach every type of client, every type of industry, and every type of context in order to provide practical resources for the businesses.
Partnering for Sustainability Academy felt like a natural step in our collaboration because the system always brought fresh ideas and new projects on the table.
Working with the Social Innovation Solution team, it's actually great. They are highly professionals, they are very competent in what they are doing, they are really agile and always focused to achieve more and more results, so that is key for us. We are also looking forward to achieve more and more and get the green transition faster.
Unlike large corporations, SMEs do not have a dedicated sustainability department or specialists who can focus on integrating sustainable practices into their operations. This lack of expertise can make identifying and implementing effective sustainability strategies difficult. Here is where our ESG programs come into play. They are designed to provide SMEs with tailored approaches, mentoring and guidance to effectively navigate today's sustainability scene. Through programs like Transformator, we have successfully supported over 120 entrepreneurs and NGO leaders in deepening their understanding of sustainability concepts. Our approach brings together participants from a wide range of industries and organizational sizes, fostering a dynamic environment where collaboration and innovation thrive. The program enhances individual knowledge while also building a strong network of sustainability-minded leaders who are equipped to drive meaningful change in their respective fields.
I think the program itself is a great way to learn some new things regarding ESG reporting and ESG in general. You can meet great partners, you can meet great people and actually develop your organization yourself as a part of that organization, and I think you can learn a lot about it.
Some first feedback was that they are very satisfied with the program, that they also expect that on their side they will have some changes and some inputs which they will use in their transformation.
They are enthusiastic and they're performing very well. They know very well what they are doing and have the best knowledge behind to organize all such type of activities related to sustainability.
In 2024, we decided to scale to 3 countries, Bulgaria, Serbia and Croatia, and we decided to scale 2 of the programs that we have. Both address sustainability for SMEs. One is a program that offers self-paced learning, so it's a Sustainability Academy, it's a digital platform. The other one is called Transformator, and it's basically a kind of like an accelerator, and it's a more in-depth educational program for SMEs. Our way of work is to engage with local partners that are very similar to CIS in terms of mission, and then to adapt our methodology to the local environment, and to engage a lot of local experts so that we really offer a very custom solution that is really well adapted to the market where it's offered.
When we first met CIS, it felt like we are meeting ourselves but in Romania. So we felt from the start that it is going to be a good match and a great collaboration, and it turned out that we were right.
Well, I think that CIS has great expertise in sustainability and a lot of expertise in entrepreneurship and working with entrepreneurs. So it can actually give a perspective from both sides, sustainable side and from entrepreneurship side. What is great about CIS, it really can connect and create synergy amongst different stakeholders in order to pursue the same goal.
I would recommend the programs of CIS to every SME, to every NGO that wants to take the first steps in a guided way towards their sustainability journey, and that wants to be sure that at the end of their participation in a program, they will have a tangible result to put into practice in their business.
The problem. Climate change is one of the biggest issues of our time, but there aren't enough platforms that bring together experts, businesses, and communities to collaborate on real solutions. While education and engagement are critical, structured spaces for meaningful dialogue and action are often missing. Our solution. At Social Innovation Solutions, we're bridging that gap. Our climate programs are designed to bring people together and spark action. We support high-impact individuals and corporate leaders through educational programs, fellowships, and climate tech initiatives that drive climate resilience and leadership across CE and beyond. We turn conversations into action with initiatives like the Climate Change Summit, Climate Solutions Forum, Climate Paths, and the Climate Change Summit Awards. These initiatives connect people, spark innovation, and provide the resources needed to tackle climate challenges. By empowering leaders, organizations, and communities, we are building a sustainable future, one step at a time.
BRD is looking for partners of long run. BRD is looking for trust. BRD is looking for somebody next to which can co-create. And for these reasons, when we discovered you, CIS, we thought you have all these attributes and it's worth to try working next to you in the future years.
Social Innovation Solutions has proven expertise in fostering innovation, sustainability, and community building. Also works with partners and actors across sectors, aligning projects or initiatives with global frameworks like the Sustainability Agenda or Paris Agreement.
Climate Change Summit is a real summit for our country. Their ability to bring stakeholders from diverse industries and very important policymakers, authorities, and people who contribute to change this perspective and the mentality and the society when we talk about climate change. I think this is the best way to make a great society and to make a society better in this perspective: sustainability, responsibility, and to take care of our nature, of our planet.
Together, we aim to elevate the conversation around sustainability and inspire meaningful action. If I were to describe Social Innovation Solutions in 3 words, they would be visionary, collaborative, and impactful. Their dedication to making sustainability a tangible reality has been inspiring and highly aligned with our goals.
Working together gives hope to all of us.
When astronauts look at Earth from space, they experience profound emotions and transformative shift in how they see our planet and life itself. This is known as the overview effect. From that point, they don't see borders, divisions, or challenges. They see one fragile, interconnected whole, and they realize that each one of us has a responsibility to protect it. When they return, they bring back home a new mindset. Some turn it into activism, others into art. At Social Innovation Solutions, we embrace this perspective, and we believe that you don't need to travel to space to fall in love with Earth again. All it takes is a new perspective.
By 2030, we see a world where sustainability is not a challenge, but a way of life. Through the combined efforts of leaders, businesses, and communities, we envision a cultural shift where informed societies prioritize climate resilience and sustainable practices. Our universe is one of possibilities, and together we are making the impossible possible. When we started Social Innovation Solutions, our universe was a small yet When we started Social Innovation Solutions, our universe was a small yet bold dream, empowering individuals and organizations to understand and navigate future transformations.
We believe the future doesn't happen to us. It's something we create. Over the years, we've grown into a movement, empowering leaders, transforming businesses, and inspiring communities.
We grew from 3 to 20 people in just 4 years. Over 18,000 SMEs are now part of our programs, and our Climate Change Summit has reached a global audience of over 3 million viewers. We've built a network of 150 partners across more than 10 countries, and we have scaled 2 of our flagship programs across Bulgaria, Serbia, Croatia, and Slovenia.
But this is just the beginning, because we believe in a future where sustainability is not an option, but a foundation. A future where businesses thrive by doing what's right. A future where communities are stronger, economies are resilient, and the planet we share is protected for the generations to come. This is the future we are building, together.
We're building a thriving, functional community in Central and Eastern Europe, where innovation and collaboration fuel meaningful change. We're committed to financially supporting SMEs in CEE with grants to implement sustainable practices.
We are thinking on an even larger scale. We are developing global education products that will connect Europe with Latin America and East Africa, empowering leaders, businesses, and communities worldwide to adopt sustainability while continuing to support SMEs along the way. This is the future we are creating.
The role of social innovation solutions is important, not only in Romania, but in the region, not only in the region, but in Europe, not only in Europe, but in the whole world. I can tell you that CIS is acting.
The final part and the most exciting Climate Change Summit Awards. If you had checked the agenda earlier, it was a moment about CEE SMEs transitions. Just to let you know, just today there were other 2 events taking place, one in Sofia and one in Ljubljana, under the Climate Change Summit umbrella. We were supposed to go a bit live with them to let us know about the conclusions, but because we were a bit behind, we decided to go straight to Climate Change Summit Awards. But a big thank you for our local partners for organizing these events. This is the 2nd edition of the awards. Last year we had amazing young people and SMEs here on stage presenting us with all their solutions at all these categories: education, biodiversity, energy, and so on. This year we have extended the categories, and we also had researchers, PhDs, that work on their ideas. So we had amazing applications, and trust me, it was so difficult to decide which are the winners. And they took a lot of work to create the applications and the investment plans, because we decided to have 3 winners, each with 5,000 euros, and they proposed an investment plan on how they're going to use this money to take their idea or company to the next level. We had from ideas that are just taking place to companies that already had financing of 2 million euros. So it's going to be super exciting. The first one is going to be ELSA Industry with their idea Harpy UAV. This is the first category at Smart Cities, Energy and Mobility. The company is proving that sustainability can take flight, literally, like they're doing drones. Their project is a drone that can carry cargo or respond to emergencies. It uses clean energy like hydrogen and batteries. I would like to invite the first person who is going to pitch ELSA Industry.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me today. I heard we have 3 minutes to pitch. I think I can do that faster. Actually, this is moving real fast. So actually, our project is about zero emission and human impact. As I'm a mother of 2, a grandmother, I want a better future and a healthy future for my children, my grandchildren. So the problem and the urgency in the sky is very clear. I want you to imagine an earthquake, a flood, wildfires, an accident in the mountains. However, we face 2 issues. We need to decrease the CO2 emission footprint, but we also have an increase of natural catastrophes. The fossil fuels with conventional transportation systems are failing in this kind of situations. You can't reach out to these regions anymore, and this is our solution, Harpy. Harpy is not just a cargo UAV, it's also an energy hub on ground when there is no electricity anymore and the people are cut off from everything, from life, from first responders help, whatever. So we can fly in first aids, we can help the communities to go back, at least for the first responders to react on these scenarios. Who we are ELSA Industry. We are located in Bucharest, but we are a European startup with our CTO, Alba Dano from Spain, Cristina Patrașcu, our CEO from Romania, Radu Celianu, and myself. And we all have been working years in aerospace on lightweight structures, finalizing also a high-speed demonstrator helicopter in Romania together, and we can rely. This is where the idea was born. The challenge is the fundraising as usual, because the outreach to sustainable investors and partners is not that simple. So why this initiative is very clear to me as well. It's visibility. It helps us to generate visibility, to talk with the right people in sustainability, and to be seen, heard, and moving forward together. Here are our contact details. Write us an email at info@elsaindustry.eu and join us on this amazing journey. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Well, quicker than 3 minutes. No, that's a performance. The next one is coming from Ukraine, but moved to Romania. It's called Solarplex, and it's transforming how we capture the power of the sun. Their smart solution upgrades regular solar panels to make them work harder, producing more electricity and heat from the same sunlight. I would like to invite the founder of Solarplex.
It was like
this one. Okay.
Yes, 3 minutes.
So, I'm from Ukraine, a place where the energy independence became personal. That's what inspired us to create Solarplex. After years of research, our team developed a new hybrid concept that defines the solar performance, improving efficiency, recovering wasted heat, and protecting the environment. Today, solar panels lose up to 25% of their power due to the overheating. More than 80% of solar energy is lost as heat, simply wasted into the air. And most rooftops are too small to host both PV and thermal panels. This means wasted energy, wasted space, and lost money. Solarplex upgrades any solar PV panel, new or already installed, with a liquid cooling and heat recovery layer. It prevents overheating and increases electricity output by 10% and captures 3-4 times more heat energy for water heating or another tasks with heat energy. Total efficiency reaches up to 95%, and the combined cost of electricity and heat is about 2 eurocents per kilowatt hour. Each 5 kilowatt Solarplex power station saves over 25 tons per year of CO2 for one household. If applied all Romanian households with this station, that means 92 million tons decrease of CO2 per year, while Romania currently emits around only 72. In just 1 year, European country, reaching 2% of new houses means over 20 million annual profit in 5 years. For customers, it means energy independence with a very low cost of energy. At Solarplex, we are the team of engineers and innovators from Ukraine and Romania, combining experience in solar engineering, automation, and material science. We've already tested and validated the technology in real conditions, and now we are bringing it to the European Union for pilot implementation and certification. Our current challenge is funding and executing the pilot phase in Romania. The technology is proven, and now we need to demonstrate it in the European Union under Europe standards. And use that validation to build strong partnership and attract investment and scaling. Winning this award will help us to complete the pilot phase, covering materials, testing, and independence validations. This proof will strengthen partners' open access to EU programs and accelerate our market launch, bringing clean and affordable energy. We've built the game-changing technology, and now the real change begins. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope that you have started your bets, because we have only one more speech, and then we're going to announce who is the winner for this category that is supported by Avans Romania, and thank you for this. So the last one is Denki Tech, and it's coming from Romania. Denki is helping make our energy systems smarter and more reliable. Their digital platform uses AI to manage solar and battery systems, keeping power flowing smoothly and cutting down on emissions. I would like to invite Filip Ungureanu, CEO of Denki. Yeah. On this side, please, or you wanted to make an entrance? Okay.
Yeah, I did. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. So, hello everyone. This is Denki Flow, our solution here. Denki means energy in Japanese, and flow comes from the idea that energy has to be distributed better. Because right now we do have the solar and wind infrastructure. We do have the generation. We don't have the proper way to distribute that energy, and that is bad. Because we are at the Climate Change Summit talking about the energy transition, and right now the energy transition has a huge hurdle. A hurdle that can lead to blackouts, like what happened in Spain. 60 million people remain without power, 2 billion euros in damages, and 7 deaths. Because we all have loved ones in hospitals. We all need to have essential infrastructure so we operate, so our food doesn't go to waste, so our police and medical personnel can get in times where they need to do. And we need energy for that. Romania, for example, is going in the direction of Spain. Spain had a concentration of 56 renewable power generation when the blackout happened. Romania is heading to 58 and 80 in 2050. So climate change has to be combated with renewables, but we have to do it the smart technical way. So here comes Denki Flow. What is Denki Flow? Denki Flow acts like a brain. Acts like a centralized system when data is aggregated from batteries and from the system and from the transportation energy and from the distributors, and basically connects all these stakeholders to make the energy transition possible. How do you do that? Well, you put statistics from batteries and energy markets, you analyze trends in current grid stability, and automatically trade energy for maintaining stability and profit. So it's basically an automation and digitalization of the way batteries work. It's an assets management platform. You tell the batteries when to do it, how to do it, to keep the grid stable and make the investment profitable. Now, who are we? We are a startup, a Romanian startup born in the intersection of law, energy, and digital technologies. We have been validated by Politecnica di Milano, Clean Tech Nexus, one of the biggest programs for clean energy technology in Romania, and Startup Week in Bucharest, and we have tried to really make, firstly, awareness problem. Now, if you talk with anyone in this industry, they will tell you that right now there is a big barrier of entry. So they installed these batteries, but the regulatory framework, the licensing required, the cybersecurity compliance, all these things make it really hard to operate these batteries. So without extra layers like this, technological brain-like systems that tell the infrastructure how to communicate and when to charge and discharge energy in the system, we risk a blackout. We risk imbalances. We risk not being able to facilitate the energy transition. So why our initiative? Because our initiative, if validated here, will gain more traction and will help us keep the lights on, which is very important. And I think the Climate Change Summit here needs to recognize a technical solution that solves an industry problem in the energy transition is primordial and should be validated. Thank you so much.
Whew, lovely energy. Yes, I think all of them deserve a round of applause, please. So I would like to invite on stage Daniela Davidescu, who is the Strategy and Transformation Director for Avans Romania, to let us know who is going to be the winner for this category.
I hope it's okay. Thank you first to the organizers for such a great event. And also thank you to all the companies who participated in this
I think she does, but you can say your name.
And mobility category. You all brought very nice ideas to make the transport cleaner, to help people use more electric vehicles, and to find smarter ways to use the energy. All these principles are the perfect match with Avon's goal to reduce emissions. It is my pleasure to announce the winner in this category. So please join me in congratulating Denki Tech with their project's digital infrastructure for smart and resilient energy. Congratulations.
Could you, let's see. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. I think I want just to say that the problem is morbid. So if anyone is interested in actually making the energy transition possible, come talk to us at Denki and we'll make it happen, okay? Thank you, everybody.
I invite the other finalists on the stage, please.
Okay. I would like to invite all of you to have your trophies that, by the way, are made by IWB. It was part of our transformator program. They will bring the trophies, and they are made from recycled materials and upcycled. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you. Now we are going to the second category. That is going to be food, environment, and biodiversity. And we will start with smart form robotics from Bulgaria. And they will bring us little robot with a big impact. A fully autonomous solar power robot that removes weeds without chemicals or heavy machinery. Please, you have the floor. Applause, please.
Hello, thank you. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Rosen Kolev from Smart Farm Robotics, and we're solving one of the biggest problems of agriculture, weeding. All current weed control methods actually have serious drawbacks, because tilling with heavy machines, it compacts the soil and destroys it, and they also burn huge amounts of fuel. Pesticides, well, herbicides, they are poisons, plain and simple, which damage the environment and human health. And manual weeding is labor-intensive, costly, and unreliable. Unfortunately, many new solutions just try to improve same old methods, which is precise spraying of herbicides, precise tilling, or even worse, burning plants with lasers, with electric shocks. Unfortunately, this is the type of farmland we see more and more often. Dried vegetation, even in spring, and hard, dried soils. We believe this is the right weeding solution. A small, compact, lightweight robot, easy to handle and low cost. Also fully independent, energy, and fully autonomous. It goes around and detects the weeds using AI computer vision, and it uses a focused energy beam, which is safe, scalable, and no fire hazard at all. The idea for our innovation came from personal experience. I was helping my family run an organic farm in Bulgaria, and weeding was the top problem. So I spoke to many people, visited exhibitions, did my research. And using my consulting experience and help from former classmates and colleagues, we came up with this radically new and better idea. We currently already have an MVP tested at multiple farm pilots in Bulgaria and Italy, and we're starting commercial operations next year at a few organic, herbal, and vegetable farms in Bulgaria. We have, of course, multiple challenges in front of us. We still have to get from MVP to serial robots, we have to scale up production, and also we have hurdles with logistics and personnel for mass implementation, but we're working on them. We're increasing our engineering and sales team, we're negotiating with investors for funding, and we're also, of course, establishing distribution agreements for faster market rollout. Winning the Climate Change Summit Award will be great for us because it will be a huge boost. It will strengthen our name and brand recognition. It will help attract support, R&D partnerships, financial and also institutional backing. It also help us get the word out there that this kind of weeding is actually possible. It's the weeding which is safe, affordable, and it's also free for farmers that they can already use that. And actually, this is our team. It would be great if you could join us in our journey. I'm happy to conduct afterwards.
I'm absolutely impressed. I've heard a lot of pitches during my life, and almost all of them are on time. So the next one is going to be from Romania. Prontech combines nature, technology, and innovation to fight climate change. Their Prawning app helps orchids track and boost their carbon capture, while their water seeds tabs help restore forests by keeping young trees hydrated and alive even in harsh conditions. I would like to invite Tea Gerdan on stage. You have the floor.
Thank you, love. Which one is it?
Yes, right.
Holy this is bright. I'm curious who here has eaten an apple this week? A show of hands. I know a few of you have. And one of the reasons I'm bringing this up is that 1.67 billion euros is the hidden cost in agriculture, and it's taking place in orchards, especially regarding fruit tree pruning, respectively the cuts, that makes up 25% of that cost. Skilled pruning makes our orchards healthy, and this skill is getting harder and harder to find each season, and the younger generations are not making agriculture their priority. This is where Pruning app comes in. Our software as a service helps farmers make faster pruning decisions, trains their workers, and estimate carbon absorption faster. And this is the way we're helping them to monetize and turn pruning waste into circular value. And one of the reasons this is important is that we estimate biomass, and it's one of the ways in which farmers can make more money out of waste that otherwise would be burned. Prontech was founded last year with a 2-decade friendship between Stefan, my co-founder, and I, and we bring over 10 years of experience. Sorry, I forgot about that. We're the climate tech startup that focuses on tree and land management. And this is where the hidden cost comes into play, because labor costs increase year over year, and the climate stress impacts farmers every year, as most of us are very familiar with. We're bridging generations of growers with the tangible benefits of data and carbon capturing and monetization. We're empowering fruit tree growers to make more money out of their crops beyond their yields. The challenge here is that we're bridging generations of growers, and we're bringing this legacy of skills into the next generation and preparing the labor and workforce for what's to come. By winning the Climate Change Summit Award, we would give orchard owners across the EU a breakthrough tool, helping them reduce cost, unlike climate revenue, and also preserve a vital agriculture skill for the next generation. Our progress has already been recognized by global universities and organizations like the World Bank. And just imagine, with your support and your unified backing, all the wonderful efforts and progress we could make. So if you're a company or a retailer and you're interested in safeguarding the food system, let's connect.
Thank you very much, Thea. Now we are moving to the last speech for this category, and it's coming from Bulgaria. I would like to invite on stage Lam On with the Pack On a mission to replace plastic packaging with planet-friendly alternatives. Their line is made entirely from compostable, bio-based materials that safely return to nature after use. Please.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you. Hi. Hello, everybody. My name is Gergana. I'm the co-founder and chief operational officer at Lamon, and I'm going to talk about packaging pollution. So we all know the issues with plastic pollution. Only 14% is getting recycled. Unfortunately, even if we continue doing that better, it's still not going to solve all of our problems. Especially in flexible packaging, that's the hardest to recycle. It's extremely expensive to recycle as well, and the end product is not great. So this is where we come in with our packaging line Pack On, and specifically our food barrier property-oriented plastic packaging film, bioplastic packaging film, that is designed for the food sector. Pack-on Prime is bio-based and compostable. It's used on the standard packaging lines, so very easy to implement. It's printable for easy branding, it's heat sealable, used exactly the same way, but just the origin and the end of life is very different. The innovation, of course, comes from our team. We combine experience in bioplastics, entrepreneurship, and of course business with our small production facility in Bulgaria, where we produce over 80 tons per month, or we can, not yet, but we could produce over 80 tons a month. And of course, the innovation is the production method and the recipe, which allows all of this to be still the cheapest bio-based and compostable bioplastic option on the market. The biggest challenge right now is to enter the food sector due to the heavily regulated area, of course. So we still have a few certifications to go through, but also because people trust less to new companies. So securing our first big client in that sector is our biggest goal here and the main reason I'm here. So if you are a packaging producer or if you know one, or you're a food producer or you know one, give us a call afterwards. So we already have 3 products on the market, but this one is kind of the main one because there is no food-safe recycled plastic, so that's not an option. And once polluted with food, plastic is not getting recycled. So it doesn't make sense for us to continue on that road. Of course, a platform like this is great, but the main issue here is to talk more about plastic pollution in the food sector specifically and pay attention to the certifications on it so that we can collectively really make a change and push the legislation to go harder on petroleum-based plastics. So yeah, we need to diversify our packaging options, specifically in the food sector. We should stop using petroleum-based options as often as we do. And yeah, we can start making innovations in Eastern Europe, obviously, Bulgaria and Romania as well. And yeah, move that along. Thank you so much.
Thank you. 3 more to go. Okay, but before that, we have to see who is the winner from this category. I would like to invite Flavia Popa on stage from BRD, our partner in the best possible, not crimes.
Your partner in doing good things, as
Yes.
it was said here, because you are so brave. Staying here this hour, talking about food, ideas, biodiversity, environment, I will be really, really short. This is why I have the great, great pleasure to announce, congratulating all the participants, because really, guys, you are amazing. So the award, Climate Change Summit Awards goes in this evening to Smart Farm Robotics. Congrats.
Well, thank you very much. It's definitely going to help our journey a lot, so great, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you also, congrats. And I will invite also on the stage the other 2 finalists, please. Thank you.
I think our future is in good hands.
Congrats. And Damon.
Thank you so much.
Please. Congrats to all of you. We count on you guys.
Thank you so much. Almost there, almost there. You are, as Flavia said, you are so brave.
Exactly.
Like the last ones standing or sitting. It's the other way around this time. So now the last category is education, awareness, and community engagement. We are going to Centrul Cultural Plai with their project ZoomZ. They are turning an old bear habitat into a space buzzing with learning and creativity. Please, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Wow, this is loud. Thank you for staying. This is an important part. education and community engagement, I think we're seeing how poorly we're doing on the SDGs, that we're still struggling with social and environment injustice. So we always go back to education, but 80% of education is still being held, and climate education is being held in rooms in between walls. Children and youth already are feeling climate anxiety. Teachers feel they're overwhelmed, and we all know how the education system looks like in Romania and in Eastern Europe, but also all over the world as well. So what can be part of a solution is to actually reconnect to nature, include nature-based learning as a natural thing, a natural part of the curriculum, so that we can, as adults and children, become more connected to nature, become more resilient, more confident, build skills together, learn from each other. And in this way, we're actually trying to prototype in a former zoo, a former bear's habitat, a place that can become an open classroom for continuous learning on sustainability for both adults and children. We start with a very small room that can support teachers to build confidence in getting out of schools and start enjoying nature as a classroom. And we're doing this because for over 20 years, we've been community engineers. We've connected communities, different actors with problems, and we co-created solutions. So we've known from experience that this kind of action works. And we need to all be at a table in order to find future-proof solutions, especially for education. And it's not easy, but we truly believe that education is a community responsibility. So this is why we think it's important to talk about it on a stage. It's important to start small prototypes that can pick up. And if we can do this in the former bear's habitat, in the former zoo of Timișoara, we truly believe we can do it everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we're going to Greece, and we will learn about climate diplomacy in a box. Urania Cristina Papadopoulou will help young people step into the shoes of global climate negotiators with an educational program. They turn classrooms into live simulations of climate conferences, and students debate, collaborate, and learn how real policy happens. Urania, tell us.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I'm Rania Papadopoulou. I come from Greece. And when I was a little girl, I remember saying that I want to change the world. Back then, I didn't know how, but I knew why. I wanted to make sure that the voices of young people are heard and that the future of our planet is not designed for us, but by us. Soon enough, while I was growing up, I started working with young people, with youth initiatives, and my professor and UNESCO chairholder, Emanuela Dousis, gave me the opportunity to turn my dream into action by funding the Youth Climate Diplomacy Forum for Southeast Europe, a network that brings together young people around the region in order to enhance youth participation in decision-making. What I saw through my work was that while many young people were aware of the science of climate change, very few were engaged with the procedures, with the negotiations, the climate diplomacy, the decision-making. So most climate education focuses on science rather than participation and decision-making. Young people and vulnerable communities often lack exposure to negotiation procedures and to actionable, simple tools in order to transform their ideas into action. Additionally, the spread of climate misinformation and conspiracy theories fuels confusion and polarization, undermining collaborative action. So that's when I decided to design climate diplomacy in a box, which empowers schools and communities to simulate climate negotiations through ready-to-use model COP toolkits. Participants learn policy skills, practice diplomacy, and design local climate projects. Because at the end of each simulation, there is a community lab where young people have the opportunity to do their own local initiatives. I am the chair of Youth Climate Diplomacy Forum, and what really inspired me on designing climate diplomacy in a box was my PhD research on youth engagement in the Western balance. The biggest challenge I face is being a young woman leading a climate project because age and gender still limits access to funding, credibility, and decision-making spaces. Winning the CCS award would mean more than funding. It would turn the dream of a young girl into action. A year ago, someone told me, "Come on, you can't change the world." To that person, and to anyone who doubts the power of young people, I say this: we are not waiting for change to happen, we are the change. Thank you.
Thank you. Last speech. Okay, yes, we can still do it. We're going to Romania, or coming to Romania, to Ecoteca and Școala Eco. In this closing session, they show us how every school can be a force of change. Their platform measures how a green school is. They have a pretty cool form on their website. I would like to invite Cristiana to let us know.
Thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Cristiana Bucureci and I'm a project manager in Ecoteca. And I would like to introduce you to școalaeco.ro, a sustainability ranking platform dedicated to schools and educational institutions all over Romania. Okay, the problem that we are tackling is that schools in Romania don't have a tool to measure their environmental footprint concerning waste management, air quality, water, or energy. And this is no longer a nice-to-have analyzed, but a must-have reporting that schools have to do and have to send to the national environmental agencies. So, this is how, with școalaeco.ro, any teacher and any parent can see how eco is his school, his kids' school, yeah? So, who we are Ecoteca, one of the oldest NGO that promotes waste management and climate action. And we have developed this tool because we found the challenge. The challenge was to create, a digital platform that allows schools to measure their environmental footprint. And we would like to promote it all over Romania, to all over the schools in Romania, to use it, and also to train the school staff and the teachers in order to report their environmental footprint. Why to finance our initiative? Because we would like to increase the brand awareness of the project. We also would like to train the teachers and the staff to use it. And we'd like to build data-driven tools to help schools to have a better climate impact. So together, every school can be a model, for a greener future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before announcing the winner, I think there is a big thank you that I would like to tell about Climate Change Summit Awards. There was our social innovations team, Adelina, Toma, and Laura did an absolutely amazing job, and I would like to invite all of them on stage. Laura, and Toma. Toma, probably.
Please come here.
Yes, come on. A round of applause because they did an amazing job, trust me.
Thank you so much. I want to thank the team, and I really want to thank Toma, who was the most important member of this team. A big round of applause to Toma. And I also want to thank the jury, because it was a tough call. Education is more than knowledge. Education is empowerment. It is the first step towards change. And through education, we gain the confidence, and we also gain the tools to transform the challenges into solutions. Education is the core of our organization, Social Innovation Solutions, and I also want to thank all the team for Climate Change Summit Awards and Climate Change Summit. And this is why I'm honored to announce the winner of the category Education, Awareness and Community Engagement. Are you ready? So, a big congratulations to... the Cultural Center Play for Zoomzet. Congratulations, Andrea.
I really didn't expect it. Really, congrats. And my future partners in this project.
Please
come on stage. Merci. Super drăguț. Merci.
Congratulations.
I did.
Come on.
I was talking about you too.
Congratulate Rania and Cristiana.
Oh,
congratulations.
Iartă-mă, uitam la fel.
Hey. Congrats.
Eu vă aștept la Timișoara. Super.
You can hear the final kisses.
So I'll be waiting for everyone to also visit Timișoara by train.
A big round of applause for all of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, what a long day. So, are we ready? If someone can just make me a sign. If you're waiting for a sign that the video is ready, this is it? No? I cannot see anyone. Yes? No? Don't worry, I can talk until tomorrow, but I will not keep you here until tomorrow. Today was pretty amazing, and I have some amazing numbers here that I need to update, because a few hours ago when I wrote them, there were about 500,000 people that joined online, and now there are more than 800,000 people, so that's amazing. We just put again Romania on the global conversation map about such an important topic. So thank you all again for being here and being part of the event. We had more than 1,000 people that joined here at Palatul Parlamentului, and this was just the first day, because it's going to be a long week until Saturday. And if you plan to register for the yoga sessions and for the brunch, no, we are absolutely overbooked. Don't do that. I never knew that Romanians are so in love with yoga, but, well, you need to organize a climate change summit to get to know your people. So more than 1,000 people that have joined today. We had more than 800,000 people online. more than 250,000 actions that you have all done in the app. Did you like the app? Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Should we do it next year too? Yes, okay. I've seen there a lot of meetings that have been scheduled and a lot of other things. But for that, I would like to invite again the founding partner of this event and we couldn't think of a better partner to start this initiative. Flavia, please.
Thank you. It's the closure time. Thank you again for your resilience proved today. But more than this, thank you for the connections, because it was a wonderful day. We connect here, outside, in all the other venues of Parliament Palace. But more than this, really, it was a day of inspiration for all of us. And I hope you are joining me in this conclusion. I'm also glad to say that we are not only speaking here, we are doing. And last year, we announced a partnership with Ocean. This year, we announced a partnership with Ocean related to their suppliers in order to encourage them for greener solution. And I'm happy to say that what we are dreaming is happening. And today we had a full house of suppliers discussing about transition plans, and more than this, about financing, concrete financing solution for this. But this is one example.
Yeah, exactly. So a lot of people are asking, okay, so you organize an event.
Exactly.
What is happening after that? And it's actually really tough to measure the impact of an event. And you can imagine that it's pretty tough to know all the conversations that you have had. But just making the list of seeing how many people and concrete things like this sustainable financing program for companies between two partners that started actually working at this summit, having almost more than 100 companies that in another stage that you haven't been to, called Impact Stage, they went to a very long masterclass and they have started right here their transition plan, and they're half between. These are a lot of concrete facts that are happening here on the stage. You just need to create the setups for these things to happen.
And you guys, you are really the ambassadors of everything that is doing here, because you are going now in your countries, in your homes, in your businesses, and you can spread the word, and you can encourage the others, and you can come with ideas, and you can be on the stage to the next event. So really, and it's not a slogan, the power is in ourselves, all of us, but together, not alone. Thank you.
You see here a lot of, you cannot build this type of initiatives and support changes that need really systemic changes alone. Who has done in this room something alone and did it big and important? No one. But what really strikes me is that, you see all these people, it's not that we're going to the companies, you say, we just need your money and we will do this, and they say, okay. No, it's a very long process. And starting the first edition of Climate Change Summit, we had weekly conversations with the BRD team. We were really working together. And even if you see on this stage just a few of us, I have added here the teams that are behind the corporate partners, the ones that, I don't know how to say it in English, like își suflecă mânecile. Și
pentru asta noi vă mulțumim.
And we are going in these calls, and we think, and it's tough, and we are trying to make it better. And there are people from all the corporate partners, from BRD, from Osan, from Plaxi, from MasterCard, from people from organizational partners. And we all try to make this better. There are people from the Social Innovation Solutions team or some of their partners that are also part of our ecosystem.
So yes, they are the heroes of the day and the connectors, and really we are grateful for everything you have done, all of you.
So a round of applause for people that don't know that their names are here. As we were saying, this is just the beginning, because it's important to take all the conversations that we have here within the summit and go very deep in the communities. Please check the app to see what are the events for the rest of the week. Check the website, see if it's something interesting for you, and sign up. A lot of them. A huge thank you for our community partners that help us doing all of this. And plus, a community dinner that is going to end the working week on Friday night at Residenza Nova.
Residenza Nova BRD, it's a spot where people like artists, but also the others are all the time, each and every day. We're very welcome.
This is our big thank you for each of the speakers that came specially for this event. And some might have said that we don't have this in France. Well, we do have it in Romania. And speakers that are on international and global stages that are actually extremely impressed about what we are doing here in Romania. Thank you for all of the Social Innovation Solutions team, for all of our partners, for every volunteer that has done an amazing thing, for all the technical team. It's a huge effort behind. And it's such a shame just to see the tip of the iceberg, because sometimes it looks easy. It looks easy, but it's not. And I think this is the best metaphor about all the important fights that each of us has. Because if you are here in the room at this time, you're a bit
still
crazy
applauding.
besides that.
And still applauding. It's a sign that really something good is happening in these events.
Absolutely. You are in the first row of change. So we have also prepared a very special moment for you that is not in the agenda, that you'll get to see live. But before that, I would like to ask the colleagues from the technical team to show us how today was. I hope now, do we have the video ready? Two, one, no, okay. Let's stop this. Okay. We were thinking about the video about how today went. Is it ready? If not, we're just going to see it a bit, show it a bit later. In this case, I wanted to tell you when the next event is going to be in 2026.
Yes. When?
When is going to be? So someone said that we really like numbers, and we decided the dates. Like, so see, this year we had 20 to 25th of October in 2025. No, we're not going to do this next year. Even if we are having 25 events in Romania and Central and Eastern Europe, we had 20 here and 5 in other countries. We do like numbers, but we're not going to do it from 20 to 26th of October. It's going to be from the 20th to 24th of October in 2026. We're coming together again in this formula, and we're happy to do it again.
And I will take advantage of your applause to really be grateful up to the sky and back for you, Sis, for the entire team of this amazing partnership that is giving us power to go another year and another year after year. And thank you again for the amazing team of BRD that continue to come with ideas and solutions each and every edition. So I'm really grateful to you, both teams. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And a special thank you for Cosmina and Traian, who are part of the BRD team, and we are working together since the first edition, and they are absolutely amazing. And now, okay, we have learned from our mistakes, yes, and we are ready now with a video. Let's see how today was.
Economic policies are extremely important for being able to transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy, because ultimately businesses and individuals decide based on price signals, so providing incentives as well as regulations.
Renewables have been one of the great success stories of the latest transition. Over the last decade, a lot of economists had not predicted how fast, for example, solar and wind had exploded in the market. Last year alone, we have now generated more electricity from renewables than we have from coal-fired power stations. Solar is now the most affordable form of electricity production that has ever been produced, in fact declining by 90% over the last decade alone.
In the end, if we're going to address climate change, we need positive action by governments. It's not the case that individual people or businesses voluntarily are going to do this, because there's too much money to be made doing the wrong thing. So we need a government action, not just at the level of countries, but also internationally. But that doesn't mean that there's nothing that citizens can do. In fact, all governments respond to their citizens. In democracies, of course, you have elections and you can use your power not just as a voter, but also as an organizer.
Did you enjoy the day? Yes? Yes? Louder? Yes? Thank you again. We are moving to the last moment, and I would like to invite on stage Raveka Tsâmpău, who is actually our former CIS team member. And this is something that also says something about how we like and how we are doing stuff here. We like to collaborate. We have to keep things together. And you will see something on the video. It's going to be a double surprise, because a lot of people don't know that they are going to be there, and I hope that they are going to be here in the room. And at the end, a huge round of applause for everybody that is going to come on stage. Thank you again, and see you in 2026. This happens with the people that are used to stay behind the scenes. They are not very comfortable with being on stage, but without them, actually nothing happens. So thank you all. Come on.
Economic policies are extremely important for being able to transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy, because ultimately businesses and individuals decide based on price signals, so providing incentives as well as regulations.
Just the last round of applause. Thank you. Now we can all go to the connection area and have some drinks and food. And thank you again for staying until this time. Yes. Păi nu știu. Nu pot să stau așa.